Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a villa.
Maybe cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think pool. I think it would be pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo?
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
Would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be Consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by Alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be no reason to be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Just say random stuff about a it's like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, let's do it. In my opinion, having Fenrir on that map, Skyscraper, is very, very overpowered, overwhelming as well. And I feel like the way to how to counter him is bringing either a Twitch. Hopefully you can get lucky enough those traps are activated. If not, you're gonna have to toss a nade at him. But also having Brava on right by your side to like counter those Fenrirs, those Omen flashes are gonna be really like strong, especially if you want like an entry to walk up the stairs and hopefully to shoot him right in the like having him right at you, and then or even having to like shoot those 2 Fenrirs right off the spot, because the way how like he's designed, if you shoot those 2 Fenrirs well activated, he will only have 1 more Fenrir trap to like activate. And I feel like Fenrir on that map is very, very strong, or even just maybe hopefully you just spawn kill him. Figure out a counter or just toss a nade right at him. And yeah, I feel like he's just too strong. I have not practiced that enough. I've only scrimmed that map like at least 3 times.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bank. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost, you know, 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially is with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Mirage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have time.
This is a good challenge for me, I think. Not too bad. All right, first of all, you're gonna wanna look at the bans. If Thatcher's banned, then Cade becomes insanely strong on that map. That's first of all. If Thatcher is not banned, you're gonna wanna use Thatch and also probably look to nade below vertically because most teams are gonna be banded. You're gonna keep those walls closed. And then the next kind of style, those are, if you're trying to open walls, you're gonna be doing more of those sweep clears, probably gonna be bringing Flores, clear those shield setups. A lot of people play Jaeger 1 Mai just find shields or Zami. On the flip side, a lot of teams will go for like more isolated takes where it's more of like the directly adjacent to the site. They'll open up a wall or 2 maybe, and then you'll usually see a Monty or a Ying or a lot of these power ups come into play, and then you kind of just try to push it and force your way into the site. Another style of vertical nades are a really big factor on this map. A lot of teams will open up walls, force you to play a few positions, and then you're gonna see those vertical nades go below and nade those people out, and then it usually comes with a flood up the staircases with, you know, a lot of the black belt plays. That's pretty much it. I'm like our defensive IGL, so these things are somewhat easy to think about for me because I'm thinking about them almost every day. So.
Felt pretty good. I think your most useful operator on Villa is going to be Legion. I don't think, because I think there's a lot of like hitting the back on that map. You kind of got to have info. Like a lot of people will, like if you're statue, for example, people will come from the study side late, or if you're study, people will go master side late. So just having your Legion mines like on like the red stairs or like at the study doors or in master like blue stairs, it's gonna help you like get information on the like the late push coming from that side. So I think you'll feel a lot safer defending the site like coming into the late round and even early round sometimes, because people will try something fast sometimes. I think that's about it. I felt pretty good. Finished a little early, but
this is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it. Spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. 1-3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's 1 left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass Consulate and Nightheaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
Boy, oh boy, am I happy to see you. Today is the final day of North American League competition for the entirety of the Year in Our Lord 2023. We started this journey to figure out who the best teams in NA were to defend home turf of the Atlanta Major, and we've only got 1 spot left. 4 teams remain, 1 of them's going to Georgia. Let's break this puppy down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He's Jesse J. Chick. He's former Xbox World Champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez. My dudes, we finally made it. 12 days. This is the 12th. We've been here for a month. It's about time we put a bow on this league for the year.
It is, Jacob, and you know, a lot of teams have fallen at this point. Some have made it to the major already, some have fallen in the LCQs, but 4 remain, and for them, this is the most important day of the season so far.
And some have qualified for invite too, which is a huge feat in its own. But yes, today is the day that we decide who is going to be the last team that will be attending Atlanta.
We've already gone over these games over and over and over again on desks in the past, but for one final time, let's take a look at the bracket. Wildcard and Mirage both come from one side, Space Station and OXG coming from the other. There is only room for one of these teams to go to the major, and even less room for multiple of these teams to go to this year's upcoming 6 Invitational, Jesse.
Very different journeys on the 2 halves of the bracket. Wildcard and Mirage breezed through their opening games. Wildcard 2-0ing Beast Coast, Mirage 2-0ing Earlier Eyes. Space Station Oxygen, a lot tougher matches. SSG still got the 2-0, but it was a very close 2-0 compared to what we saw in the first playday. Oxygen very nearly eliminated in the quarterfinals by Karn and Co. They clutched it up. They clawed back the 4-0 deficit, but it was tough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think if anyone's looking at that bracket, they were looking at that Oxygen Karn and Co match, because that almost was looking like a Karn and Co Space Station. But again, Oxygen did claw back. They did finish out strong last night to secure this spot against Space Station. Now we're looking at a rematch.
So far, both of these guys, for the record, are 100% on their bracket predictions. And I think, you were exactly the same all the way up until who won the thing? Because you picked a winner, but you didn't pick a winner for this thing yet.
And I still don't got one.
Well, look at the schedule.
But I will.
Look at the schedule first. Just because this is the order of things. Wildcard and Mirage start first, SSG and OXG go second, and then we have a third best of 3 today. That's right. If you're wondering why we're starting early, it's because we're going the distance. We will have a winner in a best of 3 grand final between the winner of Wildcard Mirage and the winner of OXG SSG to determine who's going to the major.
Doesn't get simpler than that, Jacob. 4 teams, single elim bracket, win your semis, win the grand finals. If you can't do both of those things, you're not going to the major. You're very likely not going to SI as well, and your season's over.
And 3 of those fan bases are going to be extremely disheartened and sad. So prayers to each one of these 4 teams and that fan base of who qualifies.
I'm going to say it today feels a little bit like Valentine's Day because we are going to break a lot of hearts on this broadcast. Specifically based on how LCQs have already gone so far, let's find 1 player each from each squad to watch specifically for today because all of the guys we're talking about in this pre-show played really, really good yesterday.
Yeah, specifically Surf. My God, he really did come through, have a fantastic start off to come through from Wildcard. Love the way that he was able to play. He had the highest KDR of any player through the quarterfinals, a 3.0, 15-5. Ridiculous, just the percentage of rounds or engagements that he was able to win. He also played 8 attacking rounds and has a different attacking operator on every single one of them.
And for me, Spiker is the one that sticks out the most. He didn't have the strongest start to his initial stage, not the performance that he wanted to put on based off even the last stage's performance with the Parabellum roster, but going into this LCQ, he's been performing extremely well. We saw him in that Oregon game. It was him and Slothy, I believe, that really stepped up and showed, because we talked specifically about Kansan and Vertical needing to be the ones to step up, but what we were seeing that entire game was Spiker throughout both those series was looking extremely strong.
Both Wildcard and Mirage yesterday winning by 2-0 deficits, and Mirage did it in probably a far more impressive fashion by 7-0ing Aerial Mirage in their second map. Wait, Aerial Mirage? Aerial Mirage in their second map. I've never said that before. That's a new one.
I like that name, Aerial Mirage.
Aerial Mirage. I mean, Mirage just sounds like a cool word.
Well, pinky out when you say that.
Sounds French for some reason. On the opposite side, we've got Space Station and OXG. Gentlemen, walk me through who your highlight players were for this one, Lax.
Newers, I definitely got to say, me and Jesse made a point that he wasn't performing at the beginning of the stage, and then we did see that pick up towards the end, and it was a question of, is he going to come into this LCQ at the start of the stage performance or the mid-ending stage? And we saw yesterday he absolutely went nuke. 50 and 23, 8 of those 3 opening kills, 66% cost, and then 147 EPS. And I'm gonna say this, if Newers didn't have that series, those 3 games, him performing that well, I think we would have easily seen a Karn & Co win.
100%. I think Newers stepped it up big time. I think Faults as well has really shown why he needs to be such a talked about player on Space Station Gaming. You look at that first map, Nighthaven against Luminosity, and he's right in there with the push. Helps claw that game back for the team. Really good being able to get in deep into the bomb site, working around the blitzes, working around the Monties, getting that advantage off for his team. And then on Skyscraper as well, some amazing defensive anchor play. The Echo on Tea Room Karaoke was masterclass. Really liked what we saw from Faults yesterday and hoping to see more today.
Space Station defeated Luminosity yesterday in a 2-0 affair, whereas OXG was the only winner that is being shown in today's games that actually lost a map, which is going to make things really, really interesting when things come down to it, especially because a lot of people have been doubting OXG for some time, and that game yesterday, I think, especially in Redeemer tweeted yesterday, there's not too much for them to be proud of, and they just kind of have to move right on to the next thing. And we can also do that because there will be 3 teams knocked out here, and they're all going to have to go to Atlanta by buying a ticket, and you can do that right here. The entire point of a last chance qualifier is to whittle down the remaining teams in a region to figure out who among them is still the best. And it comes hard and fast. You don't have any second chances. This is the only environment in which you can actually prove that you're worthy of representing your region to go to a hometown major. Again, I cannot stress enough how important it is for North American teams to do well before they go to the major. Let's kick things off for our first semifinal. It's Wildcard and Mirage. Both of them got 2-0 victories over their opponents back on Monday. They've had a full day off to not do anything. I mean, they've been doing prep, but still no games to play. I'm curious if they're going to come in hot or if they'll be a little cold because they didn't have to worry about playing yesterday.
I think they'll be feeling good, you know, having that day off, just watch the competition. You know, you've got 2 best-of-3s today, assuming you can win the first, so it's going to be a tough day. These 2 teams, not really squads that people were talking about at the beginning of the year to make it this far, right? You didn't expect to see Wildcard or Mirage pushing their way to a major just based on the history of these squads. Very much new teams for both of these teams coming into stage number 2, but here they are, and they both got real good chances.
Yeah, and it goes into say they aren't unfamiliar with each other, so that's got to feel good going into this match. They do know what each and each other do, so in that regard, it's like, okay, we just got to focus on being the better team that day, whatever prep we put in last night to be more prepared going into this. So ultimately, I mean, this isn't going to be an unfamiliar feat for any of these teams.
Jesse said that we weren't talking about Wildcard to make it this far. We were talking about them because it was such a brand new team roster that came literally out of nowhere. They are first up, and they are now 2 best-of-3s away from qualifying for a major in their first month of being a team, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these stats across the board going into this LCQ. This is kind of just always how it even looked in the stage. There's always maybe someone on the team that wasn't performing as well, but they're still performing extremely well overall compared to the rest. Because you look at people like Surf, he has a 3.0. You look at Adam, he has a 2.6. You look at Merc, 1.7, 1.7, and then Packer at a 0.6. Who cares? Packer even acknowledged when we talked to him that, you know, he isn't performing where he wants to be. But again, it's so important for a player like that to identify, okay, I'm not doing as great. But when you look at the players that he's surrounded by, those players pick up that weight, and that does allow him to still be able to do what he needs to do, whether that's communication, whether that's droning for a kill. So I don't look at Packer as like, oh, he's the worst, and I don't want anyone to look at that because you don't hear the comms, you don't know what goes on, and I have no doubt in my mind with the Packer and the player that he is, that he still plays a significant role in the position that he is in.
Wildcard so far have been playing by the ABCD rule, above and beyond the Call of Duty. Everything that they've been doing so far is so far exceeding everyone's expectations, which is phenomenal, but the expectations for Mirage, Jesse, they were way different, but they also had an unexpected secret weapon when the stage began.
Certainly. I mean, they came through with 3 brand new players right off the bench. They had Spiker, they had Slothy coming through, and Kansan and Vertical Rampy rounding things out as the veterans. And I really do think Mirage, they've shown that they can compete with the top teams inside of the North American League. A lot of people doubted this roster, but they started to show up, particularly on Monday. We saw them dominate on the defenses. They won 6 out of 6 defenses on both maps. That's 12 total. They played so well on the D, struggled more on attack, 7 attacking rounds total. They only won 2 of them. So that's what I'm looking for them to clean up a little bit in this matchup against Wildcard today.
And specifically on just this Mirage team, I feel like we talked about one guy in particular a lot because he was brand new. We didn't know what to make of him because he was a bench warmer but didn't do anything for Mirage last stage. Let's give us an overview on Slothy.
Yeah, Slothy, I thought at the very beginning he was making a lot of mistakes in the defense. A little over-aggressive sometimes, going for too many swings, dying when he didn't need to all by himself. But I got some clips from the first playdate because he really turned things around. Watch these 3 rounds. This is the first round in the basement. They're in a 5v5. Slothy knows his team is in a really good position. So what does he do? He's not going to wildly swing the stairs. He's not going to wildly swing into bunker. No, he's playing his position. He's sitting still, and he's getting kills because of it. It's a really passive, smart, good way to play defense, and he racks up 2 frags, almost gets this 3rd, but his teammate finishes off in Rio anyways. It's a clean round. Round 10, same bomb site, different scenario. Now they're down in numbers. What does Slothy do? He starts swinging. He starts making moves. Look how much he's moving his feet. He's going to make a big rotate into pillar once again, which is going to get him a beautiful little pick. It's this aggression, which is coming out. It was coming out before, but now it's coming out at the smartest times. Then once he's revealed, once he's getting droned, he falls back off to Freezer. He repositions, and he ends up with another pick because of it, moving on to that player walking down the laundry stairs. There's one more clip I want to show you from this player, and it was a bit of a goofy one. You might remember it when he's jumping out of T3 on round number 9. It was so aggressive, and it kind of looked goofy. It kind of looked, well, you're in an even man situation, but keep in mind, they're defending the worst bomb site, meeting. And what does he get when he jumps out? It's an OSA. The second he sees that operator down there, he knows that is the critical operator going in towards the attacker's push. If I jump out and find this frag, yes, it's aggressive, but it makes so much sense for me to do this.
Yeah, and I love this head between Merc and Slothy because they play the identical roles. I mean, you look at the operators playing the exact same thing. You look at the KD spread, relatively similar. Same with the entry. The cost, maybe Slothy's running away with that, and the EPS running away with that, but that still doesn't take anything away from Merc. And there's a few clips that I grabbed myself. They aren't anything super crazy, but it's just overall Merc's positioning, and then when he gets these opening kills, these opening engagements right here, getting rid of the sledge right here to remove any pressure, horizontal pressure, anything like that, that's massive. Falls back immediately. Then this play, holds white, plays this position perfectly, jumps in, free kill, goes back to run away, but no, he goes up to support his team. They get the call that they're taking site. Merc comes up here, grabs 1, grabs 2. What does Merc do? Switches, makes it flashy, smokes the guy outside big window. Beautiful play from him. Here again, this is the play. This is the player that Merc is. He will jump in and get the job done, even if it's an intense job, even if there's a better chance that he's dying, but he is getting those first picks. Here again, gets a pick right away, jumps straight in, clears what he needs to clear, gets another. Now we're in a huge man advantage. Then he grabs another, setting his team up. This is just clinical Merc performance. We are so used to this, seeing this across the board a lot from Merc, and this is what we've talked about. This is Wildcard at their prime position when Merc is able to play the role that he is given and just takes the initiative that he needs in order to close out these rounds and set his team up with success. And again, here he is, no drones, no nothing, just takes the initiative, puts it in their face, closes out the round. It's clinical Merc performance.
Yeah, I think both Slothy and Merc showed up. They had great quarterfinal performances as the entries for their respective teams, but it's a bit of a different ballgame now for both of them, right? Particularly for Slothy, you played really, really well against Aerial Rise. When Merc is on the other side, though, it's going to be a lot tougher.
Yeah, those are where the questions are going to be answered. Which one of those entries and which one of those players is going to be showing the more dominant half? And sure, maybe you could say, you know, Slothy is the newer guy and Merc obviously being the veteran, but that, you know, that you can't outweigh those. We got to see it displayed on the battlefield here and see who's going to be coming out on top between those two.
Tons of similarities for both of these squads at the same time, but now we got to figure out where those similarities meet in the middle when we talk map vetoes. Jesse, what are we looking at here?
Oh, spoiled a little bit at the start, but all in all, I like this a lot from Mirage. This is the first time that we're seeing a team expose the map pool of Wildcard. Wildcard have had 3 maps that they have avoided the entirety of the NAL so far. They will always ban Consulate. They will always ban Nighthaven Labs. They've been letting Chalet through a few times. They've never played it. They banned it a lot in best of ones. This is the first time we're going to see a team actually test Wildcard on Chalet. So I like the pickup from Mirage. They're going to bring us there. Oregon, a very common pick from Wildcard, very expected. They love this map. And then Cafe for the Decider. Should be pretty good for Wildcard. Don't think that they're too upset by it, but Mirage, I don't think this was a surprise at all.
No, I think this is one of the better map pools for both these teams. Chalet coming from Mirage, I think Mirage did show a lot of strengths on it. Sure, they might not have came out on top in some of those games, but they did show a lot of strength, and you can only assume that they did go back to fix what they needed to, and now they're bringing Wildcard to it to test and see how well Wildcard is on it, and if that plays out in their favor, Mirage could look like they take that map pretty convincingly. Then you go to Oregon. Oregon has clearly been shown by Wildcard that they are pretty dominant on it, that they are a strong team on it. So is Mirage, but Wildcard, I will say, maybe might be a little stronger in that regard, just from what we've seen overall. And then Cafe, the Decider. That, again, I think both teams are very comfortable on, so it's going to really come down to who's just showing up today and who's bringing it to who's bringing their A game.
I think I said this back when they played their best of 1 during the group stage. Both of their roster compositions are like very eerily similar. They both have a hammer lifter, one on TSM, one on SSG. They've both got guys who have been veterans for several years, and then they both have rookies in some respects, whether they've played for a stage or they literally haven't played a snap until this stage so far. Everything looks like it's almost a 1-for-1 until you get to Mirage, because that's the secret weapon I'm referring to. They've got Meepy on their backline, and they didn't have that last stage. Do you think what was your expectation for that? Did you think they'd be doing better overall because they've got Meepy on the team, or what were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, Meep is a very established coach, right? He's won a major before. He's been really, really impressive in the past. You know, I think that we were a little bit questioning of his map bans in the quarterfinals. Yes. Worked out. They got a clean 2-0.
He wasn't happy, though. He wasn't happy with the overall performance, but still, they did get the 2-0.
They did, because the reason he wasn't happy was because they lost 5 attacking rounds in a row.
Yep.
And so then they come back, they win every single defensive round. It's not a problem. I think these map bans make a lot of sense. I don't think either team did anything questionable, like we were maybe having some questions in the quarterfinals. So I think that both teams are going to be very happy coming into this. And I think the real question is, which you've just touched on, are the attacks better? Because so far, from what we've seen from Mirage, that's been their big weak point throughout the LCQ so far, and even in the regular season at times. Their attacks were the weak points. If they can clean those up against Wildcard, I think we're going to have a really, really good game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And with Meepy coming on, it is, I can't begin to stress it. It is so strong to have an important staff behind you that can set you guys up for success. Sure, it does come down to the players at the end of the day implementing what they're learning from the coach and getting from the coach. But I am confident that each one of these players, with Spiker, with Vertical, with Rampy, with Slothy, with Kansan, with the mixture of veterans and newer players, that they can get that done. It's just a matter, are they going to fix those attacks like we were talking about? Because that's where we did see them struggle the most. And granted, they did win those 6 rounds of defense, turning into overall 12 rounds. The only question there is they didn't get to play that a second half of attack to really see, okay, did they fix it going into that second map because they had such a strong showing on their defense. So again, that's where it's going to come to here is, are we going to see better attacks from Mirage? Because that is what we need. And if they can do that, again, that's going to be a very close game overall.
So when Lex, I actually want to try and debunk this because this is something I think about a lot when a brand new team joins the league for the very first time. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it won't. A team that you've never seen actually like with their full composition before. Wildcard, we had no idea what to expect from them when they came in. Their first officials were this stage. In stages past, there have been teams who try something similar to that and they get smoked. So Wildcard got the better half of it, but is it a surprise factor when you go in? Is this going to be the only time this team is successful?
I don't want to say it's the only time it's successful, but I believe a lot of success, even in wild cards, and is just due to the meta, that it is an aggressive meta. And a lot of those players on wild card, or all of them now that we've seen, show that aggressiveness and that tenacity that they put forward. So I don't want to say it can't happen again by any means, but I do believe certain metas do favor certain team play styles and certain team dynamics. And this specific meta is a very gung-ho, in your face, taking gunfights, showing less respect than what we've seen in other seasons. So that alone, I don't want to write it off. I think it just solely depends on meta.
And I think for the surprise factor as well, a big advantage Wildcard had coming to the stage is nobody had any idea what their map pool looked like.
Yes.
They got to run border back to back to back because people didn't know they were a good border team. They had to play and be dominant on border so that people could learn that. Throughout the stage, that advantage has kind of evaporated. People learned, okay, you don't take Wildcard to border.
Yes.
They like these other maps like Oregon, like Clubhouse, right? And so people have started to figure that out a little bit. But with this best of 3, with Chalet coming in for the very first time for Wildcard, we're kind of getting to see that again. We don't know what their Chalet looks like. They could be really good at it. And the fact that they haven't banned it through the first in best of 3 so far makes me think like they've been prepping it. They had to have known, yeah, we've got to work another map into our pool coming into best of 3s. So they've clearly been working on the back lines. And if you're Mirage, you're kind of blind picking this, just hoping that that prep's not been going so well.
Yes, and which it plays into what I've talked about in the past, especially with Wildcard coming into it, is those small idiosyncrasies that each one of those players have. Yes, you are now bringing them to Chalet, but you've never seen them on Chalet, so you can't pinpoint of what each player is doing or how they're maneuvering around the map. But now that you have an idea how Wildcard plays, sure, you might not know the positions that they're playing, but you do have a general consensus of what the players are going to do, whether they're going to be flanking, whether they're going to be in your face. So having that already is an advantage, whereas at the start of the season, you don't have those. It's totally guessing. You could guess what they did on previous rosters and be like, hey, this player did this player did that. But no, when it's a brand new team, that's when the whole dynamic shifts and you can't get a good read on it. Whereas now, again, Mirage does have the read on the players, but at going to Chalet, they don't have the setups and how these players are going to play those setups.
I think the other thing that interests me about this matchup is the fact that it is relatively even, just in terms of who has been playing in this league for a long time and who would succumb to pressure, because you've got guys who've been doing it for a really long time. You've got Merc on one side, but you've got Rampy on the other. Mirage has Kansan and Vertical, whereas Wildcard has guys like Spirits and Surf who've been and played on LAN environments in the past. A lot of people, I mean, I'm going to assume Twitch chat probably said Wildcard with their channel points, but I do think this is a more even matchup on paper just because you can't root either of these teams out simply based on what their previous experience is, because I'm sure a lot of these guys would have been very close to cracking before under pressure, but now it feels like it's a very level playing field.
For sure, and I think especially, I mean, I'm glad you brought this up because like a lot of people are going to pick Wildcard for their favorites
Just
in this
even
matchup.
their success rate that they've had throughout the original stage.
Exactly, but I think what we're starting to see with Mirage is we've got every single piece of the puzzle starting to fit. At the beginning of the stage, we had people like Kansan and Vertical really popping off, being big players, even going back to their previous Chalet games, you know, big games from Kansan on that map. Now yesterday, or on Monday I should say, we saw these young rookies start to pop off. Spiker and Slothy played so well in the quarterfinals. So if we have now the veterans are playing well, the new guys are playing well, you put them together, we could be getting the best Mirage that we've ever seen in the North American League.
Which it fits into, it is a cram season, so you only have so much time to really prepare and fix those mistakes, whereas now we're seeing a lot more time being developed with the rosters, with the teams that you couldn't only hope that a team is going to improve with more time together, more time given, and I think that's what we are seeing. We are seeing a lot more of these players gel together, get a better understanding of what each and each other are doing on the map, which is why you're seeing a lot more closer rounds and a lot better team play overall. So yeah, I mean, it does speak into that more time together, they are improving.
I think the worst part about this is we've built this matchup so well, and now we have to send one of these teams home. It won't come for another hour or 2 or 3 or whenever this series is going to end, but still, only one of these squads can progress on to the grand final of the LCQ for the Atlanta Major. Wildcard and Mirage, it's happening on Chalet, and this is a duo we haven't seen in quite some time. It's Pengu and Jays Wills.
Thank you, Jacob. Another day, another few teams to eliminate. Tough that we're at this point in the last chance qualifier where we have to send a couple of teams home that absolutely deserve to be here, but is the reality that we face here and now, Nick. I mean, what are you thinking? We've got Wildcard, we've got Mirage, both of these teams who flew through their quarterfinals match.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad that we're sending teams home or that they're not going to go further, but also exciting because we are going to see that final team go to the major. And this kind of broke it down where we did not expect either of these two teams of Wildcard and Mirage to be here right now. And, you know, Wildcard, they had some unfortunate circumstances. They had a sub-in with Bodo playing against Dark Zero, and they still look good. So seeing them play against Beast Coast with Merc back on the roster and just like, you know, fully going at it, you know, all cylinders firing at 100%, I'm expecting Wildcard to take this one, but I wouldn't count Mirage out. I know on paper it can look kind of one-sided, but I think that Des did such a great job of talking about the strengths of both teams and why this is going to be a banger for best of 3, given the map pool of Chalet, Oregon, and Cafe.
Yeah, the strengths and weaknesses of both of these teams, I think, as you said, complemented by these maps. And Oregon is one of those maps that we did get a chance to see both of these teams play in our quarterfinal. It was very exciting to watch. And that's where we're going to be heading to map 2. Cafe, map 3, we may or may not get there depending on what these teams have in front of us. But Mirage, they're probably riding the high of winning 14 rounds in a row. And Wildcard, they kept their series pretty quick as well, 7-1, 7-3. Both of these teams probably feeling hot coming into this one, and it'll just be about who can, well, keep that temperature high on the cool Chalet map that we now head our way towards. But here's an interesting ban already to keep things spicy, Nick. We've got the Blitz taken off the board first.
I want to see if they ban Solas here, because I think if Mirage target ban out Wildcard entirely, it could be a good step forward. Okay, Valkyrie's not a bad option either. My train of thought here is you try and target the intel game from Wildcard. We know these players, they love playing around it, Merc specifically. Most of his decision making is based around how he can go on the offense, but he doesn't do it in like a, you know, monkey go see, monkey go shoot kind of vibe like we see in ranked play. He needs intel to work with, right? That's why he plays the Solas. That's why, you know, they love playing the Valkyrie as well. So I like these bans. But yeah, the Blitz ban, this is a target towards Wildcard's ability to go so quick on the attack inside. And this is Chalet. It's arguably an attacker-sided map. It's where things get very crazy. It's where we see people, you know, play the Ying, play the Blitz, play the Lion and Dokkaebi, etc. So both teams doing like a handshake deal saying, no Blitz, no Ying. We want people to see each other in these gunfights, no flashes really. I think it makes sense, especially because Wildcard, they pretty much always ban out the Ying. They're so good on their executes, they don't need that kind of operator to help them along. Whereas a team like Mirage, who is a weaker attack inside team, they might crush a little bit more onto operators like the Ying.
Yeah, it removes those more gimmicky operators from play. You can't rely on just that one element of an attack or that one operator that can almost carry your team to an attacking victory. Instead, I mean, Mirage on their attacking half as they start off this map, they're going to be forced to do things the old-fashioned way. It's going to come with a lot of coordination and a lot of just good old-fashioned utility usage to get through this wildcard defense. And as you pointed out, Merc is going to be a threat. Right now, he's not on the Solus, but he will be playing the Mozzie. You've got someone like Spirits as well, going for a bit of a spawn peek here, clearly trying to set the tone early in round number 1. Merc sees the rope, knows there's someone potentially coming up onto the rappel, but there's also somebody keeping a watchful eye on that position. It's Kansan who will send a couple of bullets into the window and force Merc to back off.
Pretty good read there from Mirage. Very much like done their prep work, expecting these aggressive plays from the defending side of Wildcard. And this is classic Merc action where swing out a window and again, play with the intel. He sees the line from the rappel animation and that's what he works off of. He's got a second line though. Window opened up, C4 goes out. Look at that, it's just perfect siege right now from Merc. Holds the picks in the window. He can either drop to survive and try and get that second kill. But with the disc catching it, Nate goes red and Murky drops down. He stays alive.
Just textbook execution all the way around. And like you said, the magnet from Adam proving perfect to allow Merc to slip away from that frag grenade that was maybe not quite perfectly cooked, but it was right on the money and Merc would have had to drop away to safety. That he did, but he's now retaken that position on the top of those library stairs to see if he can make a bit more of an impact on this round. He'll have to worry about what lies in wait down below though, because instead of putting all of that pressure up top, Mirage are trying to sneak in downstairs. Kansan doesn't work out for him, but Vertical will get something done from the closet.
Oh, it's good. I mean, right now it's just the Merc show. Wildcard, they still got library control relatively. They got bomb site control. Mirage, they're mostly outside the building or just in that initial first room like where it is right now. And they can't even get inside the building because Merc swings to start things off. Right now it's Spirits find that third kill in the round.
Vertical maybe hoping to just sneak on into the site, but the problem is he doesn't have the support from Rampy, who is still on the roof, only now trying to work his way down to support him. It'll be this awkward moment where Vertical is stuck in a corner, kind of frozen here, waiting for his teammate. He'll collect the kill onto Spirits while he does that, but Rampy is still on the rappel, only now trying to work his way into library. Surf, Merc, and Adam all playing a bit off the objective. Fine for Surf and Merc right now, but not so much for Adam, who was eventually finished off. Merc will secure his triple, meaning Rampy now has to drop down and pull it all off himself, and Surf is not going to let that happen. Good start for Wildcard.
Yeah, and there goes that 14-round win streak that Mirage saw from yesterday where, yeah, I mean, they're mostly looking good on the defensive side. Mirage, they love defense, and they are going to struggle on these attacking rounds. I actually believe as a former player myself that when you're in a best of 3 or a best of 5, on that very first map, which is right here in Chalet, starting on defense, regardless of like how good the map is for the attack or the defense in terms of like statistics, I think it's always great because when you're on defense, you set up your reinforcements, your utility, and you kind of just sit back and play your game. It's up to the attackers to always problem solve, to deal with the issues, find the openings, and again, win those engagements. Sure, Wildcard, they didn't just sit back. They played a very proactive round, very heavy in terms of movement, and that's their playstyle. That's how they play the game. But look at how hard it was for Mirage to get inside the building and actually get something done. Sure, it came down to a 1 versus 2, technically speaking. But again, was it a close round? Not really. When you're trading these early deaths on the attacking side, life just becomes that much more difficult. If you look at Mirage right now, they can attack our read pickers, but Ayana, Ace, Buck, Dokkaebi, and Ash, no matter who you kill on the attacking lineup, you're gonna get great value. Either it's all the soft destruction, it's half your soft breach, it's your only hard breacher, or it's that global gadget of Dokkaebi. So with Wildcard's natural way of playing the game, playing this like in-your-face playstyle, if they can just get a 1-for-1 trade early in the round, I would definitely say it's worth it for them.
Well, Merc won't necessarily be the instrument to that playstyle this round. Instead, it's going to be someone like Spirits, who is spearheading that. He's got the Soulless gadget in his hand this time, and he will be positioned down in bar stock for the moment, just below where this Mirage team is entering from. On the other side, you will have some pressure quickly establishing towards the objective itself, and a C4 that goes out early from Merc and finds nothing. Last round, he found the opening kill with that Nitro. This time, not so much. The only C4 that Wildcard had in pocket has now been expended. So in terms of any late game plant denial, they'll have to rely on the Solus and those impacts and on the smokes that Packer has in his hands. But so far, Mirage, sure, it's been, you know, a mildly slow start, but they are cracking open these walls and they are starting to get a good line of sight all the way through this top floor, forcing those defenders to back away.
Certainly is a lot better. I mean, just for them staying alive is the priority right now. Play the good old basics, take it nice and slow, and try to just reach the bomb site at some point. The thing is, once you get into piano and offense itself, that's when the fighting begins. You see it right here, there's like a line in the map. One half, Mirage is in their control. The other half, of course, is Wildcard. And Surf, he's gonna be first in battle.
Got the shotgun, knows it's gonna be a close range fight, and he pulls it out, at least the first one. Rampy will come away with that second one, and eventually equalize that man count. But a good early fight that Wildcard will win. Nice shot there from Adam, too, to take care of Spiker. Wildcard now retake the advantage, and Mirage have to be very cautious. A good nade here could change the course of the round. Downing, but not finishing off Packer, so Rampy's gonna have to get active to do it himself. Skeleton key, Adam knows where he is, but Rampy now sneaks around the other side and gets the job done. That's 2 for Rampy. He'll get the finishing blow onto Packer here, and now Mirage have taken the lead again.
Beautiful run clear out there from Mirage. Time is a little bit low, but they got that man advantage. Buck is also still up and alive. It's very important because of vertical destruction on the floor leading to the bomb site itself. Spirits, hard decision, goes for a flank all the way across the floor. Mercury has to stay alive or fight it out. If he falls, so does the bomb site. 20 seconds left, Mirage. They can hack the cams, check them real quick, but then they gotta go.
Good bit of soft destruction from above that tells them that trophy itself is clear. They can look to move into kitchen, but Merc's gonna have to do this all by himself. Slothy going for the defuse. Merc on the swing, spots the head of vertical, but cannot land the shots. Up top, though, the flank finally comes in. Merc down below gets the job done, too. A quick 3 kills for Wildcard, and what a way to win it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always risky to try and go for those long flanks with low time left on the clock, and you can almost say that Mirage played into that so well. They got into the bombs like quickly, they were planting, the cover was technically there, but a bit of an unfortunate timing from the Buck up above. He was covering the flank and thought, okay, no one's flanking, I guess I'll sprint back towards kitchen hatch and help my teammates, and the moment he looked away to assist his team, well, that's when Spirits flanked that top floor portion of the map. And it's just one of the things where Mirage, they took so much time early in the round, which was good. They got the kills, they traded, favoring them in terms of numbers, but they didn't actually have drones in the right positions to actually watch the flank in that scenario, because they should know that Solus was about to flank. We see right here with 40 seconds left, 3 drones were alive when the round ended. One of those 3 drones could have, would have, should have been for the flank, of course, but it most likely wasn't. And if it was, well, then no player who was dead was on the cameras to give that intel to the remaining players that were alive to win that round. Wildcard, they look very much in the driver's seat so far, but Mirage, big improvements between round number 1 towards round number 2. So if they keep up this kind of pace, well, then this third round might just be when they get their first round on the board.
Did really feel like a winnable round, though, for Mirage, as you pointed out, Nick. I mean, you got the advantage, and you're fighting a 3v1 on the site, pretty much. I mean, Merc was alone for a good bit of time there, and it was just about the timing of the flank coming in clutch, and of course, Merc did his job well. He's 5-0 right now. So no wonder the Wildcard were able to take it. But it came close. Mirage just looking to push this one over the edge and get to the other side. Finally securing a round win. Round 3 could be the one. Down below here on Garage and Wine Cellar, but the first exothermic denied.
Yep. I mean, if you're a Thermite player, you've been here before. If you breach too far left or that center panel of the wall, you're gonna get impact trick through the drone hole. You gotta put it like relatively far to the right to avoid that from happening. And it's one of those very small details where, okay, Spiker, you shouldn't be making this mistake, but is it gonna, impact the round's, outcome? Probably not. Rampy has secondary hybrid gadget as well with those can openers, as we call them. So if they want more hard destruction in this round, they will have that available to them. It's just one of those small oopsie daisies that can happen. But Wildcard, they're not super oriented on the bomb site itself. They're very active on their own. That's why Jackal's in play right now from vertical. And Mirage is playing like a two-sided game. They're clean air utility, but also room clearing at the same time.
Yeah, Rampy opening it up onto Adam. That'll start to chip away at this roam. Spirits is the next in Mirage's line of sight. He just slips away from that engagement. But he could be in a very dangerous position. He might get some support from someone down below on that first floor. You see Merc, you see Surf in a position to potentially rotate up to help him. But for now, he's left on his lonesome, and he is going to back away. Rampy opening up this angle, seeing if he can provide the cutoff. He nearly did. Now Surf is in danger. Mirage making some good early progress here, but as Kansan tries to make a move, Surf will shut him down. Spirits, who didn't give up that position as easily as Mirage were hoping, will also get another kill. Rampy, potentially his next victim if Rampy's not careful. That's another for Spirits. And Mirage, this attack has just fallen apart.
Such a good positioning game there from Spirits. Gets the kill, stays above. He knows that if he just stays alive, the roam is still active and it's gonna, you know, pressure Mirage. Meanwhile, they're out to build and waiting. It pays off. Spiker finds a call to Merc. It's a 2v3, still favoring Wildcard, and the plan just gonna be hard to get down from Mirage.
Spiker will try it. Seeing if anybody's gonna step up and try to deny. Spirits does, but fails. Packer unable to land the shots on Sloppy in the close corner, eventually doing it as he just peeks his head out. But here's the big challenge. Spiker can hold this very long angle, and Packer and Surf have to hit a nasty shot to shut this down. No Kiba barriers or anything like that to seal the breach. They're gonna have to land a quick shot here. Oh no! Oh. Or they can long arm it. Surf found the perfect position. Oh. He chooses to get off, and just when Spiker thought he had to initiate the gunfight, that's when Surf pops up to kill him. A brutal end, but another good effort from Mirage that they just missed by a hair.
Oh boy, so let's rewind that round to where the first point of contact happened. It was that thermite breach on the exterior wall where the round ended, right, where the bomb went down. If the exothermic charge didn't get impact tricked, the first one that is, the breach would have actually been open in a way so that the attackers could see the diffuser from all the way out. But because it was impact tricked and you gotta go, you know, far right and you don't have a second breach to open it up more, well, all of a sudden that post-plant position from very far outside doesn't really work in your favor anymore. And Wildcard, again, they played so well in those 2v2s and 2v1s, always isolating members and finding those advantageous gunfights. They long arm it. They bait the thermal to sprint on in. He can't fight back. He's panicking, quite literally. And then they get off the defuse and they swing 2 versus 1. No sticking and praying that your teammate covers you. No, get off the plant. You got plenty of time to work with. Swing together, get the kill, then go back to doing that business of getting the diffuser, you know, taken care of. A bit of a tilting moment for Mirage. They thought they had that one. They did quite well at getting back into the round. But ultimately, the story remains the same. Wildcard up 3-0.
Personally, it's just one of those things I love about Rainbow Six because it's just those tiny little things, tiny little details that can make the round go from it's an easy win to you're just gonna lose it. And it's an impact trick, it's one impact grenade, it's an exothermic charge placed maybe 5 inches closer to the left than it should have been. It's just those small things that make this game so fun sometimes. And, you know, obviously Mirage was on the losing end of that. But Wildcard were more than happy to take advantage. Really shows you how just buttoned up everything about that defense was. They knew how important it would be to have somebody keeping an eye on that garage wall to see if an impact trick was possible. Adam gave it a try, and it certainly paid off. So, Mirage, after the tack timeout, they now go back to the drawing board and see what they can do. But they're gonna have to find a way to deny. I mean, a couple more defensive rounds here for Wildcard. Otherwise, this one is looking rather one-sided.
Yeah. Honestly, I think if you're Mirage and if you're Meepy in that tag timeout, I think you're talking about the mental side of the game right now more than anything else. I think Meepy could say, guys, small mistakes cost us rounds. We gotta just tighten up and focus on the basics. Because it really just, as you said, it comes down to the devil in the details. A great punishment, though. Rampy reads the run out, can just tell that Merc is gonna look for those engagements, right? That's just the prep work and of course experience from Rampy as a player, knowing that Merc might go for that play. So Mirage, for the first time, they have a decisive opening kill in the lead from the first 30 seconds into action. But we've seen them have a decent start and still fall short in the late round. The goal now for Mirage is to just keep up a decent pace here. Try and utilize the fact that you got an early kill to go a little bit faster through this map. And seeing as what they're doing right now, entering on the Solarium side, Master Bedroom, on that big window rappel, as well as Sloppy on the library balcony, they're actually hitting from both sides right now, which means pacing is very good for Mirage.
Yeah, that kill's going to help speed things up. But just like the last round, they need to make sure they keep on their toes. They do not want to let this advantage slip away. Rampy, who was able to get that opening kill in both round 4 and in the previous round number 3, is going to be part of this initiation on the top floor, this really last-second force that Mirage are trying to get going to force out these top players up above. Adam is going to feel the heat here flashed, and he's going to have to back off. Spirits is also in need of a rotate down below, and so he's going to do it. He'll pick up one, but losing Packer in the process. Rampy a double for him. Adam has since rotated back to safety, but this is a 2v4. It's going to be an uphill climb the rest of the way for Wildcard.
Yeah, the side isn't really playable, right? Soft destruction with those DMRs, you got breaching charges from canceling the Ash. If you're Wildcard right now, yeah, Spirits is the playmaker. Adam holds down the side, stops the plan from happening, but Spirits has to find at least one kill here on the extension, onto Fireplace or that blue staircase. If not, bomb site surely falls. Mirage, you see it right now, they bought that time early on. They're taking that time now. Join out the bomb site, find both players, and figure out how they get into the map efficiently without dying. They're about to do that just now.
Spirits, good one there. He'll back off now, claiming that kill, and now hoping to deny this push in the last 10 seconds. Kansan first to drop, first to fall. Adam now rotating around to see if he can do a little more damage here. There it is, that's another kill. Slothy is now the only player left, planning close to this bar stock door. Getting the kill there onto Adam, and Spirits on 1 HP up top, so vulnerable now. Slothy in a very secure position. Spirits hoping to find an angle to get this kill, but he may have to take this heads-up gunfight. And with 1 HP, oh, that's not looking likely. Slothy sees the drop. No way! What? Spirits wins it! A masterful shot. It's a triple kill on the round, and it's the 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, I think Surf summarized that. He says, nah, that's not supposed to happen. I mean, I even wrote in my notes, I'm not even gonna lie to you, I wrote 1 round for Mirage, 3 for Wildcard. I had to, you know, erase it and put the 4-0 instead, because, I mean, there's just no way you make a comeback in that situation. It was played out well by both teams, although I will say, Wildcard with a small error for the first time in the series so far. In that 2 versus 1, you can just kind of let Adam figure out if the last guy is planting or not, because there's only 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock. Instead of Wildcard, they did the quote-unquote safe play, where they both kind of just stay in corners and they wait for confirmation of the sound, or if they, you know, see the bomb going down. And it got them into that 2 versus 1. That became a 1 versus 1. Bit of hesitation as well for Mirage. They didn't drop with the flashbangs, so when they actually went for that the hatch drop from library into the bomb side, Adam wasn't blinded any longer. So they spent the flashbang, they ran away, they came back to the hatch, then they dropped without the flashbang, and the guy who drops dies. And that's how the round became a 3 versus 2 down to a 2 versus 2. We saw Rampy's face right there. Frustration. It's the second round. The Mirage arguably had no business losing, so Tilt can certainly be assumed to be settling in here.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, now it really is time for Mirage to step things up. They are on what we would assume to be the slightly favorable side of this map, Nick. And they just have not found any success just yet. They've came so close in so many different rounds, but they just have not been able to push it over the edge and take that win. Just a matter of time, though. Round number 5, it could be where things begin anew for them. Of course, they don't have another tactical timeout. They've already used that. So any adjustments that they want to make, any strategy changes, it's going to have to happen between the rounds. It's going to have to happen fast.
It's a very good point, actually. There's no breaks here, and the thing is, Wildcard for the majority of this game, they've been controlling when the action happens. They're always, again, looking for those early gunfights. So it's gonna feel like if you're a Mirage player, you're getting choked out very slowly. Everyone's alive, Kenson took a bit of damage, but the pace, again, there's a cost to this. A little bit slower, a little bit safer, but at least everybody's alive. Last time we saw Mirage clear that top floor hold of Master Bedroom, they did it quite well. They traded 3 kills, only losing 2 members, so 1 man advantage. Looking for that same kind of goal in this round.
Kansan, you see him deal with that barbed wire now, giving him a chance to potentially swing this piano double door, but 2 defenders sit on the other side, and any support he might have had from Rampy, well, that's no more. A well-placed Toxic Babe from Packer will also slow this assault. He'll throw another one out, use it to cover his retreat, but he'll just get caught out by Vertical and drop down. This nade should likely finish him off, and with that kill from Spiker, Mirage might just turn this one quickly to a 4v3 scenario, make it a 4v2 with Packer on his back. Spirits and Merc are gonna have to do the rest of the work here. Mirage, they've been in this situation before. They cannot squander this opportunity again.
Oh, they can't, they shouldn't. The C4 and Yellow Ping is there. They have some sort of intel, but it doesn't get the kill, just a little bit of damage. Exact same thing happening. Merc holding down the side, Spirits looking for a flank. If Mirage, they fall to it one more time. First one's shame on you. Second one, let's see.
Spirits nearly. Long range fight for the second one, and he's gonna lose that to Kansan. It's just Merc now, and he'll pick up 1 here, but he'll need 3 more. Solarium Stairs, his next target. Not gonna be easy though. 10 seconds, Mirage cannot get complacent. They can't afford it. And thankfully, Slothy will take matters into his own hands and play the trade from the other side. Mirage finally get on the board.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful, beautiful. They finally get it. That's the first round. They need this. I mean, if you go back 3-6 months and you say that you're down, 1-4 round count starting on the attacking side, you're thinking, oh, it's over. But there's still life here. Mirage, the defender-sided team, if they can get 1 more round, get that 2-4 half, they buy themselves a little bit of room, a little bit of leeway to make a few mistakes on defense and still be okay.
You saw a valiant effort put up there in the end by Spirits and Merc, but they couldn't do it. Mirage had secured enough of an advantage, and we're not about to let that slide again. And an important change, because in 3 rounds so far, I think Mirage have held the advantage at least at some point. Maybe it's been in the early round with an opening kill, maybe it's been towards the back half, but they just haven't been able to close. Finally, they shut the door on Wildcard and they claim their first attack. 1 more attacking round, 1 more chance to come out of this half with a bit more of an advantageous split, and at the very least, a bit more momentum going into the swap.
I'm surprised you don't see Solus every single round, and I guess where Solus has been a mixed bag when Merc played it, when they went for that run onto ramp and just kind of died. Wildcard, they had this pretty set pattern where when they play the base and bomb side, they play a lot of, trap-oriented operators. The Thorn, the Fenrir, the Lesion. That's because the Valkyrie is banned from Mirage. They need some sort of intel game to figure out where the attacker's coming from. And when they're going to initiate those engagements, they can then, weaken them with the gadgetry as well. And it makes sense. I would love to see a Solus here instead of an Oryx, just to get intel on where the drones are. Mirage, they have 9 drones alive. That is a very obvious sign that Solus is not being played. And Solus could just hunt those drones down, find them in prep phase, and make it more difficult to set them up. We did see Mirage last time they attacked this bomb site. They had really good rotation drones inside of kitchen, inside of library. And that was again because Solus isn't played by Wildcard on this particular bomb site of basement.
Well, Rampy will once again start things off well with an opening pick, something he's been successful in doing now 3 different times on the first 6 rounds alone. No Merc to provide any late round clutch like he had just a few rounds ago. So Mirage, once again, now press the advantage. using this extra space they've opened up, they should be able to take swift control of these top 2 floors. And Wildcard, feeling that pressure, should probably start to back off and play a bit safer.
Yeah, play safer might be what they need, but is it in their nature? That's the question. Wildcard, they have one mode typically, and it's to advance forward. And that's the same play they're making right now. Spirits going up the staircase in West Main. Adam up top floor. They're gonna split the sources 2-2. 2 people holding the bomb site, 2 people looking for those picks. Because again, when you're playing in numbers disadvantage, gotta try and find a pick somewhere.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Adam looks like he's waiting for the call to maybe pop out through the wall and get something done. Just send it in. Hasn't done it just yet, though. Maybe waiting for Mirage to actually begin their execute so he can go for this flank. Rampy's ready, though. He's going to be the one to go for the defuse. Vertical will cover him from the main stairs, and Kansan from the blue side. Adam will get 2 back here, and Packer just misses his chance. He knows where these final few attackers are, but he's just got to land the shots. Adam finds 3, Adam finds 4. Denied, though, on the ace, and it's all up to Surf. He knows where Kansan is, as the Ash just took care of Adam. But this back and forth, yeah, that's going to favor Mirage 5 times out of 5. It'll be Mirage who take the final attacking round and come out of the half with 2 rounds to their name.
They needed that so badly for the mental and for the round count itself. Adam was absolutely huge in that round. I didn't think the flank was going to be that successful because Wildcard, they took a little bit longer to set up the flank, right? We saw the bomb basically being planted down before the first kill happened, but then it was just a really quick fury. I mean, the second Adam got the first kill, it took only 5 seconds to get the following 3, and it came down once again to a 1 versus 1. But the post plant a little bit better this time from the side of Mirage. They also had a drone on the side, 6 of those alive, that gave the intel of whether or not Surf was actually going for the defuse or not. So we see right here from Kansan, he goes down the staircase, yellow ping comes out, he knows the defuse is happening, backs up. And then in the very end of that round, he actually seeks the engagement. Kansan showing confidence in the 1v1, something that's very important. We see so many times a player has to make the split-second decision. Okay, 20 seconds left, defusing takes 7 seconds. Do I go for the swing? Do I play on time? Kansan knew what he wanted there. Run down, fake it, run back upstairs, and swing back into the gunfight. No hesitation whatsoever. Small things like that can make a huge difference in the outcome of the rounds. Mirage, they buy themselves a little bit of wiggle room now, getting those 2 rounds, only putting Wildcard on 4. Imagine it was a 5-1 half. Wildcard, they get 1 attack, all of a sudden you look at a match point against you. You don't ever want to be in that position, of course, you can avoid it. You see Mirage can do better on the defense though, because they desperately need to do better.
Wildcard probably feeling comfortable though. Over the 5 times we saw this map played during the closed league portion of the NA League, we saw this go about 55% attacker side, about 45% defensive side. So that's pretty rough and it's pretty close. But it is enough that I'm confident Wildcard are feeling rather secure in their 2-round lead at the moment. Still a lot of work left to do, as Wildcard proved on their defenses. Attacking on this map is never easy. So they're going to have to stay tight. They're going to have to figure out a way to take care of this library hold, because you're getting a double impact trick from Rampy and Kansan. And so far, that's worked well.
Yes, I mean, again, the pace is so fast. The comparison between these 2 teams on the attacking side is monumental. This grenade is so good. I thought for a second there it wasn't cooked long enough. It doesn't get the kill, however. Just the injure. Maybe Spiriting in a flourish drone to try and confirm that kill. He has none left, actually. Puts him in an awkward position. I don't think they even think that he's downed either. Vert might be looking for the revive, but it's so risky. He's not sure if it's worth it here.
Kansan flashed. Surf slightly delayed because of the goo mine, so he's not going to pounce just yet. Wow. An incredible missed opportunity as Kansan was in the corner. For a moment, I'm like, there's no way he's still there, right? Still flashed and still prone. As a result, Mirage will get a nice free couple of early fights and kills. And Wildcard, they're going to have to adapt. Merc missing the spray and vertical with a little turn and burn. That's 2 for the Jaeger. Oh, and it's Wildcard in shambles here, as little things have just started to slip away. Unfortunate in Library how that all transpired, but now they can't reminisce. They're gonna have to just push through the pain here and find a way for Spirits and Packer to take care of these final 4 defenders.
Yeah, you see everybody from Mirage sprinting straight back down to the bomb site. They don't want to risk the roam, don't gotta get into those isolated confrontations. Just play the 4 versus 2 now, not 4 versus 1. It's Packer who's 0-5. I know chat's losing their minds saying, oh, he's got no kills, he's bad. He is a supportive cast, the backbone. Classic support round. 1 versus 4. Go clutch, have fun.
10 seconds.
Here he goes, finds 1, but that will be all for Packer. He did get on the board though, and that is a start. I believe he is 1-5 now after that round, looking to definitely make a bit more of a contribution on the second half of this map. But Mirage, this is looking eerily similar to their quarterfinal matchup, where they didn't take a single round for 5 rounds in a row. When they finally got the hang of things, when they finally found their stride, they never looked back. It was 14 rounds in a row. It was 7 rounds in a row on the first map, 7 rounds in a row on the next map. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. Wildcard are likely to get a round or 2 here or there, but Mirage have clearly worked out whatever kinks were getting them into trouble on that first half.
And it's just such a good sign as well, especially from a young team. I know most players in Mirage's roster, they aren't like amateurs, right? But the roster put together with these 5 players, with the support staff, is a new team. And being able to figure things out as you're going through it is very important. We saw Mirage's face cams a couple of rounds in, losing those rounds, when they're up 2 versus 1, when the bomb is planted. And it's just signs of frustration, right? You're like, oh, what are we doing? We're playing so bad. I mean, this is a map that Wildcard, they've yet to play. They shouldn't be good on it. They've had less time to practice it, etc. We should be winning here. That's what Mirage is going through right now. Wildcard, you're laughing. They got those 4 rounds. They clutched a couple of them, but aha. We got this one, boys. Don't worry too much. But now this interesting thing happens, right? This side swap after the 6th round, which is the last in the first half. And things are looking a little bit different. Mirage, they look very confident and comfortable in the first round. And they actually played so hard for that library hold, despite it being a kitchen defense. You could easily have thought that last round was a bar defense, but no, this one is. And if you do the exact same kind of hold, the question now comes, can Wildcard problem solve and fix the mistakes of the previous round, or will they falter in the exact same way back to back?
Slothy now feeling the heat. He'll drop away to safety. Good timing for him. Wildcard clearly doing a much better job, though, at taking control of Library. They still have top fireplace to worry about. They still have vertical to handle. But they have made like leaps and strides compared to what we just saw a moment ago. Sloppy has now retaken a position up above, but this time on the blue stairs, feeling a bit too threatened in Library to actually play inside that room itself, but still a threat for Wildcard to address.
There's gonna be a bit of a reset here from both teams. Wildcard, they burn so much utility to clear out the Library corner, which is exactly what they want. They got what they came for. But again, they only have 1 grenade left, no flashbangs. They gotta play around their gunplay for the majority of this round. Mirage still got 5 defenders alive. Rampy on the solos, getting intel. They're playing against even the Fenrir gadget in the basement. If Kenzen reads this correctly, he might get a free pick.
Oh, waiting for it, waiting for the swing, taking full advantage of that, and Spirits is cut down. That's exactly why those dread mines can be so lethal. Surf, though, will get a response. Now Merc will hop in to see if he can make something happen up above, but he can't. A crossfire is what he finds. A player down below and Fireplace is dealt with. Packer now trying to step up, and he'll do his job well. Playing the trade game nicely there. Mirage now find themselves down 1 for the first time in this round. But they're still in a decent spot. Wildcard still have a lot of work left to do and only have 3 bodies to get the job done.
We've seen this exact thing happen with the teams, on the opposite side of this equation. Spiker's gonna play the side, and Kansan look for the kill. Wildcard, they did the exact same thing. They should know this will be the likely outcome. They got 2 smoke grenades. That's gonna shield them to drop down the hatch and maybe get a plant down.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Spiker watching, waiting, taking advantage of Surf not looking the right way. Adam, who is still up top, hoping his teammates could do the dirty work for him, is now going to have to find a way to pull off a miracle, but he is simply out of time. Mirage That's 4 rounds in a row, and they managed to tie us up.
Maybe they are building that 14-round comeback. Who knows? I mean, right now it's looking very solid for them. And Wildcard, they did fall to that exact same thing where one person holds a side, other one goes for a cheeky flank. And the death that happened from Wildcard's side was not only the guy watching the flank, also the guy with the diffuser. So Adam's got to go from the, the hatch drop back into mezzanine and then figure things out. He's got 5 seconds. No way he's making that one. He sprints in, but he actually survives. That's how little time that was left in that round. Really weird, like, odd kind of open engagement in the basement where Wildcard is sending a lone player, no drone, no support, and it's not very like them. When we see them play Border, when we see them play most of the maps, I would say, they like to send in people together, with Merc being that spearhead, just jumping in, getting aggressive in places. Merc has taken a backseat more often than not on the attacking side so far, where he's playing on a window, holding a rotation, cooking the grenades. And that's the troublesome thing about playing Chalet. Those frag grenades are so valuable, and you only have 2 or 4 of them. So if Merc is going to become your inter player, he has to spend the grenades first. But by that point, half the round is burnt, and you're in this position where if you were to rotate elsewhere for a flank, it's going to take even more time off the board. So now you got to send other operators and other players to do the job that arguably Merc should be doing, and they're not really finding success with that. Of course, the bombs that play out differently. Mirage started defending kitchen into bar, and now into this basement bomb side. And a very big characteristical difference between them is that basement is typically your go-to quote-unquote bunker bomb site, where you get downstairs, you play like 4 guys on the site itself, deployable shields, utility, Goyo canisters, etc., and you kind of let the attackers come to you. But that's not the style that we've been seeing so far in this matchup. Wildcard, they had 3 people roaming. Mirage currently have 3 people roaming, and it's about setting up the other parts of the map. The Solas here, looking for drones, right? Shutting down the intel. Only found 1 so far. But what that means is that the drones from Wildcard are outside the building. They have no idea what the inside looks like. And then they got the Dread Mines and Fenrir, the Goo Mines to slow down the roam. And let's say Wildcard goes for a side execute, then they got the Goyo canisters to spread that fire for 20 seconds, allowing the roamers back onto the bomb side. This is like a 3-layer defense here from Mirage, and I quite like it so far.
Yeah, it's working. It's working real well. Wildcard, they take their tack time out. They're now going to have to see if they can, like Mirage did on their first half, use this time to regroup and see if they can find some success again. Just hasn't happened in a while for them, and it's going to need to get started off well. Merc on the entry up top will use a couple of drones at his feet to start manually clearing out this top floor by himself. Obviously no trade potential, no teammate immediately around him, but he will be joined eventually by Spirits, who will take up a position in office and assist him on this hold. Not too much pressure though from Mirage. You can see them starting to fall back, running through those tiers of that defense. As you mentioned, Nick, they're not getting overly in the face of this Wildcard attack, but they also aren't giving up any map for free.
It's played excellently so far. And again, it's up to the attackers to problem solve and deal with all these different areas of the map. Okay, roam clearing is hard, the bomb site is hard. No one's really peeking us, so we can't get any kills on the attack inside. Now they see those bomb site walls. Exothermic charge breach open the deep ones that are boiler, and then you get the A Selma charges for the single wall looking towards the car garage portion. And now Wildcard have a way in, technically speaking. But then what comes next? Well, there's actually no C4 because Goyo's playing the impact grenades, so there's no easy way here to deny a plant if they can get into a plant position. But look at this, the roam is fighting back.
Yeah, Kansan taking this heads-up gunfight with Merc and winning it. Rampy in a position to support him as well, and Wildcard, they may have had something building, but now they're in an awkward spot. Adam's just gonna try to force this and get this diffuser down. No coverage from up top though, so it's very risky in this post plant. Rampy takes advantage of that and takes care of Spirits up above. Surf on the coverage gets 1, but he's gonna need more than that. Hands in. It's another on this retake. Packer will come back inside to see if he can deny this pressure from above, and through the wall he can. Adam has an opportunity, takes advantage of that. 1 more, not quite. Spiker now the last alive. He'll tease this diffuser. looking to stick it. Packer, there it is, finds the angle and finds the shots. Wildcard back on their feet.
Got a little bit too close to comfort there. Wildcard, they get the 2v1. Adam dies, leaving Packer all alone. You know, Packer was 0-5 going onto the attack inside, and he's actually finding his stride right now, despite not really having that warm-up like the rest of his team, not getting into those engagements with the same kind of success. And I really like what Mirage did there, going for the flank, worked out. They got kitchen control, they got dining control, they had the hatch in their control as well, which is surprising to me as the plan actually did go down regardless of that. And even more so, I spoke about how they had all these like steps to defense, the roam, the fallback, the Qualifier, etc. They were missing one simple thing. They didn't have a C4. So they're trying to deny the plan, throwing out impact grenades, but they don't do a whole lot of damage unless they land right between your feet, and there's no line of sight to do just that. So impacts goes out, they basically tickle the plant, that's it, they don't do any damage, bomb goes down, and again, attackers are so favored in those post-plant positions. It's a great execute from both teams, but ultimately Wildcard, they read the situation just a little bit better.
I like that Spirits tried to play that top floor position in office, essentially shortcutting the fact that they did not have somebody in dining watching the hatch above the site. He played all the way up top and was hoping to cover that dining position from above. Of course, that didn't end up working. But the concept was there. Like, Wildcard knew that they didn't necessarily need to have dining control if Spirits could stay alive up top for a bit longer.
I like how you say that. The concept was phenomenal, right? It was like picture perfect, but then again, you lose a gunfight, somebody, you know, shoots you to the floor, whatever can happen, you know? All of a sudden, it's not looking all so good any longer. But they had a backup plan. Just came down to people picking up a gun, walking up with confidence, and trying to win those initial gunfights. Speaking of that, right now it's Wildcard looking to isolate Rampy downstairs, but what they don't know that we do is that he's out of there. Up the blue stairs he goes, get back to his teammates. What was a quick injury has come to a bit of a halt here from Wildcard's side, because Rampy simply just duped all the drones. Only 3 of them are killed though, still plenty to go around, but it significantly slowed down the attack.
That was well done. Rampy really did look like he was as good as dead. You had attackers on 2 or 3 sides of him at once, but he gets out of there. And Wildcard spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, and they get just about nothing for it. Thankfully, they've realized that now, so they'll shift their attention towards this top clear. Good shot from Adam. Merc looking to add on for one more as well, but he'll rotate around and see if he can pressure Piano from the balcony. So Mirage, they've been forced to fall off this position, but guess who's back? It's Rampy. And after being here in the early round, he's coming all the way back, and there it is. An easy kill for him as long as he hits his left mouse button, waiting for Spirits to get off the drone and see how much damage he can do. Finally, actually shooting and taking that kill. But Merc at the same time will get one up above, and honestly, Rampy, he did waste a little bit of time down there. Now he's got to get all the way back to support Spiker.
To be in, Rampy's always playing this bar library side. And yeah, it's paid off so far, but the bomb set is falling apart. Rampy's the last person alive, halfway across the map. No one can help him, and I don't think he has intel. He's got to clutch a 1 versus 3.
Good shot onto Merc. The arm spotted. But he can't do anything more than that onto Adam. Packer and Adam will now get just about as far away as they can, repositioning for these long angle fights that Rampy is going to be hard pressed to take. Packer up above, actually, might find himself in a gunfight sooner than he was hoping. But Rampy has telegraphed his position, and he is simply running out of time on the clock. He'll drop in, hit a nice one through the wall. Now tucking himself behind the bomb chassis. But Packer up top drops in way too soon. Packer exposes himself, and Rampy clutches it up with 4 kills.
Jesus, I mean, the shots he was hitting to win that round through the wall, vertically, going up and down staircases, dropping the hatch as well. I mean, it didn't look like that was going to happen whatsoever. I mean, Wildcard had on luck. They play one person upstairs, one person inside, and they're always walking backwards, basically refusing to confront Rampy in those gunfights, and I can see why. The second he forced himself into them, he won them immediately. We also saw that beautiful trigger discipline from Rampy early in the round, and there are kind of two outcomes to that. He was just aiming at Buck right here for a long while, waiting for a second attacker to come around, trying to pick up a double kill. Of course, we know that doesn't happen. He just gets a single. So it wastes a lot of time, where imagine Rampy killed the Buck immediately and then runs away. It's gonna send Wildcard into panic mode. Oh, the flank is open, the flank is open. What do we do? Instead, Wildcard, they feel like they got everything figured out, and it's why they hit the bomb site. Because they didn't realize that Rampy actually had crossed those drone lines, that drone network. But Rampy in that 1 versus 3 looked tough, but we know the outcome. He won every single gunfight, gets the counter defuse, and mentally speaking, Rampy needed that. He had a rough couple of first rounds. He had a long-looking face after some of those round losses. But with that, Mirage now tied up 5-5.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And Rampy is now 12-9. Packer definitely having a rough go, but overall, that was a round that you know he's going to be looking back on and regretting. Needed to hold up top a little bit longer. Needed to be a little more patient there rather than panicking, dropping down, and allowing Rampy the time to get the kill and the counter defuse. One situation that you're always going to look back on and say, all right, if we lose this map, we might know why. But it's those little things that add up. It's not just one moment. It's not just one round. We see these things over the course of the map. That right there, well, is one of them. You throw in a breaching round in an effort to take care of the frost mats. That's both of Surf's breaching rounds, and both frost mats, well, they're still up.
That's an issue because they might look for a quick one here, and they can't do that with the same kind of confidence because now they gotta shoot 2 frostmats before jumping in the window. So Wildcard had to adjust and adapt their attack right now, or just gamble it anyway. We know from the outlines that if those frostmats were destroyed, they could easily go for this. They'll still try it.
Interesting. Merc not covering all of his bases there. Thankfully, he's got Surf there to get the trade. Vertical, though, he's fighting good for Mirage. Spirits has found his way in, but exposes himself to Spiker. Takes a lot of damage. Talk about a disjointed attack. Wildcard, and they're a little bit all over the place here. Spirits will get that kill onto Rampy, who was, again, trying to do a little too much. What just happened? It's just Adam and Spirits now. Still 90 seconds on the clock, but they're the only ones left.
It's very disjointed. I mean, Spirits goes in for the plan and just ends up jumping right out. I don't know. It looks like they were trying to fully commit, but half the team truly didn't.
New mag.
Some blind spots, initial entry, of course, also eluded them. They fell very early on. And I will say Spiker on the Frost right now doing so much work, staying alive, finding a pick, doing damage onto the second member as well. And again, now there's no way in. Attackers are always struggling with this for both sides. They can get a pick. Actually, the Fire got an intro to Spiker. Maybe I spoke too soon. But how do you into the bomb site? Jump in the window? Probably not gonna work out. Kansas got you. Flank from lobby? Probably not gonna work out because Vert's got you. The bases are covered.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
He's made his way in, and Kansan hasn't swung yet. Does he know Kansan is here, though? That's the question. He doesn't. He's looking the other way. Once he hears the drop, there goes Kansan. He'll swing it. Vertical from the other side. Perfectly timed. Mirage take another.
Just like that, things get very exciting. I mean, let's put ourselves into the mindset of Wildcard real quick. If you're up 3 versus 1 against Rampy, bomb is planted, and you're thinking, there is no way we lose this round. You lose it. You know, a little bit distracted, maybe a little bit annoyed. This round happens. Surf gets that first pick on some mezzanine, but then he overextends and white swings top blue stairs when all they wanted was library control. And they got that, and then they overextend, they overreach, they get shut down, and it leaves the rest of Wildcard in a very awkward position. Spirits was the capital, was inside the bomb site, basically ready to plant when his teammates would cover him, but his teammates weren't even trying to cover. They're trying to go for more kills, being a little bit too greedy, I would argue, and they also lose that round back to back. Now they're staring down this really ugly match point text where you don't want to be here, right? You built a good early lead. Wildcard took the first 4 rounds in a row. Then Mirage took 4 rounds in a row. And then it's been a bit of a trade, but as we see, Mirage finding the last 2 out of 3 rounds. Now they go downstairs to basement once more. It is where the only successful attack from Wildcard transpired, so it's very possible they could do it again. But small operator changes here. The mirror being brought out, the Maestro being brought out, more bomb deny, I feel, or plant deny, should I say. So Wildcard might need to approach this round a little bit differently than last time.
Mirage looking to put themselves over the edge here after a troubling start on this map. They are now the first team with the chance to go 1-0 in this series, to lead going into map 2. Wildcard looking to stop that. They're really going to have to tighten things up. That last round, probably their worst attacking round yet from an overall strategy perspective. So regrouping here is going to be so important. You see them using these drones early to see if they can track down Rampy, the man who has really just been a thorn in their side on the roam this entire second half.
And he's just running around again. Starts master bedroom, sprints to the entire map, somehow not dying to either of the 2 members holding him on the rotation. And again, he just buys so much time. Drones also suffering, 5 dead, but Merc's getting to vertical. So Wildcard might not have that many drones left, but they're getting kills.
Yeah, they've started this round off well. They've taken care of vertical. Rampy very low, and you see that he's been spotted now. No one from Wildcard in position to collapse on that just yet, but Spirits will take care of Slothy in the meantime. It's really going their way right now. Kansan up top is going to have to pull off something crazy because Wildcard are sweeping through this map with confidence. And they are shutting down this Mirage roam piece by piece.
Only 2 drones left though. Kansan could be the hero of this round. He's roaming inside a library, so he's very far off the map, but there's no flank drones, and he's solo, so he knows if there would be one, where it would be. Wildcard, as you get the bomb sets open up, but look at Rampy, always running, always aggressing, always getting those picks.
Merc up above, seeing if he can do some damage there. Without Packer, they still have the advantage. This should be fine if they can avoid the impacts coming in from Kansan and Spiker. Merc, though, he's gonna do this one the old-fashioned way. Gotta watch out from Rampy behind. A quick trade. That'll get that job done. Kansan is now the only one who can do anything about denying this plan. He's on the Solus, no better operator for it. But he has 3 gunfights to take, and that is simply not going to be allowed to happen. Wildcard recover, and they send us to overtime.
That is the scariest version of this Wildcard team. When they are successful on the roam clear, which they typically are, they're just so quick and they're so lethal, right? They storm into Trophy Kitchen, and Rampy does a really good job. He recognizes that he might have clutched around, he might have like 12 kills plus, but you can't be the main character every single round. Sometimes you gotta give up a fight and go play with your teammates, get back towards the bomb side. And Rampy was quite literally sprinting through the entirety of the map, second last player alive once more, and just doing so much work. But I want to see somebody from Mirage help him in these rounds. Either set those cameras and give him intel, play Echo, give Rampy a yoga between his feet he can play with or something like that, because right now it is just him doing everything on defense, it looks like. Of course, in overtime, it's gonna be side swaps based on who chose what, if overtime would have become available. Wildcard, they're in defense. Mirage, you're in attack. Where they start right now, they'll play on those 2 out of 3 rounds. This is effectively now a best of 3 in round count. And if you're defending, then statistically, you're very happy. Because defense has won 4 out of the 6 rounds on both halves so far in the series.
Yeah, Chalet, maybe overall this stage has been more attacker-sided, but this game, very clearly, it's gone the way of the defense, 4-2. So Wildcard likely happy about that. Merc very clearly looking to set the tempo here now that they're back on their favored side. Already going for a bit of a spawn peek, seeing if he can catch anyone from Mirage off guard as they're working their way up towards the building. No one will be exposed to that angle, however, as once again they are cautiously approaching, keeping an eye on these windows, knowing exactly what Wildcard like to do.
And that's the thing. Once you start figuring out your opponent and you play around it, that's when you start finding success more and more often. If you expect Wildcard to swing you, and they actually do, but you're holding that angle, you're gonna get a free kill. And we actually see Wildcard playing a lot more passive this time in overtime. We see them falling back the second there's too much pressure, right? The Kairos went down, Spirits falls back. Nobody's running out the trench door. They're not making that mistake 2 times in the series. And they're trying to do what Mirage did, where they layer the defense. Instead of fighting the entire round out in the first room of engagement, Killjoy fall back, Killjoy fall back. But again, a lack of soulless from Wildcard's defense means that it's hard to find those drones. Mirage have only lost 3 of them. They have a ton of information to work with. Still half round in play. Mirage is just waiting for the right moment to strike here and to use that last Togepi phone call.
Calling them up.
Well, you hear the EE1D from Slothy come out, seeing if they can pinpoint any defensive locations before moving in. Like you said, they're just waiting for their opportunity to strike. Does just feel like a matter of time. They will have to worry about Merc, though, who's got a C4 in hand. Sending Spiker sky high now. Packer likely to do the same. Careful, blue stairs. Packer misses his chance. That gets Adam killed, and now he goes down too. A little disaster up top for Wildcard, and now Mirage equalize the man count.
Even in a default camera top, Lula could have given the intel win to swing for Packer, and he's kind of sold his teammates short there. But 3v3 is still good for defense. You're scattered across, Merc holding side, 2 roamers across the map. Mirage, they got no tools. They got 3 flashbangs. They can try and get the bomb site. 1 Lions and then EE1D might be their saving grace in this round. You gotta pop it, flash it, drop it, and hope you can get inside the side.
They've popped it. Here goes Vertical down the stairs, keeping an eye on bar stock. A very powerful position to try to deny, but Merc, he's sitting right there, and he is thriving right there. That's a quad kill. The ace on the other side of the wall, and he's gonna get it. That's all 5 for Merc. And Wildcard, they send us to overtime, and then they take the lead in overtime.
So, Merc pulls out a 4K in regulation, an ace in the first overtime round, Rami pulled out a 4K, Adam pulled out a 4K. This entire game is just individual heroics right now. Players are playing out of their mind in individual rounds. And it comes down to, again, you know, the attackers, they seize the right opportunity in the right moment. And they get it. There's a small gap. We see right here, Packer not there to counter the initial entry. And you're thinking, oh no, surely that's it, right? But no. Good old Merc on the side, anchoring down, playing from 1 corner position, finding 3 picks. 16 kills to his name. The ace on your screen, as we see. Sides will swap once more. And would you look at that? Of course, attacker repick is in play. This could change. But Spirits might bring out the Monty in overtime as well to kind of round things off nicely for Wildcard. Mine's like Mirage, they specifically target ban Spirits as Blitz. But Monty can do a similar job. You're not as quick, you're not as lethal, but you're very safe, you're hard to get rid of. And one thing that Wildcard did struggle with was that initial entry and the intel as well. Mirage has been so good destroying drones, and what better way to get intel than being a living, walking, really hard to kill drone of Monty. This is a great answer, I think, and it's gonna come as a surprise to Mirage as well, because they've played a full game of regulation, but not a single Monty in play.
The one danger, of course, is that with that Monty in play, you have to play more coordinated than ever. You need to play off of Spirits so incredibly well in order to find any impact from him. Yes, he can kind of move in alone initially, but as soon as you're working your way into a crossfire, you need someone behind. You need several people behind Spirits in order to capitalize on the intel that he gets. The coordination has been a little bit of a problem for Wildcard on their attacking side. We saw it just a couple of rounds ago. Maybe the Monty can force them to play that game, though, and get them back on their feet. Right now, they're getting intel with their drones. At least they're trying to figure out what they're dealing with up top. They've spotted Vertical, and Merc is now going to see if he can send a nade in to deal with that. But for now, Vertical will remain unscathed.
That would have been a phenomenal nade to get that opening kill, but a good read there from Mirage. They coordinate, say, hey, there's a drone looking at you, buddy. You gotta move along. And this is where the Monty comes in play. Find the gadget tree, walk up and get that intel. But I think you're completely right. You have to play around the Monty, and Spirits has to communicate with his teammates what he wants from them. But look at this coordination. Walks in, Fenrir gadget. Ash Tosh comes out 2 times in a row. Now they got that bulletproof camera to deal with. And they're slowly making progress up top and forcing Mirage further and further back on this top hold.
The nade from Merc missed. So Spirits is going to have to just face check it and clear it. He'll step on into Master. He knows there's no one on his right. There is vertical thrown behind the bed, though. Spirits is aware of it. You see the Z-pings. He is aware that there are several players pressuring this angle, so he needs the support from behind him. Vertical is getting lit up now, but Spirits is going to try to fight this. Serve supports it from bathroom, but now the Monty goes down, and the shield loses his life. Adam is there to respond, and that is something. They take care of Rampy and they take the advantage, but now they're really going to have to keep it tight. They've lost the Monty. You better play perfect.
But they got what they wanted. Full, roam presence, vertical control. They got a ton of soft utility on the Ace and the Ash. They don't have side breached open though, so Merc has to find a kill on the initial flank, otherwise there's no way in for them.
Slothy, what a time to find a kill. The 416 working wonders onto the Ace. Adam with 13 kills, no more for him in this round. And with 15 seconds, Merc is just crouch walking into the site. He's got an opportunity here. Oh, but he misses his chance. Spiker shuts him down. Here comes the drop, but Slothy covers it well. Packer is now alone against the world. No chance to get the diffuser down. It is round 14 for Mirage, and round 15 is what we'll need to see the conclusion of map 1.
Oh my god, it's gonna go all the way. And again, those very small things, right? If Merc walks in and actually finds a kill there, the entire round can look, it can go the other way for Wildcard, basically. But Mirage, they knew they had bomb site control, playing very far back. There was no vertical destruction on the floor inside Solarium, which allowed them to play inside a trophy room instead, playing very far back, very conservative, and just hold that hatch drop, just waiting down time. It's a beautiful mini execute upstairs, where Wildcard, they did trade in even numbers, and then they said, you know what, let's sprint back to the bomb site. We don't need top floor right now, and they were right. They burned enough time. They killed the important operator of Monty, and they played that round beautifully. The issue now is, if you're Mirage, you're in attack again. It's not where you want to be in overtime, but it's where you are. And this is it. This is the final round. There's no going backseas, take backseas, or changing it up. Of course, if you're Wildcard, you got to choose, okay, where do we defend? Only bomb site that was locked for them was bar, so they cannot go back to it. And we haven't seen Master Bedroom really being played this entire stage across any region. It's always been basement, bar, and kitchen. Basement will be the final destination for us. It's where attackers, they have been more successful than not. It's a dangerous one for Wildcard. They got that same lineup as previously, with Adam on the Oryx. Last time he went absolutely massive with a 4K, although it did not get them around as Mirage to clutch it out on the attack.
Foreign games, Wildcard went there twice, at least in regulation, and they won it twice. They went to Kitchen and Dining twice. They were 1-1. They went to Garage and Wine Cellar twice. They were 1-1. So this one has gone both directions. Mirage have found some success here. And for them, if they want to take this win on the attacking side, no less, all they've got to do is replicate that. First step, as always, deal with this roam, and Merc is going to be the threat that they have to track down. Adam as well, these two players combining for 29 kills and looking to add a bit more to their tally.
Yeah, we can destroy them early or get those opening kills all of a sudden. Not a lot of kills on this side of Wildcard. You still got Spirits. Serf's got 9, it's not all too bad. Operator lineup though, Slothy, Mirage, bring out the Nomad, recognizing that the flank has been an issue. They can try and take like a limited top floor take, take library, take towards, office master bedroom, put up the air jabs, make the flanks more difficult to be achieved from the defenders, and they also get the opening kill. This is the second time, by the way, Merc is standing in that exact position, where he just kind of walks to the rotate on side, either swinging the breach trying to get a kill, or just not really realizing that it's opened up. It's not going to be good for the defending side. You don't want to lose a member like that to spikers being outside the building. That's the worst way to go down.
He was spotted on the rotation by that drone from Slothy, and some good communication from Mirage net them the first kill. Vertical, though, is trying to take a lot of space by himself. He is all the way through that blue hallway, and he is in a very precarious position. Up top, Rampy will lose his life, but Vertical will end up getting a trade, sending Spirits down for good and giving site control here to the attack. Slothy, that's another. Spiker now looking to get this diffuser down, and it is all Mirage right now. Surf is the last alive, but not for much longer. It took all 15, but Mirage take the opening map.
And Vertical just finding that smaller gap walk that a boost there, just getting so much control. And I mean, oh, you see Packer making that call, I need help, I need help, I need help. Like they're rushing the bump side, and it's to their demise. They impact run in, but they die, they get shut down. Rampy also, so many big moments in that game. It's gonna be a great series.
Mirage take their own map pick of Chalet. Wildcard look to Oregon to see if they can bounce back. That's coming up next.
Stuff about a op is like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, let's do it. In my opinion, having Fenrir on that map, Skyscraper, is very, very overpowered, overwhelming as well. And I feel like the way to how to counter him is bringing either a Twitch. Hopefully you can get lucky enough those traps are activated. If not, you're gonna have to toss and hit at them. But also having Brava on right by your side to like counter those Fenrirs. Those omen flashes are going to be really like strong, especially if you want like an entry to walk up the stairs and hopefully to shoot him right in the like having him right at you, and then or even having to like shoot those 2 Fenriers right off the spot, because the way how like he's designed, if you shoot those 2 Fenriers, whether activate, you will only have 1 more Fenrir trap to like activate, and I feel like hitting Fenrir on that map is very, very strong, or even just maybe hopefully you just spawn kill him. The guy to counter or just toss a nade right at him, and I feel like he's just too strong. I have not practiced that enough. I've only scrimmed that map like at least 3 times.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize I'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server wreck with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost, you know, 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time, right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Mirage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, and I'm the sun. Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass Consulate and Nightheaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
If every map in this series is about to come down to the wire the way that first one did, I'm going to need a trip to the hospital sometime around the middle of map 3 because that thing was crazy. Mirage ended up taking their own pick on Chalet, 8-7, and it looked like Wildcard were going to run away with this thing early, and then suddenly things get way tighter.
Yeah, what a fun map that we just saw. I love a map where it always comes down to the late round. You never know who's going to win until the final few seconds of each round, and this was exactly that style of game. We saw so many clutch rounds. We saw so many rounds which should have gone towards one way, end up falling the other. It just felt like a really, really crazy game. I want to shout out Merc, who started super duper hot in this game. He put up a crazy amount of kills, most of them impactful, really big rounds with the C4 to start. He had the ace the first round of overtime. He put in so much effort, but at the end, it wasn't enough.
No, and I want to talk about Rampy specifically. Rampy was a very much a standout player for me. We didn't talk about him too lot throughout this entire stage, so it's good to see him now here in the LCQ popping off, doing the things he's doing. He was getting tons of initial entry kills. He was getting double kills to round out the round. And ultimately, Rampy, this is the Rampy that I was used to seeing way back even when I played. He was typically a very more known standout player, and he's been a little bit in the shadows, I think, with this new Mirage roster overall, but good again to be talking about him here at the LCQ and performing the way he is and putting up the numbers. And everyone across the board on both sides were really well across the board, just performing outstandingly, in my opinion.
Certainly, and I think Rampy did really good, especially on those early rounds on attack, right? Entering in on the buck, having really good positioning, especially. This was one of those rounds as well where we saw some really good positioning in the post plant. But I think there were some mistakes coming through as well. This one from Packer, you called out Lax. pushing up really aggressively in the 4v3, giving up that man advantage. It was the Merc Ace round, so it was okay, but there were a lot of these kind of little mistakes. I thought Packer made a good couple on Wildcard. We saw some more from Mirage in the late round as well, especially those early couple of rounds. Really tough for some of those moments there.
And I'll say this, we did talk about Mirage fixing their attacks, and granted, they did go up 4-0. I do think Mirage played really well on their attacks. I do believe, though, their ultimate downfall was their post plants. But they got those plants down. It looks like it was going to be a round one for them. And kudos to Wildcard for coming back and getting those retakes and securing those rounds. But I do ultimately think Mirage has made tons of improvements in their attacks from the last time we saw them the other day into now. Huge upgrade in those attacks.
I mean, yeah, that was the initial thing we were looking for them to improve on. It was just from the LCQ, and like Jesse mentioned, that was a sticking point from earlier in the stage, but so long as we start with that, things are certainly looking up for them. And I think everybody in chat will be disappointed. I believe most channel points did end up going to Wildcard. And wait, Jesse, where'd you go?
I didn't go far, Jacob. I just stepped up quickly to the telestrator machine to do a little bit of a breakdown for you guys because there was a sick round in here that I really wanted to cover, something that a lot of people may have missed. This is going to be the Rampy 1v3 clutch round. And the thing I want to highlight before it even begins, we're 39 seconds left in the prep phase. Take a look at Vertical, placing down a bulletproof. This is facing up towards the roof in the planter. And what this will do is it will actually be able to look upwards through these rotation holes that you can see into the bomb site. Keep this in mind. This is going to be such a critical BP because as the round goes on, if we flip all the way 3 minutes into the future, what you'll see is we get Rampy in a 1v3 position, and take a note at this. Once again, there's a 5 ping coming out. This is being used, who's number 5 on the scoreboard, by Kansan on this bulletproof camera placed earlier in the round by Vertical, feeding information. What I want to highlight here too is there's a plant going down right here. You can see him behind the bomb chassis. Somebody is planting, but the ping isn't actually going to the planter. Most of the time, this bulletproof camera is going to be on the fridge or somewhere inside a kitchen, and you'd be pinging the planter here, but that's not what happens. Instead, we see the ping from Kansan on the person going for the coverage, and this feeds the intel into Rampy. If we play the clip, you'll see that when he runs up, he knows exactly when to pre-fire, a clean pick onto Merc, and he puts himself in a much better position. Now, he loses this initial fight. He doesn't find the frag, but later into the post when he drops, it's a nasty shot onto the final player covering on Adam, and it's just Packer left in the 1v1. Packer panics. He throws down the flashbang. He drops before the flashbang pops off and explodes. He's assuming that Rampy's gonna stick to the diffuser here. He doesn't, and that's why he loses the fight. If he's a little bit more passive, if he doesn't drop right away, he's in a better spot because he's blind, but also if he doesn't drop right away and he sticks the disable, then he also loses the round. So tough spot for Packer, but I just want to showcase how those tiny little moments can cause all the difference. So congrats to Rampy for that flank. Congrats to Mirage for winning this map, and let's go down to some more breakdown.
MRG had the heads-up plays, and that was the reason they won this bad boy in the first place. If it's an 8-7 game, even minuscule details like that can win or lose you a map. So let's talk about map 2. We've already gotten through the first one. That was Mirage's pick. They did their due diligence, and now it's Oregon. But again, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like every time we see Oregon, I just wonder, is this the right map for anybody involved? It's a weird one.
In my opinion, Mirage are looking better and better with every time we see them. So I have no doubt going into Oregon. We've talked about Oregon about a million times on this desk throughout this broadcast. This is a very simple map. There really isn't a lot that you're going to pull out that should surprise another team. So in that regard, I'm expecting some crazy gunfights, straight just in your face sort of plays, the disrespect that we're going to see going into this map. I can see this again being a very close map.
Wildcard, a 3-0 lifetime record on Oregon with wins over Space Station, Dark Zero, and Beast Coast. 3 hugely important games as well. They're going to need to win it if they don't want to lose here in the semifinals.
So a 3-0 start, but they're on attack first. Mirage on defense, like you mentioned, are really, really freaking good when it comes to it. So, Lax, what are we thinking? Who takes map 2? Do we see a 2-0 here?
I want to see it go the full distance, so I'm saying Wildcard.
Jesse, are you just going to disagree with him on principle?
Absolutely not. If we don't get a 3-map series out of this best of 3, that's going to be very disappointing.
All right. Well, hey, Mirage have the opportunity to take the gamblers out of the casino and just go all the way to the LCQ Grand Finals by themselves. It's map 2, it's Oregon, and it's Pengu and Jays Wills.
Thank you, Jacob. Yes, it is map 2 in what really does feel like a 3-map series, doesn't it, Nick?
It does feel that way, and it concerns. Well, I am concerned rather for the players, because if you win this matchup, you got another, got another best of 3 ahead of you. You got a long day here for these teams. So ideally, you want to go, into these games, win quickly and take a bit of a breather and prepare, rest up, get some food, etc. If you're going to go the distance, first map, all the way to round 15, max overtime, well, you probably want the quicker second match, and it can only really go as slow or quicker than that of the first one. Oregon, though, as Laxing said, it's going to come down to the disrespect, the gunfights, and again, the individual heroics, which we saw a lot of in the first map of Chalet. So I think both teams are pretty happy here. We're going to see the bans go out, and some things they will change, and some things will stay the same. Spirits is Blitz banned out in map number 1, as well as in map number 2.
Yeah, Mirage want nothing to do with that. They saw maybe just 2 days ago that Wildcard were pulling out the Blitz every once in a while, that they were comfortable with that, making it very clear that they do not want to have to deal with that flash shield. And not surprisingly, the Ying is also taken off the board, one of the most powerful attacking operators on Oregon, and why she is banned almost every single time. Just thinking about that basement site for one, a very, very tough site to attack, but one that becomes a lot easier when you have some Candelas to throw down that E-box hatch, to throw into pillars, to throw into freezer even, and it really frees up your options. But Wildcard, starting off on the attack, will not have that option, as they are very likely to have to attack the basement site first.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're not starting basement, what are you doing, right? It's one of those... like 9.99999 out of 10 times you will start on bomb site. There's no reason not to. Like, it's not even like you can be a bad team at defending basement bombs at Oregon. No, it's just, it's so easy that it works in your favor as a defending team. Everyone goes there every single time without failure. And funny enough, it's been that way pretty much since the beginning of the game, before Oregon got reworked. Basement was also the primary bomb site way back in 2015, 2016. Some things never change. Mirage still gonna be feeling quite good after that impressive comeback on Chalet. It did not start out all that good for them, but oh my, did they show up. And it was a team effort. I think every single player finished at 10 kills or more, if not mistaken. But Rambi, of course, individually winning some rounds. Merc, same story for Wildcard. Adam almost won a round single-handedly as well for Wildcard. But Oregon is gonna be more about probably like playing closer together. It's a much smaller map. You can't roam as offensively. At least you would attempt not to see that being the playstyle. I do like this though from Kenson. Just pick up the Solace and get some proactivity out here, right? Look for those drones. Nothing's happening. We got 3 of them in the perfect phase already. Look for a swing, fall back. Don't overstay your welcome. This is all about the bomb site down below. If you lose a member on the roam like this because you stick out for a little bit too long, that's a massive blunder on your side on defense. So it's all about for the attackers, how quickly, yet safely, can you clear the entire map and then get to those, the hatch breaches. And typically the pace we don't look at here is that you start breaching those basement hatches between 130 and 145 seconds left in the round.
Well, as you said, that basement site, really, you could just put all 5 defenders down there and you're still going to have a lethal defense. It's not all about the roam necessarily, like it is on a map like Chalet and kind of what we saw throughout map number 1. And as such, this map generally depends a bit more on coordination than individual hero plays. Of course, every map in Siege does have its place for those hero plays. It's always possible to see those clutches, but it's just not going to be as likely here on Oregon. And so it's going to have to be a coordinated effort from everybody on this roster if they want to get the job done. But speaking of, Wildcard, in their coordinated effort to get these hatches open, have done so in exactly the timeline that you prescribed, Nick, at around 135, 140. That E-box hatch got opened wide.
Yep, so right on schedule right now. That means that they're not at a disadvantage on the attack. If you start breaching those hatches now at like 1 minute 10 seconds, you're gonna really hurry up the next step of the strategy. What we just witnessed was the roam clear. That's the drone phase, the setup stage. Now we're looking at slowly getting close to that execution step. Just throw out the last few barbed wires, clear the util, Nate comes out, and then surely shortly after, his execute should be on the way.
Spiker, still in Harry Potter, in a good position to deny that very thing. unable to open up an angle onto that position. It just means that Wildcard are going to have their work cut out for them as they drop into E-Box. Surf will turn around and finally deal with the smoke. Adam was dropped in the process, though, so essentially this is now a 3 versus 3 as we near that final 30-second mark. Merc has now joined his team down below. Packer, he's taking up that position in bunker and looking towards elbow, but he's not going to find much luck there. He's going to have to play with his team. A last-second drone to get a bit of intel before they work their way on in. Surf identifies that it's clear, no C4s left. He's going to attempt the plan. Merc gets shut down on the coverage, but Surf is doing his job to perfection. Doesn't even need to get this diffuser down. He can just do it all himself. But as the clock nears that 0-second mark, he had to stick it, and the coverage was not sufficient.
Oh, I mean, it's always tough in these positions to play, right? And I think Wildcard played it really well there to start things off, where Surf starts planting, but they recognize that someone like Rampy and the rest of Mirage, because they have no C4, because Smoke died earlier on, they have to run in and take these gunfights. So Surf starts planting, baits the push, gets off it, and they actually find picks. They get into a 2 versus 1. That's exactly where you want to be. But they cover from Packer, just not there. And it looked like there's a bit of miscommunication, because if Surf is gonna stick the plant in the corner, Packer doesn't have to swing out offensively. The last defender said, well, it's Kansen with no impact grenades. He has to swing you. We can argue that, okay, Packer was confident, he wanted to go for that kill, etc. And that may be. But it did look like for a short moment there that Packer was expecting Surf to swing with him for that 2v1 swing, but the timer simply didn't allow for it. If the plant didn't start going down, they would have lost on time. And Kansen wouldn't need to fight for it. It's an impressive shot though from him. And it buys Mirage. Very first round, something they couldn't do on Chalet. They lost the first 4 in a row before finding any type of success. But they're warmed up now. And you can definitely tell a big difference from the first couple rounds in Chalet to the last couple on Chalet. Looking a lot better.
Also helps, of course, that they are on the defensive side of Oregon here, so they are likely to be able to settle in and find their stride rather quickly. It's Wildcard who have the real responsibility here to try to defy the odds and get as many attacking rounds as they can before they eventually switch over to the defense. Round 1 had its moments, but obviously wasn't perfect for them. So they're going to see what they can do here in round number 2 as they begin this roam clear on the first floor. Slothy, their target on the Solus, positioned between kitchen and security right now, will be a threat that they have to take care of if they want to work their way up and begin some vertical destruction.
That's a risky swing, Slothy. Not necessarily necessary, but he goes for it anyway. An Oregon is a map where somebody like Merc has a lot more freedom. You have Spirits with the grenades and a more supportive role on that self-destruction duty, and Merc becomes this really quick spearhead that Wildcard can utilize, and it's how they're taking map control so quickly. Merc, one of the fastest players in North America when it comes to entering, and he's very consistent, and it's why Wildcard look at the bomb set walls halfway into the round.
Good kill there from Packer. Good for him to get on the board early. Needs to find that momentum, but as I say that, he will get shut down quick as he tried to make a move towards the master balcony. Mirage start to work their way against this advantage that Wildcard had initially secured. You'll see the flashes come in now for this attack, and they're really starting to try to force this defense back. A lot of work left to do, though, because with Packer gone, they're just not going to have the hard breach potential they were hoping to have at this point in the round.
Attackers recovered.
Worth doing Spikers in the master bedroom clause with a soft wall. Just reinforce it, then it's open the rest of the round. But Merc's just in. This is just Merc doing Merc things.
Yeah, he's just in the site. Spiker, he didn't know where he was, so Spiker was able to take advantage of that and get the kill no problem. Nade from below could be perfect, and yes, it is. It's just Kansen now. Knows there's someone at the dorm's window, knows there's someone on white stairs. He clearly has the information. They're just gonna have to find the 3 kills, and that's easier said than done. He finds the first, but around the other side, it is Surf who gets it done, and Wildcard make it work on dorms.
That's one of the big differences between that base and bomb site that's so quote-unquote easy to defend versus, well, the other 3 bomb sites, is that The opening kills can be found for the attack like we saw from Merc, because sure enough the defender swung out the door, but when you're defending the tertiary bomb site of meeting and kitchen, or kitchen and dining, or this Kidstorm bomb site, attackers will walk on in, they will get into some relatively early engagements because you can't just play 5 people on the bomb site. And while Sluffy didn't need to swing the door right there, there's a high chance he would die regardless. He's surrounded by enemies, he doesn't know what's clear, he can't really fall back, and it just kind of builds from there. And it's why being a strong attacking team on Oregon, it allows you to go for those opening kills and build yourself those man advantages. And it's so important because later on when you finally get to that bomb site, you have more guns looking at your opponents than they have looking at you. And that's just like the really simplified version, because Oregon only has a couple of ways in. Like Kidstorm defense site, which is witnessed, okay, big window jump in, wide stairs walk up, and then trophy door. That's the only real like 3 places you can be attacked from. If you only have 2 or 1 defender alive to watch it, there's always gonna be a gap. So when you're defending Oregon, you like having 3 to 4 defenders alive, because that ensures you can watch quote unquote everything that you need. So not having those numbers, like Mirage didn't, it allows for those gaps to happen, for Merc to walk on in, etc., and to exploit their advantage. Wildcard looking for a different round here though. Mirage going from primary downstairs to upstairs to a tertiary bomb set of meeting and kitchen. And that's where you see the Osa and Amaru in play. Very standard stuff. Amaru can take big tower control, go for a late round flank possibly. And of course Osa has those Talon shields, much like the Munty, that allows you a place to plant behind once you get to that bomb site.
A lot of people watching competitive Siege for the first time, maybe looking at the Amaru on this site and, might be a little bit confused. It's not like there is a window you can just rappel on into in the objective itself, but it's all about getting in the building quickly, using that Gara hook to get up to T3 and taking that space. And while Spirits is able to do that and remain unscathed, the same cannot be said for Merc, who tried to do far too much, far too quickly. Jumped in the green hall window, got shut down from Spiker, and so it'll be left to the rest of his team to pick up the pieces. Spirits manages to tie it up by taking care of Kansan and Attic, but down below, in the site itself, is where their attention will have to shift to next.
Yeah, I think people look at Merc and go, what is he doing? That's such a dumb play. But I think Merc was going for what I call an off-pace play, where it's very evident from the defenders that Wildcard was not in the position to do anything yet. So Merc is like, okay, if I do something right now, massive surprise factor. He tosses in the grenade, which, covers the sound of the vault in. And if, Spiker wasn't there to kill him on a jump in from the green hallway, he would have gotten into kitchen, probably gotten a kill or 2. So while Merc did do a really high-risk, high-reward play, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. But this drone chase right here, that's beautiful. The drone work, the instant reaction, the bulk of surf downstairs, pops the wall, pops the head, and that allows the Talon Shield to go down to start that plan.
Yeah, now with beating opened up, the Talon Shield will get placed down initially, but quickly burned through by an impact grenade. And Adam, now out of those shields, will need to find a way to make do. Thankfully, they have the advantage, so they shouldn't be in too much trouble here. Surf can provide the cutoff in the green hall with the shotgun. Spirits can cut it off up above. And Adam, he'll be responsible for the coverage, but the C4 comes in at the perfect time. Now Adam's gonna have to recover the diffuser himself, and now the bodies for Wildcard start to fall, and this becomes a problem. Sloppy up top, allowed to get into position and get the kill. Spirits misses his chance, and once again, Wildcard need to pick up the pieces. Flank from below, Vertical's been spotted, but he just barely misses his chance. Rampy stepping up, and he does so just in the nick of time. 2 for Rampy, and Mirage steal that one away.
Oh boy, it really is close in these rounds, and they both played it so well. I mean, the read there from Spirits that he knows there's a guy flanking basement tower stairs, knew this guy flanking attic, and that's again when it comes down to when you have enough defenders alive, you can threaten the right amount of angles or cover the right amount of angles. They started things off with Valkyrie down in the basement, tossing a C4. That kills the Panther first. Then they're down into that 3 versus 3. And then all of a sudden, they flank from basement up the tower staircase. A member flanks attic from top floor. And the third person on defense is pushing the bomb set itself. That was Rampy. And it puts the attackers that only have 2 members alive now to cover 3 angles with somebody else planting as well. So there's not enough lines. Despite the intel was there, they had drones yellow ping in the positions, but only 1 gun to work with it. looking good for Mirage in these rounds. They got the setup, they got the problem solving, and I mean, it's very small mistakes, if anything, from Wildcard, right? They take downstairs control, they kill Spiker downstairs, but then they kind of surrender downstairs control shortly after. It gets retaken by Vert, who has a C4. We see it right here. C4 comes up, whoop, he's dead. So they do all that work downstairs to kill a mute who didn't even have a C4, only to then get C4 by the Valkyrie instead afterwards. That's tough. And it's where you're gonna go back now and say, okay, what if Merc didn't go for that off-pace play that coulda, woulda, shoulda worked out, but did not? Well, you had one spare gun that probably would have covered more things, and maybe that round plays out differently. But that's hindsight. It's always 2020. And I think if you are Merc in a scenario, that's your instinct. You believe in that play, you go for it, and it could have paid off massively. It just didn't. Of course, the OSA as well got heavily countered, and that's kind of why OSA has gone from like a relatively high pay grade operator to, I would say, barely being played recently, is because you normally have two sets of impacts and defense now, because you play like Wamai, Asami, Solis, and Lesion, and they all have impact grenades. And, you know, you only have 2 talent shields. 4 impact grenades versus 2 talent shields, the math doesn't add up. You just nullify the gadget of OSA entirely. She becomes basically a walking thermal with a hot breach with a 5.56 weapon, and that's it. So Mirage, you read the strat, you predicted the OSA, and had the right utility to clear it and deal with it.
Question is, do they have the right utility to deal with the Monty this time? Spirits is bringing the shield back, and he is just heading straight on down into Freezer. Under the watchful eye of Rampy on the mirror window, you've got someone providing the crossfire in Freezer as well, so Spirits will not aggress too far too fast. Needs to wait for some support, and since Merc has backed off, they're gonna wait before they eventually get a move on. As before, Wildcard have made good progress through the early round here. Minute 30 on the clock, and now these hatches are getting popped open.
Again, same good pace, little bit slower, but not anything of importance. And I think the Munchie's gonna buy you time back later on, because it allows you to actually get into that execution stage where people aren't gonna drop a hatch and just fall. Or at the very least, there's a chance the Munchie can go in first, get a bit of intel, and then you make a play off of it. We see that Spirits is outside alone inside a blue double door, but we also know that there's no defenders really in there. So once Bunty walks in, he can relay that information, and perhaps Wildcard can adjust their approach here. Or American just swing his target and get 2 kills, I don't know, almost 2 kills.
I found one, nearly the second. Spirits is gonna use this chance to step up and work his way on in. Spiker playing close on the bomb chassis rather than in elbow itself. That gives Spirits the free walk-up he was looking for, and now puts Vertical in a lot of trouble. Right in the middle of the swarm, with the Monty staring right at him. He manages to thrive. He gets 3, nearly 4, and Mirage takes the win instead. Oh my goodness, Vertical.
I mean, you said it. Oregon is more about team play and coordination, but you can also find the clutch. And we saw both in that round. The coordination from Wildcard. 4 members swinging 1 guy. Surely he goes down. But the split-second decision-making, right? Vert is like, if I can take 1 guy with me to the grave, who do I pick? Well, Munty is going to be the most troublesome, so he peels back, kills the Munty, and if he dies now, he's happy. He got what he wanted, but he gets 2 more, and it looked like he got the 4th there, but it was his teammate of Rampy getting instead. And that's just, if you're a great player, inside that pillar position, you can really make something happen. And that's what we just witnessed there. Vert, he's had, you know, some criticism back when he's an OXG, didn't have, you know, the most consistent of performances. He parted ways with that roster later on, now finds himself in Mirage. And a lot of life here. Had a pretty good stage so far. Great game on Chalet, great game down on Oregon. You really can teach an old dog new tricks sometimes. He just takes a new team, some new young blood, change the support staff, different environment, and see an old dog thrive again.
That's a great way of putting it. Old dog thrive again. At least so far so good for Mirage here, as they sit up 3-1 on the first half of Oregon. 4 rounds pretty much expected. 5 would be great if you're Mirage, and sets yourself up very well for that transition into the second half. But this half is not over yet. There's 2 more rounds, and we are headed to dorms, the one site that Wildcard were able to succeed on last time they were here. It started down below with Slothy. Maybe got a bit too over-aggressive last time, and Wildcard were able to get that kill. This time, nobody has worked their way towards him just yet. Instead, it is Rampy who might be coming under fire, playing a bit more aggressively on the tower side.
Decision making time, Rampy. Do you stay? Do you fall back? Reinforce the wall? Because does have a spare Rio. There he goes. Kills the drone first, then barricades. Maximum value here, forcing out more time, more utility. But look at this. The catch is there. It looked like it was Rampy outplaying the opposition, but it was instead a Wildcard saying, you know what? Feed the man a drone, let him reinforce the wall, we'll get the kill, we'll still thank you very much. Play this round 5 versus 4. This is the exact same position that Wildcard found themselves in last time they attacked it. Yeah, it was Slav that died, the Solids, which is a bit more important than Oryx, but they built that early lead, and it's gonna pay off later in the round when they come to those bomb site areas, because as I mentioned, there's very few ways in. You're gonna have more guns looking at your opponents, you're gonna have a higher chance of winning those gunfights. The Twitch drones open up the mirror windows, the Flourish drone to get the ADSs, and its Vertical is still up and kicking, getting spirits. That's Twitch off the board.
Yeah, Vertical putting up a heck of a fight right now, 7-3, and not done yet. Kansan, he'll get fully flashed though, so instead of forcing that kids window, Merc will turn towards the attic position. Gets his job done there. Slothy, a late flank, failed, as his position was known. It's just Spiker and Vertical, the only two that have any chance of shutting down another successful Dorms attack for Wildcard. And Vertical's gonna have to go nuclear once more. Sprayed down through the wall, that's 3 for Merc. Spiker is alone and has to worry about all of these positions at once. He goes for 2. That's a double for him. The shotgun will down and finish off Adam. It's just Surf, the last player standing and on 1 HP. Winnable for Spiker, and he does it. It was the goo mine that finished off Adam, and it's the 1v4. Mirage take another.
Oh my, I mean, this is completely flipped. We saw in Chalet, Mirage were losing some rounds that they really shouldn't, and now they are just winning rounds out of nowhere they have no business doing. A mixture of the secondary shotgun with, with the shotgun buff that came recently, it is so lethal now, even on range. It took Thatcher down to like 5 or so HP. The goo mine secures the injure. I mean, it's beautiful. And it's again, the positioning from the defense, just letting them funnel in towards them, right? Picking up those quick kills. But also, Wildcard, they strike in an uncoordinated way. Look at this. In a moment here, Spiker will seize out the first kill to Merc inside of Kid Storms. No one's there to help him. I was a little too early with this. It comes now. There we go. Okay, so I said a kill here. No one can help him. Pre-fire here, the Hibana, Paggard, no one can help him. So the first 2 deaths in the 4 versus 1 are essentially freebies. Whereas you walk in more together, you attack from different areas, not just the same doorway, you can apply pressure onto Spiker in that position, but they didn't. They couldn't plant. I feel like there are so many things you can do differently there, but of course, if you're in the server, you're thinking 4v1, run at this guy, kill him. And, Wildcard, with how easily they picked up the first couple of kills in the round, they're not going to really think it's going to be a struggle, but it really was. And that's really important round in that scenario, because all of a sudden, Mirage, they're building up this really big round lead. 4-1, you said that 2-4 was Wildcard they want to do, but now they've opened themselves up for this possible 5-1 as well.
Jeez, what a way to finish. And for a moment there, so confused how Adam ended up getting down, because the shotgun took him to 1 HP but didn't finish the job. He had stepped on a goo mine, and I wasn't sure whether it was when he made his entry in from the trophy door and it was still ticking away the damage, or he stepped on a new goo mine in between the attic door. Either way, that's what finished him. That's what downed him. And it became a quick 1v1, and Spiker was able to finish it off. My goodness. That's back-to-back rounds where hero plays have truly defined it for Mirage. Who knew? Who knew? That's where we would be at this point. Now, despite the energy and despite everything going Mirage's way right now, Wildcard can still recover this half by finding this final round. And doing it on meeting, it didn't go so well for them last time, but in theory, this should be a site they can win.
Yeah. Statistically, they're supposed to, but if Mirage keep playing like this, I don't care about statistics. I don't care about the average outcome because these are not average rounds. Vertical, again, early pick onto Merc. Usually it's Merc getting the kill or staying alive, and he's again the spearhead for Wildcard, always getting in quickly, advancing on the front lines. That's gonna slow down the attack, I'm sure. Of course, he can watch the flank drone, so the flank shouldn't be an opening. But look at this, this is the outline Rampy. He is indeed flanking, and they have no idea right now.
They're both on their drone. Rampy looks the other way, gets one, does his job. Packer, he had already used his Selmas, at least 2 of them. So it's not the biggest loss for Wildcard in the world, but still a devastating blow. And an even more devastating blow as Spiker, his C4 will send Spirits sky high. And Adam and Surf are left to pick up the pieces.
Beautiful C4. I mean, it looked like Vert was done for in that corner, but no, the team coordination and communication right now is just on point. Vert's still sticking around. He wants to fight again.
Surf, there it is, so close! Just needs to land one more bullet. Adam will do that onto Vertical and finally finish off that old dog that you mentioned earlier, Nick. But either way, it is Wildcard on the back foot and in need of a recovery. Mirage, 3 bodies up. 30 seconds is all they have to waste, and they can stay right at this hatch because they should know where Wildcard have to come from. Both of these attackers so low on HP. Surf, the only option he has is to send it. The Banshee reveals his position. A few bullets will do the same. A goo mine in the foot of Adam. We know how deadly they can be. Surf just hoping to find something, now trying to get this diffuser down. Slothy knows what's happening here. Can't find anyone on the coverage, but can communicate it to Spiker, who sneaks up from behind. Mirage, 5-1 at the swap.
And they deserve it. Playing very good Rainbow Six Siege right now. I do believe Spiker saw the toes there of the planet there. Didn't really realize that he was scoping in, focusing elsewhere, but it doesn't matter if you miss those small details because the teamwork is just there. Specifically how well they play down Vertical up above. Yeah, Vertical gets the 1 kill, the opening onto Merc, and then Rampy's like, you know what, if I can trade 1 for 1 by just sacrificing myself, that's worth it, right? And it is. If you're already in that 5 versus 4, you trade 1 for 1, you're in a 4 versus 3. It only really gets better from there. You see Spiker saw he's back there. But the C4 and Vertical just like communicate together so that Vert can get away, they get the kill. It's beautiful to watch, and it leaves the attackers with no self-destruction available. They gotta just, as you mentioned, drop the hatch and try and go for a miracle plant attempt. And yeah, you know, even if the bomb goes down, what do you gain? Not really anything. We have a quick tech pause. Players called for a pause in the in-game chat just to get something sorted with the FPS. And we're going to show the 1v4 reaction one more time and get those player reactions as well. See how they celebrated.
I mean, which 1v4? I mean, could it be Vertical or could it be Spiker, right? It could be either one. It'll be Spiker here. You see him again. A great kill onto Merc through the rotate. He knows where the final 3 players are coming from. There it is, Adam going down by the goo mine. Oh, and the energy from Mirage. Oh my God, from Rampy. I mean, they know they're cooking. They know they're absolutely thriving right now. And this tech pause, I mean, I'm sure they're just going to be feeling the energy as they transition into that second half. But Nick, the most important question I've got to ask you, and this is something that hopefully you got a chance to witness 2 days ago when we saw Mirage taking on Aerial Arise. But map 1 was Oregon. And Mirage, for 5 rounds, could not win a single attack. They only won the attack in their final round before transitioning over to the defense. That could very well happen again. But based on what you're seeing from Mirage, do you think that's possible?
I mean, it is possible, but I don't want to say that it's not. But Mirage and Chalet also looked relatively sloppy in the beginning half of it. But then they got, you know, a little bit better with time. Are they going to win the very first round, you know, clear out that basement bomb set, etc.? That's a hard one. And it's where they got to start things off. but it only gets better. That's the thing about Oregon. If you lose the first bomb site on attack, then you get Kid Storms. A little bit easier. If you lose that attack, you go Territory. A little bit easier for the attackers again. And when you're up 5-1, you're allowed to literally only win 1 in 3 rounds. You're guaranteed overtime or a regulation win at best, or at worst rather. So I do think it's off for a good start. And if you are a team like Mirage, you've studied that game, talked about the issues. I know Mibi's behind them being like, guys, we are so bad. We gotta fix this, this, and that. And if you take your prep work serious and you put in the effort and the hours that it needs, I expect different results for sure. Right now, it's a really quick pace. The entry, the drone work, they do believe there's a roamer somewhere, but there's no one. They're chasing ghosts. We see it right here. There are 5 people either on the bomb site or right next to it on this main lobby staircase. But of course, the attackers don't know that. They don't have outlines on, don't have wall hacks. They gotta guess and clear everything else. And maybe with the prep work they saw from Wildcard or Oregon, they know that they tend to have a lurk up above, but not this time.
You know, Wildcard, they know how do or die the situation is that they find themselves in. And they are not going to make any mistakes, or at least they're going to do whatever they can to not make mistakes. One of those would be getting into an early fight and losing their lives. So instead, they all play close to the site. It is a 5-man turtle defense, what we see right now. And Mirage maybe a little bit slower than they'd like to be by about 5 or 10 seconds here. But as soon as they get these hatches opened up, should get a pretty clear idea of what lies waiting for them down below.
We've seen Spirits play here before. Plays the shotgun on Thorn, secondary C set. The timing there just does not favor him whatsoever. It's a slaughter for Mirage.
2 bodies down. Surf and Packer. Backs against the wall. They'll find one here potentially if the Gemini clone was a person, but Vertical still waiting behind it, getting some more information before stepping up. They'll play in the close corner, suspecting that maybe some flashes might be coming in. But Mirage right now taking their time, regrouping, seconds away from securing their 6th round on Oregon. Vertical knows what he's got to do. Keep an eye on the coverage. He's got some pings. He knows exactly what he's dealing with here. But Surf, he's gone for a wild flank. Getting shut down, though, by Rampy means that this site is secured. Packer, the only thing he can do is hope and pray. But he gets mowed down anyway. Mirage, oh my goodness. What can't they do right now?
Let me ask you a question, JC. Do you think that looks like a team that's gonna lose 5 attacking rounds in a row? Because I don't believe so. I mean, it was beautiful, right? The quick entry, yeah, they're about 5 seconds late to the breaches, but that's because they spent so much time double, triple checking everything upstairs to the roamers and the lurkers. And then they made that classic off-pace play with the Spirits. He's not expecting this. There's so much time left. They haven't droned him out. But this is, again, the prep work. If you have studied Wildcard's defense, you can pretty much just assume that Spirits will play Thorn on the staircase in that exact position, either holding hatch or holding staircase. And if you push at the right time, catch him by surprise, you can very easily pick him off. And the thing is, there was no one really covering him, because no one covered the hatch drop, and surely that should have been the case for Wildcard. But those small gaps, if you find them, they can net you such a quick round victory. And when teams that go from, back to back on bomb sites when they lose them, it's because like a very small, simple mistake occurred. You're not gonna go back to basement bomb site if you think that it's not gonna be winnable. And if we replay that previous round in our heads, well, something happened that should have happened if you're Wildcard. Someone dropped the hatch, got a kill, that was Vert, and then you just kind of lost the round. So you go back there one more time, change a few things up, right? They're not playing the Thorn anymore. They're probably not gonna be freezing the same way. They're still roaming a little bit for the drone deny, etc. But they want a different result with a similar setup. Not the same, but similar.
Crazy to think, though, that Wildcard had a game to go to the major. They played against DZ in a best-of-3, and had they won it, they were Atlanta bound. They, of course, lost that series, and that's why they ended up here in the last chance qualifier. But rather than having a chance to qualify, they're not even there yet. Their backs are now against the wall. They face elimination, and Mirage stand in their way. And a 5-round comeback stands in between them and a glimmer of hope, because right now they are in the deep, dark tunnel of despair. and they have a long way to go. Just maybe they can capitalize on a Mirage misstep. Maybe Surf is able to get an early pick here, but he's been spotted out. He's going to be forced away, and Mirage continue to take control.
This is the thing when you build such a big lead for yourself, 6-1. You can lose 2-3 rounds. It doesn't matter. All you need is Wildcard to make one misstep, one slight, error. For one of your players to make a clutch from the side of Mirage, and that's it. You win. You can just take that reward and say thank you very much. And Wildcard, they were one round away from winning the first map of Chalet. And had they done that, losing here would mean cafes in the menu. But because it was in favor of Mirage, instead it could just be a quick 2-0. Mirage is setting up. They got again that Capital Fire, the Grim Bees, the Execute. That's gonna be what they want. And of course, the telltale signs will be when the fire comes out from Rampy. He always initiates these side executes. Slumpy striking the back. He's the flanker. 1v1. Loses.
Not gonna win that fight. Tough one for him. Kansan will step up, and Nade's in his way. That'll slow him down for a moment, but here comes Rampy. You said he's going to initiate this. He'll lose his life, and Spirits collects a triple single-handedly, trying to keep Wildcard in this fight. Adam will finish off Kansan with an impact, and so it's all up to Vertical to do the rest of the work. He'll get one spray and finish off Adam for one, but around the other side, Surf will clean him up. And Wildcard, they may not be done just yet.
As the basement bombs are done and dusted, it's only gonna get harder from here. Mentally speaking, that might just be the hardest battle. That's your mental. Round by round, one at a time. The perfect player doesn't really exist because we all feel emotions when we're playing the game. And there's this saying that you can play to win or you can play to lose. And it's the kind of the idea that when you play to win, you're always taking, you're doing what you have to do. Your risk assessment doesn't get impacted by the fear of losing, so to speak. Whereas if you play to lose, it just basically means that you're playing so passive and sheltered and safe because, oh no, we might lose if I take this peak. We might lose if I make this play. We might lose if I make this decision. You gotta stay in it and just play as if it was 0-0. Go one round at a time. If you feel like you should go for a swing and you're down 2-6 and you lose that and you go, oh, if I lose that, we'll lose the game, it's over. No. What if you win that swing? What if you win that play? What if it works out in your favor? You're one round closer to actually winning. You have nothing to lose if you're Wildcard right now. Like, you literally have to play your hearts out every single round that you can.
Attackers are moving out.
It's gonna go into the Kid Storm's bomb site, second choice, no surprise there. They're playing extended though. Got some frost mats and armory. We got extension from the master bedroom closet into master bedroom, so we can hold that as well. Valve cams from Merc to enable the verticality of the C4. He almost dies cursing the window barricade. Look at that. Even down 2-6, he still swings the window. Still playing off instincts and feeling, not being afraid of taking those gambles.
And that's good to see. It's good to see that Wildcard haven't lost that identity, even though they're down in a bit of a hole. And yes, they've got a long road ahead of them here. They are still playing their game.
Oh no.
And maybe that'll get them a couple of kills, but a frost mat will certainly get them a kill, potentially. At least it has the down onto Kansan right now. You've definitely heard that noise if you're Surf. But I believe he suspects that someone from Mirage is there to provide the coverage. Adam, however, will take care of Spiker, setting up, knowing that somebody was going to rappel on that armory window. It's just textbook. A single bear trap has caused this calamity.
And a C4. That's beautiful.
No!
3 kills
Perfectly
off one frost mat. That is ridiculous. I mean, they played so well around that. The run out for the first kill, the C4 for the second. I mean, and this is the thing. Kansan repels in, oh, I'm gonna take armory, guys, right? Frost mat. You don't expect that. It's those really weird plays that is like, what would a frost mat ever do there realistically? Well, it's so weird that it might just work.
Can't believe a frost mat just got 3 kills. That's one frost mat, 3 kills. Talk about getting the most out of utility. Talk about getting the bang for your buck. Rampy is now the only one standing, and Adam will shut him down quick. Wildcard, they take it thanks to a well-placed trap.
Sometimes it's just that simple, I guess. I don't know. Not the round we expected whatsoever. And it just again goes to show that there are so many things. You can see a smile on Kenson's face. It goes to show that there are just so many things to account for every single round of Siege. And especially now more than ever, more orbiters come out, map reworks, new maps, etc. And you have so many different interactions with those different gadgets as well. Back in year 1, you had a thermite on attack, and if you spawn peeked him, it's like, okay, you can't breach any walls, have fun, and you just basically lost the round by default. Nowadays, you have 4 different heart breachers that do it in 4 different ways. So there's just so many things to keep track of. You gotta choose which approach you want. One thing's for certain though, Mirage, they really love the Capital. I'm not surprised. This is basically a substitution to the Ying ban, whereas most teams play Ying on Oregon. You throw out the Candelas, the smoke grenades, it gives you like an easy way to execute. It doesn't need a lot of setup, you just kind of, rip it whenever you're ready.
10 seconds
Capital
left.
does the same kind of thing, but also get fire to deny area as well.
5 seconds
The tertiary bomb site though, things tend to switch around. The execute is more about getting inside the map and getting a bit of map control. Typically when you defend the meeting, or when you attack the meeting and kitchen bomb site, you'll see what Wildcard tried to do. You go big tower, you play like, an Osa or Muncie, a shield operator, try and get that plant down onto a stage, and then you're happy. But this operator lineup from Mirage doesn't really scream big tower attack. IQ, Dokkaebi, Brava, they have no real way to plan, so instead it's gonna be a lobby-sided take. Secondary MP in the pocket of Rampy and Dokkaebi, followed by a Selma of Spiker. It's gonna create a line of sight on the entry point towards the meeting wall on the east side. It is a vault hole though. It'll make a lot of noise when you go in through it, but it's always gonna be there. This wall will be open for the entirety of the round. Mirage can walk away, they can come back later. It's always gonna be an issue for Wildcard that they have to worry about, that the flank is open.
And now they have to keep a watchful eye on that opening for the remainder of the round. But the question is, what will Mirage do now that they have it? Clearly, they're not going to rush in and look for that diffuser. They're now going to take some time and maybe consider their options. You pointed out, Nick, that this is not a lineup that's going for a stage take. Instead, it really does feel like kitchen might be the approach if they do want to establish another side. Slothy finally successful on the entry for the first time, will open things up well, but Rampy, he almost got himself into trouble there. Merc, he knows he's got to step up to deny this lobby-sided take, so he will give himself a rotate to work with. And Spirits on the support will take care of another. Wildcard, they started off this round well, and Mirage have yet to really find their footing. Rampy's going to need to find one here, but you see these final 3 attackers, they're kind of in 3 different spots.
Yeah, no one can help each other. It's a bit sloppy as well with Rampy running in and not getting any support. I think they were relying on Vertical to get a big flank off because he's gone in through small tower, got the IQ scanner, but no one's moving. Look, everyone's standing still because everyone feels like both sides feel like they're in a good position. To be fair, I don't think Mirage feel in a good position, but they can't do much about their position right now. They gotta just kind of hope Wildcard they make a mistake, or if someone can find an opening. I like the fact that Rampy and Kenson are duo up together, but what awaits them is destruction from above.
Yeah, Merc's got an eye on this. Surf is prone in the corner, waiting to pounce. Rampy's gonna make a move here, but he's got a shotgun to greet him on the other side. Spirits will shut down Rampy instead. Deedon didn't even need the shotgun. Vertical's been spotted out by the Prox alarm. He's able to get the kill onto Merc, who swung that a bit too aggressively. But again, Mirage, they are in a very tough spot and only have 10 seconds to fight their way out of it. Vertical double kill for him, but that's not even enough. It'll come down to Kansan, who's able to secure it, but he's now in a 1v1. All Spirits has to do is spray through the smoke. He misses the shots. And for a moment there, we missed what was happening here, but it's a post plant. Spirits is on the hunt. And Kansan, oh, you dirty dog. He gets it done. And Mirage managed to close it out in 2. What a finish. And Wildcard are done. Mirage move on to the finals of this last chance qualifier and still have a chance to go to Atlanta. Very clear though that brackets have been busted. Jesse and Laxing, gotta know what you feel about that.
And just like that, every single person's predictions and brackets went completely underneath. Wildcard pushed all their chips in the middle, said they were going all in, and they don't lose. The cards don't fall in their favor. They can't stack the deck in their favor. The Owl team is now one best of 3 away for the org's first qualification to a major since the Young Shipping last year.
They crushed them that first half. It started to get a little scary on attack, and then the clutch coming through. Oh my God, that final round.
Dude, my heart is, feel my heart right now.
Oh, that's fast.
It is literally, that last round was so insane. I mean, Mirage played a beautiful defense. Vertical specifically with that huge 3K by the pillar. I mean, you were covering a pillar round from Slothy. Now you got a pillar round from Vert. Vert was making it look easy here. The clutches all across the board, even Rampy in this, was it this round, I believe? Yes, Rampy this round, distraction from Vert here. Couldn't grab the kill, but then Rampy, clutch god right here, boom, bang, pow, wins the round. I mean, it was a beautiful performance from Mirage to close out this map. A really good try from Wildcard overall, but Mirage, geez, where was this Mirage during the first bit of the stage?
Hey, if it took them this long to warm up, if it took them this long to reach their final form, I don't mind, all right? Just in time, I'd say. This clip from Spiker was insane. The goo mine kill
I screamed. I felt like I was coaching here. Like, I was like just saying everything like as if Spiker was on my team here. Like, I was just, because, you know, he's a former teammate.
Yeah.
So to see that happen, it was a beautiful thing to see. Obviously, Rampy was I mean, I screamed. Everyone in production probably heard me scream.
Oh, no, we heard you. Trust me. I was right next to you the whole time.
How many rounds were they supposed to lose? So many. It felt like Wildcard had it in the bag. There was that round.
Well, if you asked us specifically how many rounds were they supposed to lose, we were having Wildcard win, so realistically, they were supposed to lose enough to push it to a third map.
Yeah.
But,
my God.
Wow.
When we got
Mirage.
to that final round too, dude, that one was so sick because we got so many. It was stalling out for so long, right?
Yes.
That's the thing. When we got to that meeting room attack, and it felt like, okay, they lost the first 2 picks. We saw the Frost player inside a tower get those initial 2, and then everybody stood still for like a minute.
And that's the beautiful thing about Siege. When you see that moment, you and Pangu even pointed it out. You just saw everyone across the board, both the defense and tac stop, which. The more information is being fed is through the attacking side of trying to figure out what the next execution, what the next plan is going to be. Defense is more, I can assume, people just saying, hey, call what you're watching, make sure you're covering your corners, your bases, whatever that is. And then you saw just the collapse into the round. I truly thought Spears was going to grab that kill because of the pings. And then next thing you know, bomb goes down, Kansan plays it beautifully, closes out the game, winning it 7-3.
This also looks a lot like vintage Vert, doesn't it? In times where we can call him inconsistent, he was MVPs of stage past for a reason. That's a phenomenal game to show up.
Now, when Vert is on form like that, he is a scary player. I've played against him. I've seen it on my team playing with him. Vert is a different kind of animal when he is in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how in the beginning of the season for Mirage, it was the veterans that were stepping up, Vertical and Kansan. And then yesterday, or on Monday, we saw the rookies stepping up, Spiker and Slothy. Today, little column A, little column B. Vertical played fantastic. Spiker had some amazing rounds there as well. Everybody was on top of their game from Mirage. Slow one from Slothy, but it's okay, right? The rest of the team is there. If you're getting 0 kills and your team wins 7-3, it's fine.
They're in the finals, and that gives Slothy a chance to go into the finals and showcase what he was lacking during the first, the semis.
Yeah.
He still has a chance to prove himself.
It genuinely feels like every year there's always one stage where Mirage pokes through a little bit and says, hey, we're also here to play in a field where there is a defined big 4, big 5 in the region. Remember the one time they were top 4 at the very beginning of 2021 when we didn't have a major? Then they qualify for the one last year, the Young Shipping major right at the very, very end. They are 1 game away from doing Atlanta right now.
Which I was going to say to that, I think a lot of people were resorting to the old Mirage and not focusing on a brand new roster. And I think Mirage has had a bad history in terms of their performances throughout the years.
To be fair, every time Mirage shows up on our screens, every time they do well, it's always a totally different roster.
It's definitely a different roster. And I think that's what us as a community have to realize. This is not the old Mirage that we did see a lot more weaker performances. The first iteration of that new Mirage was a completely different team, and they made the major. And this is a new one as well. They're close. They're close to making a major. I can't say they ain't making the major yet. They're close to making a major. So it's a possibility.
Yeah, and I think a big thing too is like we talk about the different iterations of Mirage, and I think this Mirage they've had their struggles, right? They had some weak moments in the early group stage. They had some tough moments, especially even on Monday. Their attacks looked really, really rocky on that first map. But the key difference, the key thing this Mirage has that I don't think previous Mirages really have to the same extent is they've got that veteranship. They've got those leaders in the server for sure. Vertical, Rampy, Kansan, but even on the coaching staff, Neepy, to be able to address those issues, to be able to go back. Say, this is where we screwed up on our attacks, this is what we got to do to fix them, and to implement those just 2 short days later is incredible.
I couldn't agree anymore.
I love the fact that we're seeing a team that obviously had a bunch of potential. Everyone was talking about Wildcard. Everybody from the start of the stage was saying, this is the storyline we need to be paying attention to. Their run ends now. They have a 4-month off season to contend with no other games left to play because of this team. And no one had these guys going this far at the beginning of the stage.
And I'll say this, I'm glad my prediction was wrong because this was a beautiful display from Mirage. I gotta tip my hat off to them. They played tremendously, a lot better compared to what we saw during the first stage.
It's the one thing about being an analyst. You always want to be right, but at the same time, you kind of want to be wrong.
Sometimes you just gotta,
Sometimes you want to be wrong.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Well, at Laxing's request, we have managed to pull a very special guest on for the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vertical on to talk for a little bit about how this series went down. Dude, first off, congrats on the win. This is a completely clutch-filled series. How do you guys manage to stay cool while you're playing and not just let off the hook?
I mean, right off the rip, everyone's already like doubting us and making it this far to begin with. So there really is no pressure for us. Like, we have everyone doubting us literally since day 1 of this stage. So, I mean, we just go in every match with full confidence and
come on, Vert, I need a little more from you. You sound a little down, like you just won. You had huge clutch rounds.
You
sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. I need hype. All right.
I can't, bro. We got another match.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I can respect it. Yeah, looking ahead, obviously, there's still one more game you guys got to play. You're in the finals now. But let's look behind a little bit, because it didn't feel like Mirage started off at this level. It feels like you guys have been getting better week after week, day after day. Can you talk about kind of the evolution of this team and how you think you've evolved from the very beginning of the stage when everybody was doubting you to now when people are starting to wake up?
I mean, we did start out pretty slow, but I think, like you said, we've been practicing doubles every single day since 2 weeks before the stage started, and every day our coach VP always has good points, and today he gave us really good points. And I feel like when we played him on border, we play our best, but it still kind of felt like a close match. So coming into this match, we were like really fully prepared for mostly everything.
For sure. And I want to ask you, going from all the different rosters that you've been on and now to this roster with playing a few of these rookies, how do you think you influence those guys, and how do they influence you?
Every time,
trust me.
All the roster changes. All the new guys, it definitely, like, I don't know what it is, but it like motivates us veterans to like push more, like play better, and you want to like, they're trying to, it's like the little brother, big brother thing. They're trying to play better than you, but you want to like, be just as good.
For sure.
Compared to them,
I know exactly what you mean. And as you were saying, we went through a couple, well, I don't want to say a couple. We went through quite a handful of roster changes. But congrats, man. You were looking dominant. That pillar round was, that was chef's kiss from you.
Yeah, man. Last question before we let you go. Obviously, one more game still left on the cards. Who do you want to beat more, Space Station or OXG?
OXG.
So you want to say OXG? I'm not gonna say OXG. I'm gonna say SSG. I want that revenge. I already beat OXG. I want to beat SSG.
Okay.
All right, dude. Well, I think you'll be waiting in the wings for a second to see if they end up making the grand final. You've already done that. Congratulations. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
Thank you.
What you said about the little brother, big brother thing, like that's a heavy like relatability point,
It's a
right?
real thing. I mean, even for Kino, like I view Kino as like a little brother to me, and like watching him progress throughout OXG and to where he is now into XSET and M80. I mean, it definitely is that little big brother thing. You know, you're learning from them, and I think Vert spoke that into existence, that playing with those younger players, it does strive to make you want to be better.
Yep.
You're also teaching them, so you don't want to be a bad teacher. Who wants a bad teacher? Nobody wants a bad teacher. So it is important. It makes you reinforce all of the things that you already know and try to even heighten them to even more standards than you're typically used to. So it's definitely a big brother, little brother thing, and I can relate to that pretty heavily.
All right, it's time to wrap this thing up with a bow. We got 2 games left. We've already had both of your predictions completely slaughtered today.
I don't care.
Let's see if we can do it for 2 games in a row. Let's see if OXG have a little bit of underdog energy in the bag. It's them against Space Station coming up right after this.
What's so funny, bro?
Oh, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse.
What do you mean me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is.
All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me. Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up
You're
that
so
early.
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah. Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fool them.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
Well, I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are 2 key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points. So like it'll be visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the offset would work really well in Consulate. Dope could be Jacko line. So basically, we'd be going back to like to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
But it's a very hot Beast Coast to send this one away.
This might be it. Run forward in the definitive round from DZ.
On the actual execute, it'll go to M80 as they just crush the defense outright.
Kansas has the advantage.
And locks in match point for Mirage.
Tuhan can finish it off, and Wildcard find their first round on the board.
Newers, what can he do? He gets one.
Oxygen all over the board when it comes to this.
A great round coming in there from Gio and the rest of the Sonics. The ace is completed. Nicely done here.
They'll shut that one down, and it's round number 1 for Luminosity.
Doesn't go ahead and check the main stairs. Surely not. Merc, the little rat. He finds his man. One team is trying to suck the air out of the astronauts' helmets. It's OXG and Space Station Gaming on deck for our last semifinal of this LCQ. Oh boy, this is the game I was the most looking forward to, not just because it's the two biggest teams that we've got in the LCQ, but because they're on the same side of the bracket and it's not coming in the grand final. One of these two teams will not be making the Sixth Invitational, most likely now.
Yeah, Jacob, I mean, realistically, we've been talking about the odds and the circumstances all stage long, right? And this whole tournament, it feels like it's do or die for everybody. For Auction Esports, they lose this, you're not going to SI, you're not going to Atlanta. 100% guarantee. For Space Station, it's less than 5% chance of going to SI if you lose this game. So, it's zero.
So realistically,
yeah, realistically, both teams do or die mode. If you do not take it right here, right now, you're going home.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die. That's really all I can say to this match overall is if you want SI, you want Atlanta, and trust me, you want both of those, only one's coming out on top here.
All right, it's time to break down how both these squads fare against each other. But let's start with a little bit of what they did from yesterday, specifically with Space Station. They had a 2-0 victory over Luminosity. That was the best result they could have asked for, but even still, Lax, that series was a little bit close.
Yeah, it definitely was close. The first map, Nighthaven, was a 7-4. Then going into that Skyscraper was a 7-5. Personally, I wanted to talk about the Skyscraper because I think they used the information game beautifully with Fultz being on that Echo. Won them a lot of those rounds, feeding that information to the rest of the team to be able to make those aggressive plays. And ultimately, this is what I want to see from the entire team that we saw from the first game today, is everyone stepping up in their own field, in their own position. That's what's going to set this team up for success. And yesterday was a prime example of that last map. I think everyone just coming together, working really well, using the communication, using the info, and playing into their strengths heavily.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, I mean, looking very good through that first game. Certainly better than what we saw from Auction in their quarterfinal matchup. SSG, I think for most people, going to be the favorites, partly because of their better performance in the quarters and partly because they have the head-to-head record just for that seeding match.
Speaking of said head-to-head record, let's talk about this on more of a holistic point of view, an all-encompassing point of view, because for both these teams, they've been playing each other for a really long time, not even necessarily just as OXG, it's just the core rosters of both OXG and Space Station. They've been duking it out for what feels like 5-6 years now.
It's been a long time, Jacob, and in the interview, Foxay said that he feels it's often close between him and Space Station, and it often is close in maps, but the result always tends to go one way a lot more often than the others. Space Station have beating Oxygen in 8 of the last 9 maps that these two teams have played against one another, and the only map that Oxygen were able to win over Space Station in the previous 9 was an 8-7 cafe game this stage. SSG got 2 map wins in the seeding games last week. They won their matchup in stage 1 7-0. They beat them so many times in stage last year over the 3 stages. 5 times in a row they beat them in BO1s through stages. And then we go down all the way even to 2018. If we would see all the way far back then, you'd notice that there was only 1 game that Space Station and Oxygen played against one another in 2018. And the reason for that is because the second time that they were supposed to play, Laxing didn't get into the server in time, and it was a forfeit win for Space Station.
Okay, let me explain myself. I didn't get it. It's not that I didn't get in time. We were using ESL Wire and Moss, and back then, those 2 programs together would butt heads. And basically, and I can say this because the admins were bad back then, and we got phenomenal admins now. The admins' resort was, did you turn off your PC? And I said, yeah, I did. But, I mean, I got mad at Space Station here because they know I'm not cheating, but they kind of pulled like, oh, well, he could be cheating, so we want to take the forfeit. But, you know, that's besides the point. I'm looking at this whole thing here, and I can say this because I was throughout the majority of this. We suck.
Against Space Station?
Yeah, we
historically,
suck.
yeah.
Holy smokes. There were teams that I thought that we just went neck and neck with, like TSM or Sonics towards the end. I was like, oh, that's our rival, but looking at that graph, God, I didn't realize how bad we were losing to Space Station.
I love how you keep on saying we as if you're still on the team. It's,
for the most
it's true. It's true. You were.
I was there for those losses. I was
even there in the Cloud9 and the reciprocity days. That's how far back
I can
we go
say
on that
we.
thing.
I took a forfeit. I took a cheating accusation. Well, could have been cheating. Wasn't cheating. Just TLDR. But yeah,
Right.
So that's funny.
Well, you know what? You want to talk about OXG so bad? No, you can't. Jesse, talk to me about how OXG played.
OXG struggled against Karn & Co. yesterday. They barely made it out of that best of 3. They were down 4-0 on map 3. They battled back on Consulate and took the dub in the end. It was a great game from Newers. We talked about how he has struggled this stage. Through weeks 3 and 4, he was the worst player in the North American League. Bounced back like crazy. 2.17 KD, 8 entries. That's absurd. Compared to what he was getting, I think weeks 3 and 4 combined, he was 2-11 on the opening picks. To get 8 yesterday, last play day, is an incredible stat line. Overall, Newers finished the day with 50 kills, more than Aerial Rise as an entire team combined got in their quarterfinal.
That's a brutal stat for you to get more kills as an individual than an entire team. To be fair, they did get 7 nodes, so that's 100% deserved for Aerial Rise. But speaking of Newers, Lax, we can't not talk about the superstar player from OXG.
No, you have to, and I talked about him during the pre-show. That specific game against Karn & Co., if we didn't see Newers have that pop-off game, I mean, look at those stats. Jeez, 147 EPS, 50 to 23 kill death ratio, 8 on the entry, 3 deaths on the entry, and then the cost of a 0.66, which is, that 0.66 is pretty irrelevant because it should just be 100, because realistically, if he did not have those 3 standout performances, we would have definitely have seen a Karn & Co. against Space Station.
We almost did. We really almost did.
I mean, this is going into this game. Like, it is left on the table. This is the rematch of the century. This is determining Atlanta invite. All of OXG need to step up. You cannot put that on Newers' shoulders, Newers' back, whatever that is. Everyone needs to come in today and leave it all on the table and try to secure a spot going into Atlanta into the finals against now Mirage.
Exact same thing goes for the coaching staff, too. We can talk about the players in the lobby all we want, but now it's time to pit Redeemer's brain against Callout's brain and see where this map veto takes us.
Interesting.
This is crazy. Space Station Gaming, a lot of curveballs. So we start off, they banned Oregon Nighthaven. Nighthaven Oxygen looked really rough on the one time they played it against Dark Zero. And then Oregon Oxygen lost to Karn & Co. just yesterday. So these are questionable bans coming through from Space Station Gaming. And then they go ahead and pick Border, a map that Oxygen have a 10-game win streak on, dating all the way back to SI, beating great teams like W7M, M80, Sonics. It's not a bad map by Space Station, any stretch of the imagination. I feel like with these 3 maps, both teams are going to be very comfy the whole way through. But I just feel like for Space Station, there were much better maps to choose. I mean, even a bank, I think you would have been in a position where the enemy team is just a lot less comfortable.
I agree. And seeing Border and taking Oxygen with that 10-game win streak that we were just talking about, I heavily feel that Callout has huge strats to counter OXG, to try to run away with these defenses or attacks, whatever both those sides are going to look like. Again, Clubhouse, I think, is a very comfortable map for both these teams overall. And then you end it with Chalet, which is a highly likely we're going to be going to a third map with these teams playing. But both, again, that is a very easy, not easy map, but relatively familiar map with both these teams having some success, not some success. Overall, I think map 3 is in favor.
Yeah.
All right. You guys ready to rip into this thing?
Oh, yeah.
You guys ready for this thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. It's OXG and Space Station, our final semifinal of the LCQ. And why don't we just debut a brand new caster duo while we're at it? It's Pengu and Flynn this time around.
Thank you, boys. And we'll get one more glimpse there at the head-to-head between these two teams. A long storied history between these two, and it's only fitting that two dinosaurs of the scene take over the cast for the game. A shot at the finals of the LCQ on the line here. And Pengu, this is going to be, as NA has classically done in qualifier matches, a barn burner.
Oh, it will be a barn burner. And I love the fact that we got Laxing on the desk to break it down as well. And he kind of spoke about, you know, his experience, his time on the roster. It was like, we sucked against Space Station. That's the thing, like, you know, teams, they have these specific playstyle that will sometimes match up in your favor, or sometimes you find it impossible to play against. For example, when I was in Europe, you know, scrimming and playing Pro League, we couldn't beat Empire half the time. They were so goddamn good. And just like, I don't know what they did differently, but it just worked against us. We'll see if OXG, they can actually show up this time and do something about it. All but events in the first map are underway. Twitch will be ripped off first from Space Station. And OXG to follow up with the Ying Ban.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good Twitch play yesterday from both Oxygen and Karn & Co. and Space Station, to be honest, as well. So a lot of Twitch getting a lot of work done yesterday in the quarterfinals, move on to the semifinals, but the status still remains equal. It's do or die. Every single game, every single best of 3, it's a single elimination bracket. And the stakes are even a little bit higher than Atlanta being the only thing on the line, as the desk touched on. 6 invitational. Neither of these teams having the stage 1 performance they would have wanted. They are not currently in a position to lock in SI on points. There are no more direct qualifiers to SI. It's just the top 20 teams on points. So both of these teams, whoever walks away from this with an L in the series, is pretty much guaranteed to not be going to Atlanta and the 6 invitational. That's a lot of time to be sitting at home and watching your other competitors in North America go to events and try and take titles that you feel like you should have been there to participate in. There's so much on the line here for both of these teams, and these are some very interesting maps like the Desk touched on. Border to start things off, this is going to be a fireworks show.
Yeah, and speaking of performances, I like that the Desk brought it up because Newers, while he had a great maps yesterday, should I say, in the quarterfinals, he, over the entire stage has just been the guy, you know, he's not him anymore. Newers came to the scene in pro play, and he was top in the charts, phenomenal entry player, top in statistics, plus in kill death ratios, etc. And then this stage, he's just been missing, frankly. And that's the surprise to me, is that, you know, Space Station, you know, they've undergone roster changes. They kind of merged some of the Astralis roster with the SSG roster, and here they are. You know, they're doing pretty well. And you have OXG, they made no changes. You know, I mean, they have Fish, but like, other than that, they kept things the same, right? Same core, and they're also here. So I feel like this shouldn't really be the case. It was hard to predict for this scenario to be the reality of things. But I like that OXG is still kicking the fight and trying new things because of their lack of success early in the stage. And it's kind of what I think has forced some flexible changes to the lineup. For example, how often do you see Foxy play Monty? Let alone, how often do you see Foxy play Monty on Border, or for that reason, anyone play Monty on Border? This is a bit of an odd one, but it could be the missing piece for OXG.
Talked about the win streak on Border for Oxygen as well, and like you touched on as well, Newers had an amazing performance yesterday against Karn & Co., an admittedly tier 2 team, as compared to SSG, who are their long-term rivals. But Newers' performance earlier on this stage, like you said, a little absent, a little lower than expected, and it was Yaga to fill in his stead to pick up the pace on attack and on defense in terms of acquiring those opening picks and being dominating throughout the round. Yaga had a bit of an off performance yesterday, so we're looking to see Oxygen have both of their star performers participating in the match equally, and as I say that, Yaga will start things off, and a frag grenade from Newers, so I ask for it and they deliver. A beautiful start here for Oxygen.
I mean, that's exactly what they need. The grenade actually hitting Ashen on impact and bounces, you know, back towards the corner to secure the kill. And now we can expect OG to slow things down, play around Foxy on the Monty. He's gonna dabble in, get some intel, yellow pings coming out, etc. And they can make all these following decisions with clean and pure intel. It should be a relatively easy plan. There's only one small issue. SSG, they do have one player below that could cause havoc. It is full Stone Legion, so no C4, but does have one impact in pocket. If he knows the plant is going down, he can stop it.
You see him looking up through the floorboards, but he's holding radio window at the moment. He's not holding the back of the bomb site, so this could be very troubling. His Force will now meet his demise as Newers on a rampage to start. Here come the impacts being ripped from Faults, looking skyward, but there's no pings coming out. Foxy has made it in onto the bomb chassis, and the plant is going down. Here comes the impact from underneath. Faults able to dispatch a Foxy. The diffuser is surrendered, but now the drop from the Nomad will take care of Faults, and now it's just Hot and Cold remaining, spraying wildly with the Vector into the depths of Archive, but not finding a lethal blow. The plant being reinitiated and Hot and full blinded, has nowhere to go, stuck on the top of metal stairs, and Oxygen putting a defiant start to the round.
That was very clean. I mean, they didn't really have any obstacles anywhere on the map. Okay, sure, Foxy died while trying to plant the Monty, but the second after, Yogg is downstairs on the Nomad cleaning up Fools with the kill, so they just trade 1-for-1 essentially. And you know, they already had 5 people alive against 3 defenders, so you're gonna 4v2. It's an easy round for them. And we talk about certain players having to step up, Yogg and Newers, and they get the first and the second kill to follow as well. It looked like Space Station were opting for a very strategical, structured round, holding office with the crossfires, you know, with the feed holes on that triple soft wall, etc. And it looked good on paper, but sometimes a good setup just isn't all that good because, you know, a good shot or two, a well-placed grenade, it can completely destroy any setup that you might have had and just swing that round on its head immediately. And I think it also makes sense for SSG to just change the bomb site as they do here. You go from playing upstairs to playing Taylor's bathroom instead. And you can kind of get more active with their roam. I think Space Station, they excel when they're actively moving, not necessarily when they're sitting stuck in corners like in that previous round.
Yeah, and you can see the amount of work that had been done towards break room and towards the 90 hallway, the castle barricades, and the shotgun holes opened up to be able to see onto New Balcony and Top East. So many impediments for Oxygen to work through had they initiated that push, and yet they completely ignored it. They get the opening picks into office. The majority of the attack comes from outside the office balcony, and then Foxy works his way into Fountain. But really, all of that work and all that utility that was set up by Space Station, all the strats that Lax had talked about call out possibly cooking up for this game, really just getting avoided entirely by Oxygen on the attack, focusing on the bomb site. It works wonders for them to start things out. And like you said, we're going to swap up the bomb site, head downstairs to Bathroom and Tellers. Not going to retry Armory just as of yet for Space Station. Going to get one on the board, get back into this game. I don't imagine anyone is going to be taking a strong lead in this series. It's probably going to be going back and forth all day long.
I really like the Monty on Foxy. He did a great job at it. He's on Brava duty now. This is like, if there's a Brava player in North America, it's Foxy. And it's not uncommon for teams to actually ban the Brava on maps like Chalet against Oxygen because of how good he is at using the Brava drones. Just finding, you know, both the default cameras and utility, etc. And Foxy, he's just become, you know, a really stable support leadership role. That's what happens when you play for as many years as he has since the very beginning. You might be a young gunner at some point, but if you play for long enough, you will eventually become a Thermite main or a support player, and there's nothing wrong with that. Use that experience to lead your younger players into battle. OXG, they're doing that right now, and they're taking their time, making sure that all attackers, they stay upright and alive. But this is that bathroom bomb site, so they got a lot of map to work with. And look at this, James sprints in, tosses Selma straight onto an electrified wall. Hot and Cold can destroy the second tick here if he wants to. Impact does it instead. So line of sight opened up, but no entry path for OXG. They still don't really have a way in here to break this defense.
No, you can see the Kiba barriers going to patch up that hole, and it seems like Newers just hit a Capcan trap downstairs as the progress up top for Oxygen here is not going the way they wanted to. Failed entry in towards Armory, a failed entry in towards Fountain. They haven't been able to displace any of these defenders playing topside, and J90 will avoid the frag grenade coming up from underneath, and that should trigger the information for Forest here to be able to drop down. But there goes Newers, the second frag grenade, following up onto J90. Vault's holding from inside of the bomb site is going to have 2 Oxygen attackers descending upon him. The Vault in through the teller's window, and the plant being going down, and J90 cannot win. Newers on the coverage, Yaga completing the plant, Dream filing in, the Nitro Cell goes soaring, will drop Yaga. So there goes the planter for now. The diffuser surrendered on the teller's floor, but a 2v4 to work out of for Space Station, make it a 2v3. Hot and Cold had a fantastic series yesterday. Can he replicate the performance here with Ashen? No, Hot and Cold will be dropped inside of tellers. The diffuser still needs to be recovered with 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to the knife's edge, but Ashen playing alone inside of the bathroom is the last man standing. Will win the first fight onto Fish. The plant going down. He has a 1v1 against Foxy, sprinting across the door frame, but Fox will hit the preemptive shot through the wall, and look at the celebration on that man's face.
Yep. You know, when you're in those 2 versus 1s and you're thinking, okay, who should be the person planting and who should be the person covering? And you're thinking, if Foxy is up and alive, we just spoke about him being an old player, you know, he should be the one planting, right? Wrong. What comes with experience is staying really calm and collected in those clutch moments. We see Ashen going for it. He's the young gunner, but Foxy, he stands his grounds, go for the wallbang, secures the kill. And the things that really start that off is, once again, Newers actually putting himself in the front and doing so with success. Grenade gets the opening kill. He has a second follow-up cover on the window as well. And that's the thing. We all know this. When you're fighting against Diana on these really small angles or windows, etc., it can be kind of difficult to see your head. You know, it's a pale face with pale hair. It just kind of blends in with a lot of surfaces. And it looked like that was a bit of an issue there for Space Station. Couldn't quite see exactly where Anna was standing at. It's 2 rounds for OXG. Falls right here, you see it. Where's the head? Oh, it's hard to see. He whips just a teeny tiny bit. Unlucky.
5 seconds left. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I think that's back-to-back rounds now. Oxygen have displayed an excellent mid-round adaptation, recognizing the setup from Space Station, realizing they weren't making any progress about 2 minutes into the round towards a top clear, and avoiding it entirely once again, just going site direct, but having the presence of mind to know that if you're not going to be able to clear out anyone but J90 topside, there are still going to be defenders up there holding the bathroom hatch, but if you focus on a teller's plan and your coverage is good from Newers like we saw in that round, you can get a teller's plant going. Beautiful recovery there on the round for Oxygen when it seemed like they were stalling out at the worst possible time. Faults will start things off though. On to Newers. 5 kills for the first 2 rounds for Newers, but he will not be long for this world in round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to open the door for Foxy and Monty. That's one of the downsides. You can't just walk up and punch it, so it's going to stall things out a little bit here from the attack. And Faults in the Asami is on one of these positions that you often will fight your way out of or simply die in, because there's no way out seemingly here for him. But he's playing it so well. The Asami, a direct counter towards any entry paths for Foxy, so Monty is basically forced to go elsewhere or again call for backup. So Force is soaking up soft breaches, he's soaking up flashbangs, you know, already got a kill, etc. as well. There's no way Fox should really deal with this position right on these stairs.
See Fox eating up some util on the side of the defense as well as Forrest launched an impact out through the new balcony window. But Fultz, he perseveres. He remains at the top of these stairs. He survived the onslaught of soft breach from the Ash. Fish's range breaching charges not able to displace these Kiba barriers with the assist from the magnets in Forest. So the teamwork there. Now Fish is going to opt to just headlong push straight into break room. He's going to find a freebie onto Forest, looking for even more, but traded out immediately from Fultz, who refuses to get out of his bunker position on top east. J9 taking some damage in CCTV. Now it's a 1v1 against the Monty as Dream and Yaga try to recollect with Foxy at the top of these stairs. There's a lot of separation between these OXG attackers.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder from Fish, right? Because he knew Force was playing on East Stairs. Foxy has been there the entire round, yellow pinging and saying that out loud, but he swings with a wallbang instead towards 19, so just killing Force for free. Big mistake, and the thing is, Fultz actually survives, runs away, still has one keeper in pocket. Foxy's next in line, but no, it's gonna be shut down from Dream onto Fultz instead.
We can push forward.
See the teamwork working a lot better here, but the mirror window still providing a lot of coverage in towards CCTV, as not a lot's been done here for OXG to be able to make that a safe haven. So the Montana Fox will start pushing into the fountain double door. Here comes an ace charge, but there's the Nitro Cell collecting onto Fox. The mirror will get popped from Ashen. So he'll just hold this position and sandwich inside of Office until his demise. Try to take as many with him as he can. He will spray out for another one, looking for all three on the round. J90 will tag in for the assist, and that is Space Station winning the defense topside, getting on the board in this series.
Very impressive that Space Station can stay so consistent in that round without really moving a whole lot. I was critical of the first two defenses where they're all just playing in corners. And the missing link seems to just be forcing the assignment because he did so much work single-handedly. Although I will say, the fact that Newers died early has a massive outcome on these rounds because he is your typical entry player for OXG. And we see Foltz getting that kill very early on. No one really took that position that Newers normally plays, besides maybe Fishton when he swung 90, but he died immediately after getting a kill. And that's really it. OXG, they're so, I want to say like top-heavy in the way that Newers has been performing consistently ever since he joined the team. And they've never really had the what if Newers has like a bad series or a bad game or a bad period. Because he's been so damn consistent. And then, you know, yesterday he pops off. OXG barely win. And you're thinking, unless Newers or Yogg, they pop off here against SSG, do they have a realistic chance here? And I'm not entirely sure. It has been just a very inconsistent stage for them, but I will say it's very clear that when Newers doesn't find success in the rounds, OXG, they struggle to replace him. I want to see a bit more from Yogg here. I know it's border, it's hard to get inside the map, it's hard to find opening engagements, but Yogg and Newers are both typically playing the grenades, they're playing similar operators, they can both kind of get themselves in the right positions. But before they can even get to the building, Foltz once again will get the opening kill. This time onto Foxay, which is might just be the highest value operator that he can kill. It's Dokkaebi with the global gadget who can hack the cameras while Valkyrie's on the board, and it helps with the roam clear. This pick cannot be underestimated. This is a massive kill onto Foxay.
You see the operator swap here as well for Newers getting onto the Brava, taking it away from Fox to facilitate his Dokkaebi play, and that's just not going to be a factor on the round, and neither will Fish on the Ash. J90 peeking out from inside of Archives, it appears to drop another one of the OXG attackers so quickly. There's a 2-0 lead for OXG with some pretty convincing adaptations on the attacking side, and now it's Space Station getting a little more aggressive, getting a little more in Oxygen's face, repelling the entry into the building. Now they've set themselves up well here in round number 4. Frag grenade will be caught by the ADS on against this soft mirror window into the mini office, and it's just the last 3 remaining attackers for OXG trying to find something, but again, very spread out, each trying to accomplish their own mission across the map. Dream and Yogg will recollect inside a break room, but pushing in towards getting top control from Ventilation and Workshop, it's going to prove mighty difficult, even with getting rid of this mirror window.
Oh boy. Not that you see aggression, because that's the thing, SSG, they played super passive and far back, and all of a sudden, they're the ones swinging into the fights every single time right here, and they're doing it so well.
And you need a Newers to show up, and there he goes. Unfortunately down, so it leaves Yogg alone, who had a nice shot on the C4 to save his own life. Newers taking some even more damage while being injured, and everyone for Space Station bailing out now, not continuing to hold the top. So Newers could be revivable here. The Valkyrie cameras are worried that they might have intel inside of Archives knowing that Newers is down. And attempting to go for the revive could prove deadly, as we saw in the last series, an attempted revive in Armory not going very well. He is on concrete, and it looks like the res will be initiated for Yogg here. So for 45 seconds, OXG, no, he's baiting it out, making sure there's nobody flanking up metal to be a surprise factor. But for 45 seconds here, it will have Newers and Yogg trying to work their way out of a 2v3. The top frags for this team, the leaders in terms of entries and overall performances lately. They're going to have to work a miracle as Newers will make his way outside of the ventilation window. Force playing in the main hallway underneath the default cam with an M870. So against that 20 HP that's left on Newers, it's going to be devastating. But here comes the sledgehammer from above, not destroying the floorboards the way you want. But there goes Newers for his 3rd on the round. He equalizes the man count. Yogg dropping into Workshop now. Good attempt to plant as the time is ticking away, but here comes Foltz, but as he sprints, Yogg with the anticipation, lasing shots in towards Workshop now. It's hot and cold, trying to retreat from the blue hallway. The plant going down, Newers hits a goo mine, so taking even more damage, but Yogg! What an incredible comeback for Newers and Yogg, revived from the grave, and it's OXG up 3-1.
Oh my god, you'd never expect that to be the outcome of that round, and the coordination there was beautiful. The second that Yogg goes to the sledgehammer swing right above Forrest inside of the main lobby, you know, Bandit looks up, and the same second, Newer starts spraying down the door, isolating that kill. And that's such a huge moment because it allows the entry towards the bomb site. They can drop down that hatch and get presence and try and get down that diffuser. SSG, they're a very disciplined team, but look at this. The red ping onto the planter forces Yogg off, and he swings the hallway instead. You know when you play ranked and you have like yellow pings and that one teammate goes to the red ping instead, alerting the enemy? That's pretty much what just happened. Where it's like, we know where he is. We don't have to tell him that we know. So by simply yellow pinging and communicating verbally that, hey, he's planning on this position right here, that's enough. But if you also go in with the red ping, you can actually change the outcome of that round because all of a sudden you put the Yogg rather, you know, very into like this alerted state where, okay, they're probably gonna be flanking. Something's about to go down. Why am I getting red pinged? So the discipline from SSG looked great to start things off, but also at the same time, it led to their demise in that round. A round that they shoot at 1, instead goes to OXG, and they're up 3-1.
Just a beautiful performance, and especially it looked like a solo entry from Newers into Archives as well in the Brava, so that's a low fire rate weapon. He hit some nice headshots even while being down and taking damage from multiple angles. So for Newers, an all-star performance on the round, and Yaga, the anticipation on Fultz coming back from Customs. Again, just perfect timing as he catches Fultz sprinting. That really kind of saves the round there. There wasn't really enough coverage there from Newers to be able to stop Fultz from dropping Yogg. Now Fultz taking damage and finished off by Fish, and he'll spot the Valkyrie camera. So a very good start to the round here for Oxygen on their entry topside.
A very good start, and Fultz had no backup. The closest member was inside a fountain. That's gonna be Mira and Hot and Cold, and that's, you know, a full room away from you. I mean, of course, you're not going to expect anyone to jump in the CCTV window 20 seconds into the round. You know, that's not Fultz's bad. But it does leave a small gap and opportunity that could be taken advantage of there from OXG to do just that. The yellow pings to pre-play C4s and play on the armory side of things. If Yogg is unfortunate, oh, he's not. Not a single point of damage was done, and they find the second Valkyrie camera as well. What a nice long spray down from J90. Find an easy kill onto Yogg. See the IQ here. Keep securing those Valkyrie cameras. Very important. We see him do this time and time again, where you just stay outside the building, scan for the cameras, ping them so that when the entries walk inside, you can shut them down. And that's exactly why the C4 didn't find the kill. It's these small things with a massive impact in these rounds. And OXG, whenever they get these leads, they just kind of say, stop. Play far back, no one throw their lives away. Take it nice and slow, utilize the timer, and then go again. Call comes out. You can hear it. Telltale sign of something's about to go up or something's about to go down. Ashing with a nice rotate into pass. We're gonna crawl through the hole. But the issue is, the door's barricaded. He can't quite get into open area. Just shoot him the door and expose his position. No XG, they're using every single second that they have available to them. 40 seconds left and no top floor is clear. Surely they think here they can drop down the hatch. They did not see Forrest. He doesn't have a C4. No reason to expose himself. They gotta wait here for XG to make the first move. They need to plant, they need to cover. They did so last time successfully in the clutch, but this time they got the advantage. Forrest could be the hero here. With 20 seconds, they gotta drop soon, but the endurance spray goes so completely wide. Misses everything. Stream to get the kill. J90, second man here to try and get the clutch. No, he finds one. Newest hunts on before that as well. The cover is not there. It's so scrappy and missed with 5 seconds left. The shotgun second swing comes up, but it's OXG finding the round victory because all 4 members are within an inch of one another. They can secure the kill with a really messy trade. It shouldn't be this close, but it is.
Hey, bud. I'm back.
Hello. Welcome back.
That was quite the hectic round. And honestly,
Really
for
was.
Oxygen there, very impressive to be able to push on through. I think for Oxygen on these rounds right now, they're just recollecting themselves later on in the round, being able to provide some good adaptation, being able to read out Space Station's defenses and find the opening that SSG are leaving. They're capable of being able to exploit the one position they need to be able to push their advantage in every round, and I've seen this every time now for Foxay on his face cam. The elation, the emotion. We talked about the stakes that are on the line for both of these teams in regards to not only this series, but the series after for the victor. There's a lot on the line here. And my only concern here, and we've both been in situations like this before, where you just don't want to expend all of your energy too early. There's an entire best of 3 here, and now there's an entire best of 3 after this if you win.
Yeah, it's and this is where experience comes into play. Someone like Fish, who doesn't have the experience of like these kind of long, intense days at tier 1 level of play, it's up to his teammates to kind of, you know, make him understand. Same thing for Ashton, obviously, right? To be like, guys, don't blow it all in game number, or that first map. We got possible 6 maps today. But there's a second worry here. Sure, it's, you know, it's border, or she's gonna attack the arguably stronger side, but it's not a great beginning for SSG because they picked border. They were like, yo, we want to go here. We're prepared, we're prepped, we're ready. And while they do get the opening kill half the rounds, the other half is just very one-sided. Usually it's Foltz to do the opening killing, but it's Forrest in this round. He got the first kill for him. It's 1 of 5 currently. So we can officially say that it's a 5 versus 5 game. Everybody's got a kill in the server. And the only thing for actually that they keep changing is that when they attack Army upstairs, Foxay's on Monty. That's the only big flex operator. Sure, they play a little bit of Lion, a little bit of Doki, a little bit of Nomad, but those are like small, minor changes that kind of helps you achieve your goal. Whereas Monty's more like an entire team playstyle change here. It's gonna be another slow one for XG. And they're already playing with a man down, but Newers is still alive with those 10 kills. He could probably find another kill in this round as well.
Forrest looking for even more here as he's swinging out, contending with the drones, and Foxay's made his entry into top east now. Approaching the midway point in the round, but here's some support from Ashen as well to try and reject the entry into break room. Everybody on OXG getting tagged up slightly. There goes a nitro cell, and Ashen will drop Fish. Peeks from Newers, not able to collect inside a fountain. So 3v5 to work out of a 2-man disadvantage. Newers barely spotting the head of Forrest, brushing by the door frame, but there goes J90, spotting him prone inside of the radio window. So now it's a shield and a dream to try and pull this round out for Oxygen, trying to establish a 5-1 lead heading into the half. Right now it looks like Space Station have gotten well under control. Forrest does get spotted here inside of CCTV up against the Montaigne. He gets knifed down. So that's 1 of the 5 that Oxygen needed to find.
Oh boy. Monty in a 1v1, it's always a really good time if you're the Monty. In that case, Forrest not having a very good time at all. Dream's second time this game, just kind of preemptively tossing out a Selma, but there's a Bandit battery on the wall that's Foltz getting good value of the gadgetry there. Of course, you'd expect OG to play together, with Foxy leading the charts, giving intel to Dream to get the kills, but instead they're playing split right now. Foxy's out of 90, and Dream's out of office. To find J90, they gotta make their next move right now as to how they clear out this position.
See the yellow pings coming out from Fox, trying to relay the intel to Dream. Is the only one with an automatic weapon left in this round for Oxygen. The pre-fires with the pistol, but there goes the sneak from Ashen. Manny yellow pinged previously, coming up metal stairs. Now it's Dream alone in a 1v4. Some good damage done to Ashen and J90. The swing into Fountain, he'll be cut through from behind. The soft wall of Archives being the demise of Dream, and Space Station able to salvage the last round of the first half.
What a great crossfire as well, that 4 versus 2 from Space Station. I mean, there was really no gaps and no ways in whatsoever on both fronts of like middle stairs and 90, as well as Dream instead of office / fountain. That looked more like an SSG round than the previous ones. Good opening, good adaptation to mid game, and of course that discipline in the late round as well. And they get the 2-4 half, which is exactly what they would want in like a worst case scenario. At least you don't want to go 1-5, obviously. And it's gonna set them up for a success here on the side swap. Here to see what they're gonna bring out. I really like the Monty from Foxay. It had mostly good results, 2 victories, 1 loss. But overall, I think it's a good look for them. I didn't know Foxay actually enjoyed or liked playing that particular operator either, because it is one of those majority of players are not comfortable playing shield operators like the Clash, the Monty, and the Blitz. But then you have a handful that really enjoy it, and they're so scary that you have to target ban them. We saw in the previous matchup, you know, Spirits on a Wildcard. Well, Mirage, they banned his Blitz in both of the 2 maps that we just witnessed because it's just that good. Foxay, sometimes he'll bend the Brava against him, like I mentioned earlier. If he keeps bringing out the Monty and Oshi can find success with it, that could be another optional target ban for the opponents later on. But now it's XG's turn to attack the quote-unquote favorable side of border. And there is 1 star operator that I really want to look at here. That's hot and cold on the nuke. Ever since Nuke received the quote-unquote nerf recently, where you're no longer like silent when you activate your gadget into some movement, a lot of pro players have gone away from this operator and just not really ever looked back. But Hot and Cold, one of the few players in North America, one of the few players in the world who is still bringing Nuke with a high frequency and finding a ton of success. Same playstyle, that lurking, flanking, phantom presence, you don't know where I am type vibe, but the grenades below, Hot and Cold is meant to do it.
Yeah, we saw that a lot yesterday. So much success being had on Skyscraper, especially from Hot and Cold with his Nook play. And I think, like you said, it's a very rare operator to see these days. Rewind the clock about 12 months and you would have seen everyone running a Nook to start things off. Lots of frag grenades available, and now really Nook, one of the only two viable operators to bring frags. I guess you could bring frags on the Glaz if you were really committed, but
Loading your mag.
we haven't seen that come out just yet. The cursed setup. Yogg still holding inside a CCTV though, has evaded the frag grenades. There are 4 at the disposal for Space Station. The yellow ping's flying, and you can see all 4 frag grenades coalesced in supply downstairs for Space Station. But Yaga, he's still standing, holding out for now, and honestly, it doesn't seem like SSG can get a beat on him as Yaga continues to move and rotate. Newers will grab the first pick. Fultz will trade out Yaga now, so CCTV gets cleared up. They didn't need the frag grenades to open up the room, but instead they get the opener, and Ashen will be the one to fall on the side of Space Station.
Reloading.
Yeah, the nades weren't needed below in the end, but it's so much, manpower allocated to an area that now is completely irrelevant. It's time, drones, and nades spent at getting pretty much nowhere. There's 3 drones left for SSG. The bomb site is not security. It is upstairs, but it's across the map, it's inside of Armory and Archives. So with limited intel, with only a single grenade, no flashbangs, SSG they gotta advance now. Open up the walls, hit the bomb side, and J9O with a flank from Archive side, find stream as well. That's a good sign for OXG. But they got more work ahead of them. Fish got a C4 in pocket, as does the rest of OXG's defensive lineup, so a lot of self-destruction from below, on the bomb site itself could occur.
That last frag grenade getting used, the attack in. Fish able to repel the entry into Armory, but a good trade out as he tries to drop the hatch from Forrest, who's playing down below, trying to utilize that frag grenade. But here goes Fox with the shotgun, the top of metal stairs. Houghton was debating going for a plant, initiating it. He'll evade, and Nitro still playing in the back of half wall, and he'll win out the engagement against Foxay, but at about 1 HP remaining. It's Newers alone in the 1v2, and he cannot remove J9O from the AC balcony. And Space Station winning their first attack.
What a great read from Hot and Cold. I mean, that gunfight is basically that's round defining. If Hot and Cold loses that gunfight, Diffuser's on the bomb side, J9O on the Archives balcony windows, gotta jump in, there's no time to rotate. I mean, Hot and Cold starts with 1 HP, so it's indeed very close. Both teams really fighting it back and forth. But the adaptation here, mid-round, Foxay actually finding gaps and finding openings here. Flanking Fountain, shotgun comes out, tosses C4, rotates through a net. Hot and Cold's HP, 1 more bullet. And Foxay would have basically closed out the round, or most likely at least for his team. It's close, but not close enough. We're gonna have a quick pause real quick before getting back into the action and just ensure that everything's working right.
Like you said before the start of that, the round before that one, is you really don't want to be in a situation where OXG is 2 rounds away from being able to lock things out, and Space Station winning 2 rounds in a row. So now it's brought back down to a 4v3 in terms of the score line, and this is a good position to be in for Space Station, working their way back in after it was 4-1. Things were starting to get away from Space Station a little bit, like you say, playing a little static, not really having much mobility to their game, and wasn't really working out on the defense, but now on the attack, they're going to have much more maneuverability. And you can see that as well with the amount of focus that was paid to CCTV, and yet J9O able to sneak his way over towards the Archives balcony and get a pick onto the site as well when no one's paying attention. Just SSG playing that maneuvering game and playing with those feints, putting so much focus on CCTV, and then a surprise flank coming in from J9O, and then the plant reattempt comes out towards Armory. It's back and forth, and makes it a confusing game for Oxygen to be able to read out.
No, it is. And that's the thing about Border, is that there's a lot of long lines of sides. So if you... Oh, look at the background. What do you see? Cat. It's a cute little titty cat. Is that a dog or a cat technically? I'm not even sure, honestly. But it's cute. I like it. We have a lot of pets in the background of players, typically. Also, it's a well-made bed, One thing that esports players typically get wrong is that the beds aren't made, the room is messy, it's a goddamn mess, He's clean with it.
Many bombs as they can.
I could never have my webcam facing my bed. I don't think I've made my bed in... I don't want to say the number of years, because it's very embarrassing.
Hey, there's those and those. There are those who believe that making the bed first in the morning is, you know, the greatest life hack in the world. It's literally gonna make you a millionaire, successful, hot, handsome, and everything else. And then there are us, where we wake up and we realize we gotta sleep in this in like 16 hours, so why even bother making it in the first place?
We're ready for company.
I like doing this one. But, you know, you can face camera elsewhere.
10 seconds
No,
left before insertion.
Lynx, he got told once that you gotta make your bed when you're on broadcast, buddy.
5 seconds left.
Which is true. You know, you can't have a messy bed on broadcast. Come on, Lynx. Alright, sorry, by the way.
No, Carter can't have his bed messy. A player can, because a player is more important than a caster.
Oh. True and real. We wouldn't have anything to talk about if these players weren't so good at the game, right? They make us be able to do for them. And defend.
Exactly. Yeah. So we start things out here for Oxygen on their second defense, not looking to run things back topside. Instead, they're going to go to Ventilation and Workshop as well to try and get a stranglehold on the defensive rounds. And Space Station, once again, paying close attention to down below inside of Customs, using a can opener breaking through detention, and a lot of focus paid towards CCTV, although Forrest, as always, he is 2-7 right now, hasn't had too much of an impact, but this man is running straight towards the bomb site into Bathroom, but he gets shut down. Fish with a good reaction, Hot in the middle of the bomb site as well. Space Station trying to ramp up the tempo, and they're getting rejected on entry.
I know that this didn't work, so it looks really silly from them, but I love that they tried that play. It's classic Forest action, classic SSG, where you just make this really out of sync push somewhere, and you can either win or lose the round right there. Now you gotta pick up the pieces. Yage is next in line of 5, but he's safe behind this half wall that he can't really get clear, so there's no nasty attack inside of here.
J90 making his entry into Archives as well to try and provide a pinch, but 2 defenders up here holding a crossfire well. The Nitro Cell, the second one that goes soaring, will connect on default. J90 winning out his engagement against Foxay, but he's still got defenders to worry about inside of Armory. Sprays in towards the half wall. Ashen will collect onto Yaga as well, so there's some Armory control established, but at what cost? Is now Ashen down to about 15 HP. Fish going for the flank here too, and I'm not sure that anyone is aware. Walk down the metal stairs will not be heard. He does have the pre-aim in towards Customs and drops Dream, leveling the man count. Still health advantage and now topside control here for Fish. The plant is going down from Ashen. Fish will be able to spring right above him and stop it in its tracks. So now a 1v2 for J90, looking skyward for the default cam first, not picking up the diffuser as of yet, as it is still surrendered at that workshop door. Still looking skyward for any potential of Fish to expose himself to one of these kill holes. Recovers the diffuser, and now he's going to go topside. He does have the time to take these engagements as separate 1v1s. This is smart here from J90, and he wins it. A beautiful flick onto Fish, and now he's got the 1v1 against Newers. He's got the longer scope range. He's got the assault rifle, but he does have the bulletproof camera that will be able to see through the smoke and ping him out. Newers, no Nitro Cell remaining. The shots through the wall, and the BP is the demise of J90. And OXG weather the storm of an SSG comeback.
I mean, I really wanted Geno to win that round because he had some crazy shots and he had such a good decision making. But then he sees the bulletproof camera, he's gonna toss out the smokes, and he just talks a little bit to the left. But the issue is the bulletproof camera knows exactly where you are. Even if it can't ping you, dead on between your feet, you can ping right next to it and tell Newers, hey, shoot a little bit more right, and you got him. So it comes down to this really intense, close 1v1, just for J90 to plant with 45 seconds left in a smoke grenade while getting yellow pinged out. Because this pick right here, no intel, just pure confidence and good aim, and then he just walks back upstairs, seeks the engagement, destroys Fish, deleted off the server, just to die like that through the wall. It is unfortunate, but the thing is, you don't really have a lot of options when you want to plant that ventilation bomb site, because if you don't plant, well, Newers is just going to walk away and give you the site itself. If you try and start planting, Newers walks in and knows exactly where you are. There's no real good scenario there for J90 unless the defender of Newers makes a massive mistake. And speaking of mistakes, this bomb site might be one. In the sense that no one plays it,
5 seconds to insertion.
no one likes to play it, but we did see it twice in Brazil earlier in stage 2, and it didn't really work all that well. Because the thing about this bomb site, why no one plays it, it doesn't have like a really clear win condition outside of holding security. Just like when you play Armory, just like when you play Ventilation, what the difference is, when you lose security, the attackers get full bomb site control, vertically speaking, by destroying the soft floor. So you need to win and lose the round from one of the hardest spots to play in the entire game of CCTV on Border.
Not opting to reinforce the tension either, as they're not going to invite the hard breach game that usually gets played. Instead, Forrest will have to use his exothermics onto the passport wall, so a lot of openings already made onto the bomb site, but like you said, that's step number 1. Step 2, and the most crucial of all, will be displacing Yaga from CCTV. He's got some support from Foxay out on the new balcony as well, on the Azami, so some Kiba barriers and support as well, making a bit of a maze at a CC. Fox making some kill holes down below just to be sure that SSG aren't going to be going site direct once again. You see a lot of focus here from SSG down below on the first floor, looking skyward now for those kill holes, but Fish not holding. Now Fultz's nade, it won't connect, but there goes Houghton now, trying to make an immediate entry in towards the bomb site. Fultz taking damage, Hot and Cold bleeding out. His Dream is holding out from inside of detention. Ashen arrives into the middle of the bomb site now. Houghton's bleeding out, and it looks like it's going to be SSG to regroup and hold for the retreat for the Oxygen members.
It's been a good bit of like confusion game from the attack inside, because what are they doing? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it works. 2 kills now for Ashen. But as long as OXG have upstairs control, they can hold on. And I got that main guy right downstairs, and he loses a 2v1.
Very tough there for Newers, as he's been on a heater once again. His performance from yesterday has certainly carried over today. It hasn't been every single round, but he is still leading the charge by a wide margin. And there goes Ashen with 4 on the round. Talk about him having a slower day yesterday. Now the plant going down from Houghton, who is on 20 HP after being revived and being previously injured. A nice shot there from Yaga, but he can't find Houghton. The plant will be completed inside of supply. So a 1v3 to work out of, but look at how low Ashen and Houghton are. The rappel up onto the CC balcony, I believe that's from J90. The drop into customs now from Yaga. Got to worry about Ashen on his flank, though. He misses him, so now it's a 1v1 against Houghton inside of supply, but again, un-ADS'd. And that is a good cleanup there for Space Station. Like you said, a confusing attack methodology, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where if you're OXG, you're gonna say, these guys are so stupid. Like, what are they doing? But then they completely like swoop you and they win the round. And sure, it's like Ashen walking through the map, picking up 4 kills. It's, you know, a really well played round by him specifically, but OSG could have done much more. Dream died the way he did, getting caught off guard. They keep fighting on his upstairs hold in like the areas that they don't need to worry about that much, right? They don't need to worry about Newers dying inside a workshop. They don't need to worry about Fish dying inside Armory. They need to worry about break room, 90, security, because that gives them again control over the bomb side. And this is one of the issues when you play you know, either a map or a bomb site that you don't play very often, is that you don't have a lot of familiarity with exactly what you should be doing, and maybe also what you should expect from your opponent. And it kind of showed that the OXG didn't have a clear read on the situation, and they didn't have any intel to work with either, really. Yeah, they knew just about what the plant was going down, but they didn't know exactly what was going down, so they couldn't deal with it. SD gonna change things up. They love the flexibility. Some nuke play earlier from Hot and Cold has turned into OSA instead. The nuke itself hasn't been the most successful at sneaking around because of how OXG, they're playing very tight together, I would say. Not playing that far spread besides the previous round that we just witnessed. OSA might give them some more stability. Those talent shields by great call for a plant down. You can still, of course, walk with the shield in your hands, kind of like a mini Munty or mini Blitz, just kind of shielding yourself from damage, getting some intel. We'll see what he chooses to do here. He's got options to work with at least.
Forrest narrowly missing as Yaga was detected outside on his run out from the CC doorway. Ashen holding the swing from Armory. Some support coming as Fish, who was tagged up, I imagine, on a spawn peak. He get tagged up once again on the dock, but dealing a bushel of damage as Yaga. The frag grenade comes soaring in, but it's not well cooked. A raw frag grenade being chucked in towards Yaga's position, and Ashen on about 20 HP is going to make a grave mistake and have to bail out of the position. He cannot take the engagement heads up any longer. Oxygen with the opening pick onto Fultz, who's the ace as well. Still a lot of potential breaching opportunities taken away from the side of Space Station. The second frag grenade will miss from Ashen as well. So now this is just turning into an Archives try and salvage the round plant here from Space Station. All their focus was initially onto CCTV once again. Now everyone amassing themselves outside of the Archives balcony. It's all going to come down to how well OXG can repel these OSA shields and how well they can repel the plant coming in from Houghton again.
Let's see if he plays it. He's stepping in and out, so I think he's got the read that a C4 is about to arrive at his destination. Of course, the Evil Eye as well is going to be an issue. But we saw Dokkaebi on the balcony, could shoot it down. That's a great use. Don't aim for the player, aim for the shield instead. Great decision making there from the Maestro. And that's going to make this round a lot harder for SSG. If you're Ashen, I think you type in chat and ask Fish for that last dog stint because you could really need it. For the rest of the SSG, you gotta either make the phone call or kill the Maestro Cam this time. Got it.
Well, there goes Ashen. Doesn't need the stim just yet. Some nitro cells go soaring, but neither of them connect. So hot and getting the plant down behind the last remaining Osa shield. The swing coming in from Archives, though. Newers, the plant gets completed, though. So J9 selling out Houghton, but it works out in the end. And now the counter defuse, a bait coming out from Fox, a missed flashbang. This is a nightmare scenario inside of Archives. J9 with another one from out on the balcony will drop Fox. He's trying to defuse, and now the Osa shield will provide coverage for Fish. The bailiff out in hand. He's gonna have to go for the jump, and I think he knows it based on the angle. Yaga will get behind the Osa shield, but there's the flank from Fountain, pulling Yaga off the counter. Defuse as the time ticks away. 1 HP remaining. He goes for the heavy swing towards AC, but he doesn't have the angle. The vault out will prove invaluable, and J90 and Space Station again, the weirdest attacking round ever, but they don't ask how, they ask how many.
Oh my, I mean, the C4s, they go wide, the cover isn't there for the plant, the bomb goes down the very, very final second of the plant timer, and then there's just it's just a bloodbath back and forth. When it comes down to the clutch moments, both teams are playing it very well, but some of the basics and the expectations of these rounds are going the complete opposite direction. Again, starts off great, the counts with the shield, the C4s, they completely miss the hit, they don't do anything. No one's playing downstairs below from OXG, they have no vertical control of the plant deny, and then it comes down to this, the post plant. Out in that window, play far back, wait for the ticks, play off the sound, throw a flashbang, go for the kill. J90 can do it all, besides covering the planter. As long as it goes down, it's all well in the world. It comes down to teammates' trust in one another, right? If J90 says plant, and you stick it, and you die, you blame him, okay? Because you did what he told you to do. So in that case, Hot and Cold is not the fraud. Did the job. 5-5 not tied up again, and these Space Station rounds, yeah, they're puzzling, but if we're surprised by it, and we got that top-down view, you know, the outlines to the walls, imagine OXG. I mean, they must have no clue what's actually going on in half of these rounds. And it clearly is working. As you've seen in the last 4 rounds on attack, they've won 3 of the 4. It's a very good pace for them in terms of round score.
I think the big puzzling note for me here for Oxygen is just their aversion to playing Bathroom and Tellers. They haven't tried it yet. They've lost topside twice. They've gone to Customs and lost it. They just have no interest in going to Bathroom Tellers for whatever reason. Like you said, Customs does not get brought out on this map very often unless it's a one-off event. And Bathroom Tellers is honestly usually the secondary bomb site, if anything. Workshop and Ventilation has kind of become the tertiary, and for whatever reason, Oxygen, with 2 rounds remaining in regulation here, needing to at least secure 1 to force overtime at minimum. They refuse to go to Bathroom Tellers. They'll run it back on Vent Work.
Do you like the kite play here, just to force out the Thatcher? The door is prepped. Would you say that's worth it, Flint? Because I sure would. Even if it was just a 1-for-1, that's a kite trading for the the primary and only hot breacher off the attack. Like getting the 2-for-1. I mean, that's like a silly play for Newers, but oh my, was it great.
Yeah, absolutely. That is 1,000% worth it, especially considering the Kaid's Electroclaw will remain now and still provide a nuisance for any attackers. There's no possible way to open up this wall now as the hard breach has been removed, like you said. Yaga gets the second one as well, just for good measure. So you still have top control, you still have the Armory half wall, and now it's Space Station in a 3v4 trying to work their way out of a conundrum yet again. We've seen them do it pretty successfully, though, as J90 will make his entry into into the office double door. They'll stun out into radio window. They know where Fox A is, and Fish actually will be the one to get down there. It was Fox previously. They both fall eventually, and now a 3v4 becomes a 3v2. The cross just missing the retreat of Yaga as he'll narrowly make his escape downstairs back to the bomb site, but now it's a 40 HP Yaga and 100 HP Dream to try and win out against SSG to at least secure overtime.
That was almost a perfect clean sweep. If they had gotten Yaga as well, they just turned that round from a loss into a victory very quickly. It's still, of course, very winnable for both teams here, but SSG in the stronger position, up 3 players, and they'll just plant, just like that. Off pace, they're good to go.
And Yellow Ping's coming out, so they know where the position is. There goes the Nitro Cell at the feet, and there goes the Diffuser getting dropped, but Ashen will get one before he gets removed. So still a 1v2, and Forrest on 5 HP will try and re-attempt the plant. The coverage from J90 has to be perfect, but here comes the shotgun, and it only shoulders him. J90 wins out against an M590 point blank, and it's SSG on a roll.
Okay, the way that these rounds are gonna go is very simple. Whenever SSG look like they're not supposed to win, and statistically they're completely out of it, they will simply just win those rounds. It's every single time now. Newest makes a play, kills the Thermite, the Thatcher follows shortly after, no hard breach whatsoever. The walls are kited, you can't open them if you had a hard breacher, and yet, SSG, so down so bad, still win it out. What was this? Just a good coordination between Forrest and J90, using the Sophia concussion mines to find the locations of the rooms up above, but also, of course, whenever these kind of clutch rounds happen, we gotta also look at, well, who's allowing it to be the case? And usually a big clutch moment, whether it's a team clutch or an individual clutch, it comes down to a mistake from the opponent's team. There are, of course, very rare clutches where you're just destroying the competition, but usually there has to be a gap somewhere. You need to be allowed in and to find those openings. And OXG are playing so far spread apart, whereas if you go back and watch SSG's defenses, sure, they only won 2 out of 6 in the first half, but they're playing much closer together. It's a very day and night difference between how these two teams approach defending on border. And so far, SSG, they have been the more successful. They won 2 in the first half, and so far OXG only have a single defensive round victory. That's at Ventilation Bombs at round number 2.
Bomb located
I
by
think for OXG now, they're going to take a tack time out to talk about how to approach a Bathroom Teller's defense, but we finally get here. We get all 4 bomb sites run by OXG on this map, which, again, is quite the rarity, but nonetheless, with their backs against the wall on SSG's map pick, they had a 4-2 lead at the half. They had a 4-1 lead, for goodness sake, and like you said, it's a 4-1 that's turned into a 6-5 deficit now for Oxygen to at least force overtime. They can't win it in 12. They're going to have to win it in 14 or 15 at best. Now for Space Station, trying to close it out in 12 rounds themselves, and it's been one hell of a performance coming out from J90 and Ashen as well. J90 had a wonderful series yesterday, so did Fultz, and I think for Ashen, it was very up and down. There was a good map in there and a not as great map, and I think for him starting out hot here, it's just going to be a confidence booster for the entire team to be clicking moving forward.
And I know a lot of people, myself included, we always talk Newers, but that was the big question mark in this series, was how is Newers gonna look? Because he's had, the really good and the really bad, and how's Yage gonna look? And so far, I mean, Newers had a phenomenal first map. Yage's been, it's about a slightly below average performance from him, but there's still time to show up, of course. So the star players on both teams, so to speak, they've all been here. They've all had their moments, but the team play, that's what gives you that slight edge in some of these rounds. And that very clearly has been SSG more often than not. Drone work downstairs, spotting out the captain traps, allowing Hot and Cold safe passage throughout customs. And this is the thing. He could walk into side, he could go up the main staircase. He's got a lot of decisions to make here, but he might just find a gap again.
Looks like he's going to. Sounds like the logic bomb was utilized as well to cover the sound of Houghton making his approach downstairs. And he's in the middle of the bomb site now. Knows that no one from Oxygen is playing inside of Tellers. It's just Dream alone in the bomb site. Foxeye could retreat. Now Dream, not sure if he's aware of this position. He's very shakily checking the corner of the hallway. And Houghton is just going to sit still for as long as possible. Try and wait for an Oxygen defender to make a mistake. He's cycling the Valkyrie camera, but Dream didn't even spot him. Houghton is not using his ability, but now he is. He's spotting him. He sees him now, and now Dream is going to be calling as the shotgun comes out, turning the corner, and he'll lose again. Hot and cold. What is with these Nooks winning point blank against M590s? The Capcan trap will claim the life of Forrest, and here comes the drop from Fish into Workshop to try and support him to the bomb site. No diffuser in control as Forrest was the one carrying the diffuser for Space Station, so a tough predicament now for Space Station with site control, but no case control. Fault's getting dropped by Newers as well. 2 members for Space Station playing inside of the bomb site, working out. Ashen will collect another one. Fish goes down. The spray from the corner, not successful from Foxay. And now it's just Yaga and Foxay alone. The Nitro Cell goes soaring, and it will collect. The Nook finally meets her maker. And now it's a 2v2. Trying to recollect the diffuser at the teller's window is Ashen. And you've got the cover from J9O outside of the teller's window. Flashbangs going in to try and cover the sound of the vault. The vault in, though, successful. And there goes Oxygen, persevering and pushing back SSG into overtime.
I cannot believe that Hot and Cold got himself into that position. Dream reads it perfectly, flicks on the Valkyrie cam, doesn't see him, double checks, and was like, okay, he's still there. Swaps to the shotgun, and we're all thinking the same thing. Hot and Cold is gonna get absolutely toasted in just a second. And there's no way he wins that, right? He does. Somehow, some way. But there's one small, teeny tiny issue for the attack inside of Space Station. The one man they really needed to survive and get into the bomb site was the one man who died to a Captain Trap with the diffuser in hand, and it stalled out everything. You know, you had two players from SSG inside bathroom fighting for their dear life for so long, under fire from 3 or 4 different defenders. Meanwhile, you saw Ash just kind of sit still, being like, okay, I hope someone swings this door that I'm holding because I can't jump in the window, but I know I kind of have to, and I gotta do it soon. Back and forth round again, and if you're an SSG fan, I mean, it's been hot in the past, but these rounds on border, oh my, it is so hard because it's a back and forth, nail-biting rounds. And OXG, they stay in it. They're kind of finding their stride right now, just trying to figure out SSG's attacks, and they looked a lot more comfortable last round at how they had to deal with the problems, actually. And this is a best of 3 series. Figure out your opponent during the map number 1, bring that to the following 2 maps if you go there, and all of a sudden, you might just find yourself countering the opponent.
For Oxygen here, they'll be on the defense for 2 of 3 rounds in overtime, which means Space Station will continue on to the attacking side, which I think based on the stats so far would give them the favor, at least the way this map has played out thus far. But we have seen plenty of series that do not follow the trend set in regulation once we flip over to overtime. Once again, Yaga alone inside of CCTV, waiting for the approach from Space Station, and they've shown repeatedly they want to apply as much pressure as possible to CCTV and acquire that map control for themselves. Yaga has shown no fear in terms of being able to peek. He will swing out and lose almost half his health immediately. But again, Kiba barricading his office window there. And it should be a good position to be in as the frag grenade comes out from down below, and the frags for Space Station finally hitting the mark.
So Ashen in spawn on their scissor lift holding the window. Man, what do you... Get out of there, Ashen. That's right. Run to the building, man. I mean, the classic Lion players, right? You got that global gadget, you can sit back and be so far. No, you can get in the building, man. They get the kill. He was logging down the CCTV rotation, by the way. He was being useful. It's just that the nade below from Force was just too good. That did the job for him. Of course, this is where you want to be. You said in OT, sometimes the statistics, they kind of change on what bomb side and what sides are good. Risk assessment is a big thing in overtime. All of a sudden, teams play a little bit slower, a bit more precautious. That risk assessment of what's worth the risk and what's not worth the risk, when you feel like you're so close to winning but also losing, it can change you. It can change how you play these rounds. Hard and Cold with 2 nades in pocket downstairs could find some tremendous value here if he gets a bit of intel from his teammates on the side itself.
It's the first logic bomb, and trying to use the sound to his advantage. Houghton will miss the first frag grenade, and that'll give the alert bells ringing off for Oxygen, but there goes the second nade onto Newers, doing about 60 damage to him. Dream taking a handful of damage inside of the bomb site as well, and Houghton will drop Fish, I believe, down below. Another frag grenade goes soaring, and SSG has collected 3 kills without actually approaching the bomb site itself. Fox has now dropped down below to try and remove these impediments down below from Space Station. Now ripping out the shotgun and taking damage to the soft wall of Workshop into bathroom. Newers tries to drop the hatch, and he will be felled, so it's just Foxay alone, making a flawless round on the attack for Space Station to start overtime.
That was an incredibly clean attack round. Nothing went the wrong way. There are no counters from OXG, and the grenades from below. That is like watching a Pro League game about 1.5 years ago when every single round was like 4 or 6 frag grenades, finding literally more kills in the round than the gunplay. 4 nades were tossed out, 3 of them made direct contact with a player, either getting a kill or doing a significant amount of damage. There we go. That was 1, that was 2, and before that, Newers' health bar right now, that was due to the other nade from Hot and Cold. So basically, 3 nades was basically 3 kills. That is absurd. And I was worried. Oh, wait, we're dancing? There we go. Bit of a tango in the doorway that happens, okay? Especially on border, narrow hallways. But the intel looked like it was a bit lackluster at first. Hot and Cold was like kind of fishing, as I say with the grenades, kind of, okay, maybe this will hit. Okay, it didn't, too bad. But then they had the Dokkaebi calls come out, somebody was thrown in the bomb side, and the Lion scan came out on top, which spotted both the flanker of Fish and the side player of Dream. And then they just instantly capitalized and taken those kills for absolutely free.
10 seconds left.
And you're gonna be feeling great here going into defense. When you have that kind of attack around to start things off in overtime, you're just like, you feel like you're in their head. So OXG, they got a tall task ahead of them. If you're a space station defending Armory, you're gonna expect Foxy on the Monty. Why? Because every single defense on Armory, all 3 times, it was picked twice, sorry. Both times, it was brought out by Foxy. So a common factor there. But the thing is, there's no real counter operators from the defensive side. Yeah, Ash and Asami, you can block Monty out, we saw Fultz do that. And you got Fultz this time on Smoke, you can gas out the Monty, do some damage. But no Echo, no C4s, besides Hot and Cold is playing side usually. So Foxy could find a tremendous amount of value in this round if he can actually, with the back of his team, progress through E stairs into office, etc.
It is going to be the first hurdle here for Fox to maneuver through, and it seems like he's getting some better progress with the assist of the Flores Rotero drones coming out from the Fish, playing on top of the roof. 2 of them have now opened up doorways for Fox to be able to push on through. Lots of droning being done towards office once again, as it really does seem like we're going to have a wraparound towards Archives once again for Oxygen. Monty's still taking its sweet time from Fox, just trying to assess the situation and gather as much intel as possible. And you can see the rotations here from Oxygen as well. Newer's down below, going to try and utilize the frag grenades with the same effectiveness that we just saw from Space Station. Got Flores, or the Fish of Flores downstairs with him as well outside the vent window. So some good work could be done here with some intel. Newer's making his way into Workshop. This could be devastating, as having this much control down below. Forest inside a bathroom, though, could be the one thing that Oxygen haven't accounted for.
Seems like they might have a good read, though. Not sure they droned it out, but they see the holes in the wall, and they assume, right, flashbang goes in, and Forest, now he knows that they know that he's here. If he can find a kill, it'd be huge for him, but it's not going to be easy.
Lots of pre-fires against the pings, and Forest will win it out. A good shot there to drop Newers as well. The sledge and the frag grenades taken off the board, the only ones, the availability for Oxygen. We're now ticking away with the last minute on the round. Oxygen needed to progress back towards the bomb site, a situation where Forrest played his life and said, I'm just taking one with me. He did it darn well. Now Fultz with the opportunity, still with 3 toxic babes to really gas out Archives for the rest of the round. Fox with the diffuser trying to work his way in. There goes the first smoke. I don't think it actually landed directly in front of Fox, though. I believe that was actually towards radio window or in towards fountain. Nonetheless, Fish is establishing himself. There goes the second smoke grenade onto the door. So it was radio window and then the Archives balcony door. This is all going to come down to the last few moments for Oxygen to try and push into the bomb site. There goes J90. His Dream is able to collect another one, but now Foxay taking extreme damage, but everyone else for SSG falling. Fultz will strike back, reaching out into fountain, and there goes the Nitro Cell. Fultz is down. It's just hot and alone in a 1v3. Make it a 1v2, a 1v1 against only one gun standing. There goes Fish, the plant going down. Fox gets off the plant, but the time will expire. Hot and Cold wins the 1v3. Look at the celebration as he leaps out of his chair. And Space Station take map number 1.
This is a perfect ending to our wonderful map 1, where every single round came down to the wire. Confusion, clutches, back and forth, but it's Hot and Cold when it matters the most in the 1v3. And as you see, they did a great job at adapting around in these couple of rounds against Oxygen. And then, yeah, what a phenomenal ending that was.
We couldn't buy an overtime game in the quarterfinals, and it seems in the semis, all we're going to get is overtime. We'll be back with map number 2 on the other side of a short break.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In Phase Beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
안 돼 여기서.
그 창문 쪽에 있던 인원이 잡혔다 보니까.
왜 방패 안 풀지?
이거 궁지에 몰릴 수 있겠는데요. 그래서 쭉쭉.
다리 안 맞았어요? 권총도 장전 중입니다.
여기서. 총알 없지 하고 미사선 또 방패 풀었는데. 총은 없지만 칼은 있어요.
Pyro's holding a perfect position. He's detonated that Vulcan canister. That will ring out till the end of the round. And he's found a kill on Nate. 2 versus 2 presidents. He falls all up to Caro to push into overtime. And Pinku's got no clue. Information on the red ping, but there is no time. Round the corner, Caro.
Espera a passagem. Olha a C4 do Erdina, garantindo a passagem, garante a eliminação. 3v2, virou tudo. 2v1. Feli conseguiu a eliminação. Balu sozinho, vem pra cima. Deu a bala, garantiu, vai tentar buscar. Balu!
And Users just completely domes him. Surely we don't see another Patball 4K. He's on towards 3, Tim. It's just Nate left alive. And once again, M&M have let him bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Snaked his way in, sleuth beyond the defenses. And no one had any idea that he was coming. He's done a lot of damage. May well uses Exothermic as a bit of a bait here as he works his way down the main stairs. Nafe at the very least knows loosely where he is. Oh my god, Nafe almost sidesteps into it. Flash over the top. Dancing around here at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his man. Nate, what are you doing? God damn!
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. Oh, it's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the fork.
3 versus 3. Still a Montang to deal with. Gets up close. 15 seconds left, keeps him trapped in the corner. Oh, what a shot. 3 in the round again for Onigiri. 3 from 3, make it 4, make it an ace because he knows where the last player is.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
See, I find myself in the position of exactly what we said at the end of map 1 of the previous series. If every single map of the series is going to end like that, we're not going to be alive for very much longer because of all the twists and turns it took. Space Station take border over OXG 8-6, and it ends with a hot and cold clutch, which is probably all anyone's going to be talking about from this game because of how good it was.
My God, the shots he had to hit to make that happen too. Both covering players go down. Fox gets off the plans as the Monty. It is a crazy round from hot and cold, but it took so many twists and turns to get there. We had to go 14 rounds to figure out who would win this one. And at the very start, it looked like Newers was dragging OXG to a victory, just like he did against Karn & Co. Popping off those first 2 rounds. I think it was 5 kills for the first 2. Really goes crazy on the roam clear. It felt like early round Space Station Gaming were not able to stay alive, and they ended up losing that first half. It was a 4-2 split. We swapped sides though, and all of a sudden, we see Ashen popping off. We see hot and cold popping off, and who else? J9O. The amount of kills he racked up this game was insane.
No, I was going to talk about J9. He was the standout player for me on SSG. Granted, the other 2 were performing extremely well, and I think everyone across the board was doing actually extremely well. Yeah. Maybe Forrest wasn't having the best game, but again, he still provides that information, provides that help overall, maybe getting a trade-off, whatever that looked like, but J9 was going absolutely insane. That one round where he almost clutched. I had him in my notes as Himothy, then it turned out it didn't turn so much into Himothy once I saw the cam and he threw a smoke down and said, I'm just going to plan anyways. That was a little bit of a short-sighted event, but one of the notes I took here is both teams are horrible on defense. The team's attacking sides were definitely stronger, both in Oxygen 4 on attacking and a SSG 4 on attacking. I mean, these teams, they gotta step it up going into this next map in terms of their attacking sides.
Yeah, I do think they had some interesting ideas in the defense. I really like that Azami
Sorry, defensive. That's my fault. Their defenses were bad.
Yeah,
Their
yeah.
attacks were
That's
good.
what you
Sorry.
said. No,
oh, is that what I said?
You totally said
okay.
that, yeah.
I have them. Okay, never mind.
You're good,
Ignore
you're
me.
good.
No, I think that there were some really good setups, though, on the defense, right? We saw Faults extending with the Azami into the east stairs with some magnets protecting him. That did really well to kind of initially shut down OXG. That was the first round Space Station got on the board. That was really impressive coming out. We also saw that cool Maestro strat to deny the OSA plants coming in onto Archives. That was so sick. I don't think I've seen that in a pro game before.
I think that Maestro Cam usually gets destroyed.
Yeah, typically
but still,
it will.
I thought that was a good heads-up play from Dream, seeing that shield and being able to pop that, because, yeah, I agree with you. I have never seen that, and I think partial due to that is because those Maestros are usually destroyed.
Yeah, and credit to the attacking team in that as well. Credit to Space Station Gaming, because it's the second time they went through, the Dokkaebi was watching it. They knew exactly what they had to do. They shot the cam before it could destroy the second OSA shield. They dodged the C4. The coverage in the window from J9O was perfect in that round. So that adaptation on attack is, again, kind of why the defense struggled so much.
Yeah, and an interesting round to me was when Oxygen actually went to customs and stock instead of the normal traditionary sites. Yeah, I mean, that and which I can kind of see that you want to throw off the other team and possibly sneak out a round. They were up in round count, so they can afford that. But what does that look like then if they would have just went to then a bathroom round and secured that round, and then maybe that puts a little more momentum going into the next round prior instead of trying to get that little cheeky round out. Yeah. Which you got to pull out all your cards here when it's on the line, and you know there's big potential that you could be missing out on. So I do understand it. Little questionable on my end, but oh well.
It's like you said when this game started. Call Out better have been cooking up some cool things for Border, because now it's time for Chef's Redeemer and Hopes to get in the kitchen and see what we can't do on map 2. My friends, we're going to Club. Anything we want to talk about here?
I don't think it's going to be too scary for either of these teams. For Oxygen, a strong record in the offseason in Stage 2. They're even, beaten Wildcard once, but losing to Sonics when they met in the playoffs. Space Station Gaming, despite avoiding this map through most of Stage 1, they did try it out in the offseason in the Stage 2. They also beat Wildcard 7-5 in the NAL playoffs. So both these teams, some solid plays, some solid wins throughout the stage so far. They both, I think, should be looking pretty comfortable. I'm expecting something similar to Border, where we're probably going into overtime. We're probably going to have a really good game. Whether we go 2-1, 2-0 on the series, tough to say, but I'm expecting at least Clubhouse will be very close.
How I see this being played out is who's going to give up what position first, depending on that gym master side or the cash garage side. Whoever's going to be giving up those positions a lot faster, then is ultimately that team is going to be running away with those rounds. That is going to be seizing those positions. So it really, to this match, is going to come down to who's going to be counter-strategy heavy and then who's going to be fighting for those spots a lot more aggressive and not falling off.
But the big question is, ultimately, are we going to see a map 3?
I believe so.
Jesse?
Yeah. 100%. These two teams deserve it.
Yes. Well, both of them have just said OXG wins map 2. So have fun with that, casters. I'm pretty sure now, I mean, there's nothing else left to say. We're going to a map 3, right?
I mean, thank you, boys. I sure hope so. For the sake of how entertaining this series has been and how electric Border was, I would very much like to see map number 3 between these two teams. But welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It is Clubhouse. Map number 2 in the series of this semi-final decider. Mirage have already booked their ticket to the finals of this LCQ. The victor of this series will be playing them immediately after this series for a shot in Atlanta, and potentially, depending on how other teams do and how they do in Atlanta, a shot at SI. And Pangu, Clubhouse, SSG starting on the defense, OXG backs against the wall. This seems like there could be a lot of momentum on the favor of Space Station.
It certainly looks that way for sure. I mean, we try and break down maps into like what are the character traits, you know, from them. Like Border tends to be very aggressive and all about like how the attackers can deal with like the entries and whatnot. Clubhouse is all about strategy, execution, and it's something where I feel like SSG, they are definitely the favorite team between these two squads. Arbiter Bands, of course, can change things a little bit depending on what happens. Space Station are paying high respects towards Newers by taking Ana off the board. And sure, it's, you know, it's the gun of the ARX G36C, it's the grenades, etc. But the nades is the big thing, because typically you play Iana and Sledge to have 4 nades on attack. If you want 4 grenades now, you gotta play Sledge and Nuke, or you're forcing yourself into that cursed operator of glass with grenades like I mentioned on Border that you probably don't want to go to. But then you got SSG who loves to play the Nuke and do it on Border anyway. So like I feel like that's a very smart ban from Space Station. Kite follows up from them. NorXG, they answered back by saying goodbye Hibana and goodbye Fenrir. If you're RXG, I think you want a couple of rounds on the board here as quickly as possible, given that you lost the first map, obviously. Attacking on Clubhouse, one of those, it's really easy if you're good at it, and it's really difficult if you're not. Because I feel like, from my side at least, it's always up to the attackers. Like, if you can execute correctly, you should be winning the majority of your attacking rounds, because strategically, there are so many ways to break apart the defense. Whereas on a lot of maps, that's not the case, right? When we look at stuff like Theme Park or Villa, it is so difficult to really find anything that you can do of value. On Clubhouse, though, tons of opportunities always, every single round. Basement is where things start off. You know, Space Station is an org. They have this good old strat that they created back in the day, the SSG basement roam. It's not gonna happen this round, probably. It's like the castle, the mute, the mossy. You know, we see it all the time, even nowadays still. What we see more of in present time of Clubhouse is the Mirror, the Bandit. Somehow, someway, Bandit wasn't played in Pro League for like 2 years straight. And then this season, people said, yeah, let's change that. We see Bandit played by a majority of teams across EU, NA, APAC, and Brazil. And to pretty good success. Bandit tricking, denying walls, protecting mirror windows, making it hard for attackers to breach anything open. Let's see how they can deal with it.
See Ashen going for a run out from the strip hallway to start things off. So, like I said, a lot of momentum favoring Space Station, and Ashen once again playing into the middle of main stairs on the landing. He's just going to miss the rotation there of Yaga, recollecting a drone, and the entry topside for Oxygen will now be well aware of Ashen's position. On the Wamai as well, with 3 magnets in his back pocket as well, so a lot of utility still at Ashen's disposal. has played it a little safer now and retreated towards main stairs to get back towards the bomb site. One operator that seemed to be a thorn in the side for Oxygen is this Azami coming out from hot and cold, as Ashen couldn't buy a way away from the hot and cold there. He's trying to put the Kiba barrier down, but it was a hurdle and a thorn in the side for Oxygen trying to dismantle on border. Doesn't get banned away here, which means that CCTV, which is an objective on this map that has fallen away from constant play and religious play. It is more of an off pick now. It's going to be a little more, it's going to be a little easier to be able to defend inside of garage rafters and CCTV with that Azami still up.
Oh, it absolutely is going to be. Surprised to start at basement in one way, but another I'm not, because it just really tests the opponent's problem-solving skills, and it often becomes like that, like 5 versus side, bomb side, execute. So far, so good for the defenders, though. 1 minute 20 seconds left. Some self-destruction started from Fox in the kitchen hallway, and Janano fishing with a C4 downstairs, just waiting for the right time here. Fox has to play this very cautiously. If the attackers lose the buck, sure they got the sledge, but it's even harder to break the floor apart with a C4 below you.
And see for Oxygen, this is very slow moving here in terms of getting some progress done. No Hibana means that opening up hatches is going to be slightly more difficult. I'm not sure if that was a Nitro Cell that was attempted to be thrown by Forrest, but nonetheless, it does not land. That is a Nitro Cell, actually, that went towards the ceiling. Dropped with 60 health off of Yaga, so it all works out in the end. The utility still converts, but the ace charges, the Selma is being bandit tricked off of the church wall with a mirror window still fresh on it. This is a very tough spot to be in for Oxygen. Just no avenues towards the bomb site that have been opened up. Everyone on the defensive space station seems to be very comfortable in their positions. 23 seconds tick away. Fox will try and push his way in against an M590, a shotgun that has been a lot of trouble for players so far. It's 2, make it 3 quick kills for space station. All 4 now, and it's just Fox, who was the last man standing inside of dirt trying to push out with a skeleton key. But instead, it's the ITA short. So we've had a myriad of shotguns in this round, but it's J90 and Space Station that win it out.
And it's a solid round. And again, the bandit really made a huge difference there. And the big thing really worth noting here is they keep it buried off the third wall on the church wall. So normally there's like the hard wall, the middle wall with the mirror window, and then a soft wall with like holes in it. But they keep it off the soft wall, which meant that the attackers couldn't just bounce a grenade off the wall in towards the bandit and stop him from tricking. They had to just like throw out an EMP, throw a Selma, hope bandit wasn't there, but he was. And that's what I mean when I say that if you're a really good attacking team, you can deal with any problem that comes your way. But OXG, they were very sloppy / lazy / slow in that round. Didn't deal a bandit correctly, didn't drone it out, didn't really to use all of their utility, and they were forced into a blue hatch drop rush while being in a toxic bait from smoke. It was just not pretty, not at all. And it's not how they want to start things off. I want to see some more structure from them in the second round, because Bandit's on the menu once more, Forrest playing that same operator, but this time on CCTV. The problem that you mentioned doesn't get played all that much, depending on when you ask that question. Lately, we started seeing it a bit in regions like Brazil. Haven't seen it all that much in North America at this stage though. But Bandit is one of those stable operators. It just slows down the attackers. The goal here is not for Bandit to necessarily trick the exothermic charge, it's simply to waste time so that Thermite can just sprint towards the building, rappel up, breach the wall in 20 seconds. Now, you gotta drone it, you see a Bandit. Okay, I need help now. Need a Sophia stun to the drone hole to stop the Bandit from tricking, and it's gonna buy you time. It's gonna buy you, so look at this, Sophia stun goes in. Boop. Now they know Bandit isn't there. Bandit then came back to try and fake it out. There's no time. Thermite charge goes off successfully. They get the wall opened up. What did it cost them? It cost them 2 Sophia stuns, a full minute, and 2 drones. So just by playing Bandit, you get all of that value. That's the goal with the Bandit, not to actually trick the wall itself.
Good start to the round here for Oxygen, trying to rebound. Like you said with CCTV, especially in stage 1 of this year. It was a site that got abandoned for the most part. It was bar and stage that everyone across the world seemed to agree was a more reliable bomb site, one that you could win off of a little more often than CC, but as you said as well, here in stage 2, it's starting to make its return. And it has actually had a decent defensive success rate in its return. Just again, not the same sample size, not the same play rate that we are used to seeing for the last few years. You can see stuns and impacts now being dumped in to try and burn in towards the CCTV doorway shield. There's one on top red as well that won't be isolated and won't be dealt with here for Oxygen, so tough going as Force be the first one to drop the construction wall open, but again, Ashen peeks his head on up with a supernova and will delete Newers from play. The rush into the bomb site though from Dream removes Hawken from rafters, and the plant going to be attempted from Dream. Faults down below, we'll see this on the Solus. The impact comes out and it'll pull him off the plant, do 50 damage, a little bit more with the P90, but unable to collect the kill. And now Ashen having to swing full bore. The jump out from J9. He gets two though. The diffuser's on the ground. This went from impossible to doable. The plant being reattempted from Fish. Now J9 on the retreat has a 1v1 against Yaga. Inside of the rafters, a beautiful shot from J9. It's 3 on the round. The plant gets completed in the shotgun out from J9, but Fish, he will clutch it up. J9 drops Fish to 1 HP with the super shorty, and he falls just short of a miraculous round once again.
It was actually down to 1 HP. That could have gone either way. These shotguns are doing so much work in the rounds, and it's not just one shotgun, it's all of them in these rounds. The ITA, the Supernova, the Super Shorty. In 2 rounds, 3 different kinds of basically shotgun kills. And it really just... Dream did that work by himself. He ran in, got the kill to Catwalk, opened up garage control. Ashen going for the sprint, not even looking at the breach as a 1-speed operator. I feel like it's one of those kind of panic actions where, okay, I'm gonna sprint across, hope my enemy just misses every single bullet, and I get the planter. Where it's like if Ashen swung the breach and killed the person covering, that was Fish, you get the guy who's covering the planter, and then right after, you kill the planter for free. And it's one of those, like, Ashen is a newer player, and I feel like this is one of those things where a more experienced player probably wouldn't make that kind of mistake. It's not a huge mistake to make by any means, but it's one of those very small, split-second decisions where, do you gamble the easy play, do you gamble the hard play? Because preying on your enemy being bad is easy. Seeking that play yourself and getting that kill, that's the hard part. Either way, OXG looking good. Dream actually being a support player said, you know what, it's my turn to inch frag. That's the thing about playing Ace. You're kind of like the second support, if you will, whereas Foxy and Thermite, he's gonna be like your real support, the breacher, the planter, the droner. So Dream is gonna get active in these rounds, I can imagine, and Fox will take a back seat.
I think again there, like you said, it all comes down to Dream, because OXG doing just about nothing to dissuade anyone from Space Station playing over towards the Gym and Master side. There were 3 defenders there. A Nitro Cell, little preemptive, blown slightly early as Yaga will escape unscathed. And now the Logi hatch is opened up for free. Yaga would have done it anyway with the sledgehammer, and there's plenty of use in that sledgehammer and around for Yaga. So no utility saved on the side of Oxygen, but a Nitro Cell taken off the board. Only 1 remaining for Space Station now. And again, it's one of those narrow margins where if I had just waited for a little bit longer, that could have been an opening pick once again. The Bandit trick, you're talking about how dominant Bandit's been. He's able to trick off one Selma, but not both simultaneously. So there goes the Jacuzzi wall getting opened up, and for Oxygen, making some good progress around the periphery of the map. But once again, they show no interest, at least for the time being, in entertaining a far side clear in towards CC.
I actually like this playstyle from OXG though, where they try and get all the pieces done first before they risk any action. So whenever action does occur, they've done everything. They cleared the shields, they got the walls open, the windows, etc. And it just means that they can actually risk losing members when they're ready. Whereas some teams, you know, they go for the roam clear, they lose like a vital member like the Flores or the Heart Breacher, and all of a sudden the round becomes that much more difficult to problem solve around. You need the utility on the attacking side, and they get to use them because of this playstyle. Wait a minute.
A nice opener there to start things off, but then it all goes haywire for Oxygen. Luckily for the attackers though, Newers is able to be revived. Hot and Cole still perseveres inside of Cash though. A beautiful shot from Newers as Hot and can't land a single shot, as it really, that's all it would have taken to put Newers to sleep. Oxygen recovering from quite a frantic opening engagement, and now the entry, as you say, for the clear. They have done all of their checklist portions. Fox gonna open up the construction wall. They still have the mirror window inside of Logi looking into construction to deal with. I know, trying to repel any entries into construction from the window, hearing some footsteps above him on the Logi hatch, sees the head and decapitates Dream. The fault in as the mirror gets knifed, but there goes J90 again. 8 kills for the first 3 rounds, and he's still on a roll here. 20 HP Newers is now all that will remain, as now Fox A drops, recovering the diffuser topside. J90 gets all 4 to end the round, and it's Space Station. J90 is on a heater, and he's trying to end this thing in 2 maps.
He's having such a good series here as well. He's always, it feels like he has like OXG figured out on their pushes. He goes to the hatch, instantly flicks the window, knows the follow-up has to be coming from that direction, and he showed us just why office is such a pivotal area of the map on the gym defense. It's the entire backbone of the bomb site, at least with the master bedroom portion, and it's so hard to clear if you play it correctly. I didn't even realize this till now. J9O just got his 10th kill in the 3rd round off that 4K, and he is not really slowing down anytime soon. He put up at, what, 16 kills I think on border, that one the distance, and he's just kind of taken that pace, continued it from the beginning of Clubhouse. And this is the thing, when you have a player pop off like this, you gotta give this man whatever he asks for. If SSG go on attack and J9O goes, you know, guys, I want to play Blackbeard. Okay, I got this. You say, go for it. Because it's one of these moments where you just enable him to do whatever he envisions. Because when you're having this much success as a player, you got those quote-unquote creative juices flowing. You're seeing things that don't exist, right? Things that you're making up. Like, okay, I'm going to swing this door, shoot here, get a kill, bang. Things are just aligning for you. And look at the spawn peak. Prove me right, General. Get the kill here. Don't die, please. He spotted out. It's not going to get it. But it applies a lot of pressure now onto XG. By going for these kinds of spawn peaks, slowing them down, okay, they're playing aggressive, guys. Back it up. Drone every area, etc. And they're not done yet. Forrest is hiding inside the corner of kitchen. If he gets droned down with the door or window open, he is completely stuck. But it's been 35 seconds of the round, and Foxy have yet to leave the spawn. He's checking every window. He's checking every door. They're so afraid of the what if. That means that SG, they're in their heads.
Absolutely. Saw it in the first round with Ashen playing on the Womai on the top of main stairs. Fish is going to have to contend with the castle barricade. He has done some drone work here. So dispatch, and now droning in towards kitchen. Will he check freezer for Forrest? He will. And now Forrest in a world of hurt. The hatch is not open for him to bail out. Houghton will try and provide support from the base of main stairs as well. And now breach chargers coming out from up above inside of Logi. This is a nightmare for Forrest to work out of. This is another situation like we saw on Border where he just wants to play his life and take anyone with him that he can. The collapse coming from Oxygen, but it's taking a long time.
I mean, the train of thought here is pausing because he is as good as dead, but last time he traded 1-for-1. If he can do that too here, that's a success for sure. Oh. Good night. I mean, he burned some time, killed some drones, but I'm not sure I feel like that was worth it. There are certain positions on the map where you can reliably stay alive. Kitchen is not one of them. The second the attackers are in office, they'll break the floor apart. You can run out the hallway. Maybe if the hatch was soft or opened up so you could have fallen back, that would have been worth it so he can like remain alive in the round. But it's also cancelled. His barricades are put down, his bulletproof cannon is put down. He doesn't have any utility left on him, and to make things quote-unquote better, Forrest is 0-2. He hasn't gotten a single kill so far. It doesn't matter if he died in this round statistically, it doesn't change a single thing. 45 seconds though, and this nade, however, changes everything. That's J9O in the grave. That's the man SG they need in this round.
Excellent teamwork coming out from OXG there. Yaga using the EMPs again here will facilitate the frag grenade coming in and taking 50 health off of Ashen, playing the blue mirror as well. But there goes Houghton with the Scorpion, and they're all dying in a meat grinder inside of blue. The last man standing, 4 corpses rest at the foot of the blue stairs. Space Station. They eat up the time topside and they grind them down downstairs.
This is the same thing happening again, where it looks like OXG did a great job in the first, beginning of the round. They get opening pick 1, opening pick number 2. It's 5 versus 3, and they have time to work with. But then they just YOLO drop the kitchen and blue hatch, and they don't check the corners. They don't drone it out first. They don't use their utility. It's usually we see those kinds of plays when you're, very desperate, or if you're down 3 versus 5. But look at the timer. 47, they get that second kill. They drop the hatch at 32. They have so much to work with. They have 4 drones. I don't really understand. Even if it's like a 4 versus 2 or 4 versus 1, I still don't think that's the right play to make at this level. You're underestimating SSG if you're making those plays. You're disrespecting them and outright saying, J9O is dead. You can't shoot back now, right? You're a one-man army team, but that's not the case. SSG is their 5-man team with the occasional pop-off player, that right now being J9O, and he was dead in that round, sure. That doesn't mean that Hot and Cold can't shoot back. Ashen can't shoot back, you know? They're still upright. We're gonna see... We're gonna see the glass now. Not with the grenades though, despite the Ana ban. And this is one of those few rounds where you're attacking the bar bomb side, you want a way to plant down the diffuser. Most teams, they play the Munty or they play the OSAF or the shield coverage. I don't think playing glass with 6 smoke grenades is a bad idea, especially because during the drone phase, you saw that they scouted for a warden and there's no warden on defense. So these smoke grenades, they will get a ton of value in this round. The only real counter is gonna be the Yokai drones from JNO and the Solus gadget seeing where that plank goes down.
Fox trying to lay down some smoke cover topside, and there goes Fox. Ashen able to drop him, but here a fast execute coming out from Oxygen. The plant going down from Dream as he used all 3 Selmas in the first 30 seconds, but the drop through the smoke from Forest is able to stop Dream from planting. The diffuser now rests at the base of the front door. Now Newer's trying to push his way into bathroom in the middle of the site. The phone call ring out, but there goes Forest again, winning out with an MP7. It's now a doubled up man advantage as Fish has recollected the diffuser. You're my son once again, the second consecutive day that Forrest has declared someone in the lobby his progeny.
Damn. I mean, this was a, you know, invest everything into one go kind of strategy, and it failed. I mean, there's still a way for them with half the round to go into the timer, but OXG are investing so heavily into these very few things, and they're being heavily countered. Forrest was 0 and 2 before this round started. Now he's single-handedly basically won the round for his team. And it looks like OXG are choosing the easy way out, not really fighting every inch of the map, trying to simplify it. And the simple path's not the best path always.
Nice reaction there from Yaga with the bearing. Diffuser in hand, so there is some potential here with a little over a minute on the clock. Brings it down to a 1v3, so the father of Newers will meet his grave. There's still 3 members standing, though, and J9O standing tall with 10 frags on the map so far. Yog continuously baiting out the plant. He's got to worry about a Solus. One more Echo drone, I imagine. Yep, there it is. The Yokai drone still standing inside a bar will stun Yog, so now he's got to retreat with the Bearing 9 and try and take a 1v1 over towards Garage. They do have intel onto the Solus, so Fult's not spotting the drone that is pinging him. Wallbang will not connect much. Only 1 or 2 shots hitting through the soft wall onto Fultz, and now you can see everyone for Space Station relocating themselves towards the pool table, trying to make sure that Yog has no safe haven to plant. Once again attempting for the 3rd time in this round for Yog, a 4th time for OXG as a whole, but here comes the flank from J9O to get 11 on the map, and he will do so with the counterpart Bearing 9, proving that he's better with the weapon, and Space Station up 4-1.
I hate to declare a game, you know, won, because it's not. You can always come back. We've seen it happen before, whether it's in a single map, whether it's in a best of 3 or best of 5 series. But OHG, they have to significantly step up on this last and final attack round in the first half, as well as on all the defensive rounds to, I guess, just prove me wrong. Like, I don't feel like they're really awake at the wheel here. They're simplifying things so much that they're playing like year 5 Siege and year 8, and the issue is the game, it advances. Teams, they evolve, players get better, and playing this simple Rainbow Six Siege is not gonna net you consistently good results. I love what they're doing on border with the Munty, doing a little bit of flexing between the Nomad, the Lion, the Dokkaebi, but then we go to Clubhouse, which is much more structure-oriented, and I just don't see the structure really being there. Or at the very least, the structure that is being shown isn't all that great. Because SSG, they're playing, I would say besides a J9O like phenomenal clutch, I would say they're playing like average, slightly above average rounds for their liking. And then of course they have their pop-off moments. But this is mostly OXG just playing kind of subpar Siege. I mean, the double basement hats drop panic into just like to death essentially. I don't know, I'm not sold on this. They see a second take here in CCTV, same setup from defense, the same shields, the same bandit, most of the same operators. This is where XG, especially after a tactical timeout, they gotta show us something. That they're not out of this, that they can get this like 4-2 or 2-4 scoreline and still be in it. And also for themselves and their own sake, get some more confidence into themselves, because this is not it.
You got to remember as well, even though this is the one bomb site that OXG has been successful in attacking, they were a super shorty, one more pellet connecting onto Fish away from being up 5-0. It did require J9O to pull off nearly the most miraculous comeback we've seen in a round so far today. Although, actually, Vert probably takes the cake for the first series on that particular award. Nonetheless, J9O required some heroics, but he nearly done it. So, for CCTV, this may be an opening for Oxygen to, as you say, get that second round, the all-important round, to keep a respectable 4-2-half. But as you say, if it ends up being 5-1 at the end of this, Fish will make his ascent up the main stairs. J9O with that super shorty in hand once again against Fish. We were just talking about the previous time those weapons and players were involved. Legion Mine will alert Fish to the presence. And I think right now for Space Station, if you're getting the 5-1, you're 2 rounds away from icing the series and setting yourself up very swiftly with Mirage in the finals. You don't want this to be going to Chalet after being victorious on map number 1.
Oh, you want to pursue that energy, but Fish, he's patient and it pays off. It's a 1-for-1 trace though, not favoring either side, but Ashen might find one more. Just went over the hand on the corner. That barrel might stick out if he sticks it too far in. Ooh.
Yeah, that is the problem with running suppressors on things like the TCSG and the Supernova, is that they just extend so far out that they're in the middle of the door frame, so you have to look away. Now Ashen taking fire from the gym window, and again, just like Forrest had previously, he's going to try and persevere. He's going to try and hold out on his bunker and just take as many with him as he can. Flashbang comes in, but there goes Houghton on the swing. We'll drop one from the balcony. Then Ashen gets another one with the Supernova. You've got to be kidding me. Fox will at least get 2, but Forrest will shut it down. Oxygen cannot clear an Echo on 40 HP inside a gym without suffering extreme casualties. And SSG, like I said, 2 rounds away from a date with Mirage.
The entire round on a CCTV defense ended in jacuzzi, master bedroom / gym. And it looked like it was that same story like you mentioned. Oh, it's Forrest in kitchen over again. But when Forrest was in kitchen, he was alone, isolated, no backup. Ashen had every single member covering something. Run out in garage, got the guy in the window. The cover and connect the window, jump in, and master bedroom jump in as well. Ashen even got the injure onto Bucko pushed from the breach, and everyone died around that. SSG with a phenomenal couple of defenses, OSU's and weak attacks. Things now change. First half is in the books. See the scoreline 5-1 for SSG. And speaking of the SSG roam strat, when this game started in the first round, we will see OXG use the SSG roam strat. The castle barricades is gonna compartmentalize the bar situation and the connect the window. The mute jammers and Musipes, they go upstairs in like master bedroom, gym, office, etc. to try and make it difficult for the attackers to drone it out. And the strength about this strategy is that you can do all of this setup and then everyone sprints back towards the bomb site. The attackers don't know if you're roaming or not because of those jammers and the Musipes. But you also do this entire setup, stay top floor, and actually have a roaming presence. But the thing is, doing the SSG roam strat against SSG, sure not the exact same roster, but the org and some of the players still, like Hot and Cold for example, and Foltz. Not sure how that's gonna work. They should have it figured out. You see them right now focusing on the CCTV side, they see the bandit, so they know that jacuzzi is gonna be the main area that they wanna target. So they're gonna EMP, if they need to, open up the jacuzzi wall, drone that out, and just kind of go step by step.
Well, Ashen making a surprise entry downstairs as well, and it seems like the bandit has now pulled off. Indeed, Yaga retreating back towards the top of main stairs, and Houghton has made his entry into Logi. There's 2 there for him. He'll grab Newers, not knowing that Yaga's still there. The vault into the gym window will down off Yaga, so the SSG roam getting picked apart by Space Station themselves. And now Fish debating an ascent up red stairs to try and jump in and trade out what he can. Still holding the top of red, trying to catch someone for Space Station off guard. This is the potential of match and series point on the line for Oxygen, and they have a 3v5 to work out of.
I don't know about that one. Perfect read from SSG. I wonder why. And Fish gets caught looking the wrong way, looking for that drone. This is basically as flawless as it can get. I know that Hot and Cold just died, but I mean, this surely should be the round over. OSG, they gotta lash out. If they fall back towards the side, what do you do? Unless Space Station, they pull an Oxygen and drop down a hatch with 4 members looking the wrong way, I don't see a way out here. No C4 from Foxy, no health from the bar. Dream is playing Castle, terrible with the EMP. So the side is not really safe. You got a minute to work with. Decision making time, OXG. Space Station, they're closing in.
Well, it seems like Fox is going to be left on just slightly above 20 HP to hold the site, as Dream will be going for the flank of Dreams. Into Lounge now, making his way into stock. The hatch being opened up, and he'll get one. He'll get not even two. He won't even secure the first one onto Forest. So it's a 20-ish HP Fox alone on the site, holding inside of Church on the right side of the Moto door in a 4v1. The good news for Fox, 3 of the SSG attackers are severely low on HP, so the shotgun and the SMG-11 could do some significant damage. The problem? No Nitro cell in hand. The first drop into Moto, and here comes the swing. He'll get one and drop the diffuser. A second taking aim in towards Blue, but he has to reload. Hitting the deck, Ashen will rip apart the chairs, the table, and Foxay's rotting corpse, and it's match point and series point for Space Station.
There we just see what disaster it is to be SMG-11 in like 1v4 clutch. You don't have the bullet capacity to go for those kills unless you get clean one-tap headshots. But also, what could have been with the Dream flank inside a lounge into stock. I mean, the 3k collateral basically lined up for him, but again, he had the worst gun in the game to get that kind of job done. He gets the injure, second player down to 1 HP, and the third player down to a half HP. If he picked up 2 or 3 of those kills, I know Fox is very low on HP, but he sets up the very realistic possibility of a clutch attempt. Doesn't happen though. Manchester are on match point. If they end up winning this map and taking this series, they're very happy because they can preserve some energy for the next best of 3 against Mirage. No XG though, they're gonna fight it out, of course, it's not over. They don't think it's over, not just yet. They're gonna change things around, I think, for the better. They're gonna go for a more turtle-oriented bomb set setup. We can see that because they're playing the Asami, the Mira, the Warden, and the Jaeger. Very big indicators that they're gonna play on the side, or nearby the bomb site at least, and fortify those positions, and try and play for that 5 versus 5 execute. So this is one of those classic, if the attackers do it well, we should see the attack win. If they can pick apart those crucial positions, deal with the mirror windows, etc., you'll be fine on the attack. If you fail to deal with that, or if you're too slow at roam clearing, so you don't have time to actually go through those motions of clearing stuff out, that's when defenders, they start winning these kinds of rounds.
Oh, Jane, I know, inches away on a pre-fire with some intelligence in the immediate retreat, I believe, from Newers, yes, into Blue, down to about 60 HP to start things off. So Jane, I know, still riding a heater on match point and series point. This is backs against the wall for Oxygen. It's been mentioned a few times that I imagine this is the perfect time to bring it up once again. This is not only Atlanta on the line for Oxygen, but 6 Invitational as well. They currently sit in 40th in the global standing points. There are no other opportunities to acquire points other than this LCQ and then the Atlanta Major. Oxygen, with their backs against the wall for the rest of 2023 and the beginning of 2024, they have to persevere in these rounds. They have to overcome some insurmountable odds, really, as SSG have 5 more chances at the very least before it even gets to overtime. This is a good spot to be in for Space Station.
Certainly is. They're making quick pace, droning out the strip area of the map while getting the hatches. Jano under fire by 2 members. Surely he doesn't fight this. He walks backwards. Yep, good boy. Again, no matter what player this is, you don't want to lose a player early in the round on attack, because if he dies, the blue flank is open up. You want to get to that 5v5 bombs that execute phase if you're SSG right now, and you're still going through the second stage of this round, the setup. Opening up the hatches, droning out the side, and choosing, is it going to be a kitchen hatch execute, a church attack, for example? With this church wall open up, it's going to be a church take.
And Ashen able to make his way in immediately to Moto with Forrest, who has Case. Push into Moto here. Newer's taking more damage inside of Blue as J9 is facilitating the pinch from the back of Blue stairs as well. Hitting the deck there, and again, Newer's on 1 HP, just trying to survive the onslaught from Space Station. Yaga turning around, Fault's taking damage in the process as well, but Dream will be the first to fall. Newer's, though, able to reject Force's entry into the bomb site with the diffuser, so it now rests on the floor. A 2-man hold in Blue, still living out here as Yaga will collect J9 sprinting through the bomb site. Ashen will fall. Fault's taking damage against the church wall as well. OXG providing a good fight back here. Still an opportunity for Space Station as things slow down. 25 seconds on the clock. Otten taking some damage now and will be felled ultimately by Yaga. Now playing against the Mirror, Yaga with a superstar performance from inside of Blue on the Mirror saves Oxygen momentarily.
It's a good hold by OXG, but a sloppy round from Space Station. Sprinting in the bomb side, looking in all the wrong directions, not dealing with the mirror window, and also just not really, I think, opting to plant the right position. They're trying to go for that left side of the breach black box panel to plant by, when the mini bar was significantly safer to deal with. Maybe they're fearing a C4, an impact grenade, either way. They tried to get in the right position, they couldn't quite get there, and J9O, because he was so low on health from that earlier engagement, he didn't really have enough health to be set up for success on the blue side of things, because he was completely alone. If he had full HP, there's a much higher chance that he finds success, as he's fighting multiple members, of course, both Newers and Dream inside of blue. But this is the thing, SSG can lose the following 3 rounds, and it's still regulation. They get the 4th, then it's 7-5. So at worst right now for SSG, they lose 4 rounds in a row, they go into overtime, and then we'll see what happens. OXG, they gotta pull out some incredible defenses here, and have great mid-mount adaptation to deal with the various problems that SSG throw their way. And I will say last round, they did that. But on CCTV, you gotta go to jump a bar after that. It's not gonna get any easier for them.
And after an incredible statistical stage from Yaga in the absence of Newer's dominance, at least in group stage, Yaga's had a bit of a slower performance at the end of the Karn & Co game and here against Space Station. So what a time for him to come alive, getting 3 on the round, I believe, if not 4. So a perfect time to come to life. You would have liked it a little bit earlier, but better late than never, honestly. Still with their backs against the wall for every single round here in regulation. Diffuser gets left onto the platform here as Space Station have designs in taking over towards the far side, entertaining a clear into Master and Jim as opposed to the Oxygen philosophy. And again, Hot exercising some patience will avoid Yaga's Nitro Cell. So that's the only Nitro Cell at the availability of the defense taken away early. Now everyone for Space Station amassing on the roof and looking to be going for that far side clear.
C4 is one of those risky ones where if Yaga gets the kill, great, you build that early advantage. But now if it comes down to the bomb site, you don't have any plant deny besides the toxic base from Dream, and maybe Soul has been aware he is during that moment in the round. But it's a risk worth taking because you're fighting tooth and nail. Dream, the support player, the backbone, finding kills last round and this one as well. Traded by Ashen onto York instead. Valcams will still stay up, and you still spot out the attackers. Forest already breached the walls, I believe, so it's not a huge loss for Space Station necessarily. They should still be good for this round.
And it was Newers playing inside of Jim, who lost again almost 80 health in the engagement, trying to challenge onto the jacuzzi wall, but he'll bail out and drop downstairs, lay in wait for a potential flank, most likely in tandem with Fish's intel on the Solus. So still in a very good position here, losing Yaga, but like I said, he already used that Nitro Cell, the impact tricks coming out over the construction wall, as Faults will again try and open up the construction wall. 2 Selmas destroyed, and we're still down below, ready and waiting below the construction hatch. You can see for Space Station just taking a breather. They are able to open up a peek hole on the construction wall, but that is not traversable at the moment. Space Station, their only entryways into the bomb site for now are the platform, where no one is at the moment, or in through the CCTV window or the cache door.
It's going to block a little bit harder. It's going to come down to the entry fights here, I think, for Space Station. They got that one call in the part of J9O. So once he pushes up, get on the platform, make the call, do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and in Space Station game will go. If they win their fights, they might get the round. However, if they lose them, Dream and Fish holding down that top red position, that's going to be the round favoring OXG for sure.
And as well, not displacing Foxay from the rafters. Newer's taking a little bit more damage, as is Foxay. There goes the vault in. Ashen will lose the fight. Dream will win out as well. Newer's everyone for Oxygen getting involved. Faults pushes his way into Cash and is able to get one onto Fox. Spraying again at the red pings on the opposite side of the server wall, and he will miss the shots once again. Dream with a fantastic round. Seems like the smoke players in every round for Oxygen need to come to life, but Oxygen stacking back-to-back defensive wins.
And this is why having a really solid foundation of support players is so vital to a strong team. Dream has been putting up phenomenal numbers ever since the side swap, where he's playing in very important positions, playing that very crucial role of smoke, staying alive, using toxic babes, but also shutting down the entries. It was Dream getting that early kill, the opening onto Forest. It was Dream shutting down one of the 2 players going in towards the bomb site doing the execute, and it was Dream getting the final kill of the round as well. So he's holding down the fort, and yeah, he's playing smoke, but this is the job of smoke players, especially on Clubhouse. You're gonna be in the battle almost every single bomb site because you're playing on the site. It's where attackers are gonna come for you. Most rounds on Clubhouse as a map doesn't really come down to the roam. Maybe 1 or 2 people will die. That's the average. It's not supposed to play out the way it did when we saw Ashen play inside a gym when SSG were defending, where the entire round ended on the roam. That's not always the case. When SSG, they go through these motions of the standard isn't working, playing very structured, very methodical. They like to do what they're showing us right now. All of a sudden, they say, we've been playing slow and predictable, and now they're gonna hit you with the 1-2 fast one. Whereas like the Blitz, the Capital, that's gonna be the Chaos effect, right? The entries. Then you got a Hot and Cold, probably sneaking about, looking for a flank on the nuke as well. He's got that drone inside a bar downstairs. That's gonna be his entry path most likely. Before we get to the fun part though, of course, you gotta breach some walls and drone some parts of the map, etc. and do some utility game here. You can't just rush in the building without any setup. But when SSG, they deem themselves ready, when they got all the things that they want in place, they will go for a phenomenal, fantastic, beautiful possibly, or a very messy, fast execute.
Like we said, SSG, they've lost the last 2 rounds, but they only need 1 and the series will be over. And what a time to bring out the Blitz, the EMP onto the jacuzzi wall. Houghton has made his way in down below, and here comes Forrest on the sprinting Blitz, getting cut to pieces, trying to vault, but Fultz has his cover. Fultz with 2 into the bomb site now, and it's a swarm into logistics. Everyone on Oxygen is falling. Good fight back here from Foxay, but it's just Fox and Yogg stuck inside of construction, trying to hold out. Forrest eating the bullets, but Fultz getting the plant down, and both OXG defenders stacked back to back, trying to take on the shield. Forrest down to 1 HP. Here comes the shotgun that has let down OXG so many times on border in this series. The SMG gets pulled out instead. The flashbangs go pouring in. Everyone for Space Station backing off, knowing all they have to do is kill the clock on this to have a date with Mirage. Foxay is down. Space Station clean sweep it with the Blitz execute, and they will play Mirage in 1 best of 3 for a spot in Atlanta.
They came down on border to a 1v3 clutch by Hot and Cold. On the second, it was a full team effort, with Forrest leading the charge on the Blitz, and it was indeed a fantastic, phenomenal, beautiful execute. And there was no doubt in my mind that SSG today, they were the better team.
Well, we started with 8 teams in the last chance qualifier. We now have 2 remaining. To set up the next series and to recap what just happened, we send it back to the studio for our very best analysts.
Appreciate it, Flynn. It feels like every time we have a team go overtime in the first map, they just completely lose steam when they get to the second. OXG tried taking all of the air out of the arena, but OXG have an oxygen tank that's just bigger than that team can handle. SSG are now 2-0 in that series, and they're facing Mirage in just a couple minutes.
They looked so good. The defenses on Clubhouse really coming through for Space Station Gaming. For Oxygen, a lot of sites just didn't go their way. Down in the basement, it felt like their pushes were really linear. Sometimes, yeah, they'd get bandit tricks and they were kind of forced into maybe a blue drop or something, but other times it just felt very odd the way they were trying to push down into the bottom floor. Then they came in through the gym bomb site, and they had great intel. They would always have these good drones, and they would never be able to convert that into picks. They would always end up losing gunfights. They would always again end up getting stuffed, getting funneled by people like J9O, who were just holding good rooms and being able to kill players who were running in 1 by 1 by 1, rack up those big multi-kills.
Yeah, an interesting statistic that I had was Oxygen actually, out of those 6 rounds on the defensive side or their attacking side, they had 4 of those opening kills. So SSG, 4 of those times were always in a man disadvantage, where if they would have just maybe used a little bit of their time better, maybe droned a little more, try to figure out maybe where less people were to be able to have that trade potential, because the trade game on both ends of these teams were phenomenal. One team was either running away with it. It looked like obviously SSG was the ones who did that, but that's what I'm saying. If maybe OXG just took that time and said, hey, we got the first pick. And that's the beautiful thing about a man disadvantage, is when you're on that team, you got to keep funneling people into different spots. And if you lose that person, that's just another takeaway from that round. And if Oxygen, to me, if they just saw those openings or saw those spots where they could have then equalized that man advantage and just keep that in their favor, then they would have walked away a lot with those attack rounds.
And Space Station Gaming, they started to pull it back on defense. I didn't think the Oxygen's attacks were that great either. It felt like some of those attacks, right, the 2 that they lost in particular, a little bit shaky, a little bit just not getting a big advantage before they'd go in. But at the end of the day, all they needed was one, and the Blitz would get at them.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station, once that first half in general was, that was crazy. And then they flipped it, and then their attacks would look super strong. They look very well coordinated. It looked like they had an idea of how they wanted to approach it, with Oxygen shutting them down. That last round in particular, you saw the Blitz, you saw the Capital, you saw the knock. The Blitz causes all the distraction. Fultz comes in, kills the guy bathroom. Knock sneaks up through main stairs, walks into gold, kills the guy gold, and then you just had the Blitz cornering the two guys in Con and just making sure they couldn't get the rotate in, and then bomb goes down, and then it's just falls out from there.
Yeah, it's very true. And we can keep on talking about the reasons why Space Station won, but we should highlight this, if only one last time. OXG no longer going to the 6th Invitational after this matchup.
Yeah, tough for them. I mean, the legacy, right? I don't got to tell you, Lax.
That legacy was cut short, and now their legacy's cut short. It's crazy to think about. I mean, you gotta give the respect to Oxygen, or both teams in general, but Oxygen here losing out on going to Invite. They have made it every single year since that Cloud9 reciprocity, and that is consecutively placing top in your region, performing as well as you possibly could. And they had really good runs. We had really good runs at Invite. So for them to not be there, that's insane.
I mean, 3rd place at just the last one, right? Like, to go from that to not even attending now, they're going to be kicking themselves. They played great, I think, through the first LCQ, where they almost beat the Sonics, but they lost in the semis. They lose in the semis again in the 2nd LCQ. Just seems to be a curse they can't break.
Still very much makes you think that if anybody can go to SI, at least make it Space Station, just so that the loss of Oxygen was worth it, right? I'm sure there'll be some people that say, yeah, but Mirage still has a shot. They do, but it's a moonshot at this point because of the pure amount of points they still need to get there.
It depends how things go. I mean, Mirage, even like a top 8 may be good enough. It really depends what the major looks like. So I wouldn't count Mirage out by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
If they win this qual, they make a good run. They will have to make it somewhat deep into the major because they didn't go to the first major, but still, they should feel pretty good if they can get on a real hot streak. And if they're playing like they have been through that first couple of games, yeah, they could make that run.
And Mirage also has players that have played against people internationally.
100%.
So that alone going into Atlanta or possibly an Invite, I can see them still performing well by having those veteran experiences of playing against international teams.
And I should say as well, if Mirage do beat Space Station in the grand finals, there is a world where both teams go to Invite.
Yes.
For Space Station Gaming, I said it was less than 5% chance if they lost this game. Now that they've won it, if they lose in the grand finals, it's around a 15 to 20% chance.
Okay.
It's still not good.
Yeah, it's still not great, but it is a higher percentage.
We're in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
But then again, for Mirage, if for some reason Space Station lose, it's 15 to 20%. But Mirage have to go to the major and, like you said, get top 8 essentially. Like,
so, I mean, somewhere around there. We don't know yet.
So there's still a lot of variables that you have to worry about with something like that. For Space Station, here's how things are about to work out. There's now only a little bit of time because when Mirage won against Wildcard, there was a substantially longer break. We got to give Space Station a bit to catch their bearings and talk about what the band phase and everything else for this upcoming series is going to look like. So there will be a slightly longer break while we do that, but we got to give some advantage for SSG, or at least give them a second to catch their breath, because that series was over faster than we expected. We'll be right back with the grand final. Don't go anywhere.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In Phase Beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here, and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, it'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as opera came out, you picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And
that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree. I do.
Yeah. I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and you killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro. Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You okay to wake up that
You're so
early?
sleeping.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad. Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like.
Can you do the noise again?
Oh yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
They hate me, bro. I fool him.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
well, I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
I think Nighthaven is one of the most fun maps we've had.
in the comp pool for a while.
The single word comes to mind, and it's just massive.
It's just so big.
I really like the way Nighthaven plays. It honestly reminds me of how Clubhouse used to play out a lot, kind of strangling the defense by just like slowly opening walls.
If you leave a gap on defense, it will get taken advantage of, and it's up to you how to retake that gap.
Teamwork on the defensive side is going to be big, just because you're pretty spread.
You want to be trying to play that rafter area. Gets us a good spot where you can waste time. It's very hard to clear a defender out of there.
As an attacker, I think a very important part of the map that you want to take control of quickly is the upstairs second floor, because that cuts off a big section of the map where people can flank from.
When you are let free on the lurk, will it help you win rounds on the map?
Nighthaven's probably like one of my favorite maps now.
But it's a very hot Beast Coast to send this one away.
This might be it.
Forward in the definitive round from DZ.
On the actual execute, it'll go to M80 as they just crush the defense outright.
Kansas has the advantage.
And locks in match point for Mirage.
Tuhan can finish it off, and Wildcard find their first round on the board.
Newers, what can he do? He gets one.
Oxygen all over the board when it comes to this.
A great round coming in there from Gio and the rest of the Sonics. The ace is completed. Nicely done here.
He'll shut that one down, and it's round number 1 for Luminosity.
Doesn't go ahead and check the main stairs. Surely not. Merc, the little rat. He finds his man.
Dude, the 60 goes by so fast. Alright, I'll just use Tellers and Archives as an example, I guess. Something that I thought is really good and really strong to do is opening up the outer wall with like a Hibana or an Ace, and then trying to open up like the Visa hatch near like the doorway, and then having people push from garage side and basically just full pinch the basement. So have like say like 2 garage side and then 2 pushing through the outer wall and then 1 dropping that hatch. And then just all like full pinching basement, because what a lot of people I've noticed do is they heavy hold admin, so they have 2 to 3 people top floor, mid floor, and then only 2 people in the basement. So if you just, you know, it's a 5v2 in the basement, you just gotta trade each other out well. I will say Archives is a huge room, so you always gotta like have a drone in front of somebody and just find the people where they are, because there's like 800 different corners there now and the room is huge. So you just gotta find where they are in the basement, just isolate the picks, and then you can get the bomb down. Hopefully we will play Consulate on game day before that airs, because I might have just leaked our attack, but whatever.
I think Nighthaven is one of the most fun maps we've had in the comp pool for a while.
The single word comes to mind, and it's just massive.
It's just so big.
I really like the way Nighthaven plays. It honestly reminds me of how Clubhouse used to play out a lot, kind of strangling the defense by just like slowly opening walls.
If you leave a gap on defense, it will get taken advantage of, and it's up to you how to retake that gap.
Teamwork on the defensive side is going to be big, just because you're pretty spread.
You want to be trying to play that rafter area. Gets us a good spot where you can waste time. It's very hard to clear a defender out of there.
As an attacker, I think a very important part of the map that you want to take control of quickly is the upstairs second floor, because that cuts off a big section of the map where people can flank from.
When you are let free on the lurk, will it help you win rounds on the map?
Nighthaven's probably like one of my favorite maps now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is now time to find out who the 4th North American representative going to the Atlanta Major will be to defend home soil for the region. It's a big deal, this matchup, finally getting to a grand final, because we have 8 LCQ slots available in Atlanta. 2 of them went to Asia, 1 of them go to plenty of other regions, but there's only 1 spot at the table for a North American LCQ team, and it's either going to go to Mirage or Space Station.
And it's crazy that we're at this point, right? I mean, SSG, they've been battling it out through the playoffs. They lost their first match in the playoffs. They had to come down here into the LCQ to try to battle their way up. But for Mirage, their journey ended in the regular season when they lost to Space Station. That was the final playoff spot as well. So now they go from fighting for the last NAL playoff spot to fighting for the last LCQ major spot.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing both these teams, given the time in between, they've been working out their kinks, they've been working out their problems, and we're seeing 2 very strong teams that we weren't seeing so much in the beginning of the stage, especially Mirage. That's one thing that I really wanted to focus on, is just Mirage has been a night and day difference team in terms of their team play, in terms of their individual performances. It's just, it's crazy what time can do.
The paths for both teams to get here have not just been through the LCQ, because obviously the way that they got seeded happened during the group stage, but just as a reminder of what the bracket looked like thus far, Mirage and Space Station have yet to lose a single map in this qualifier.
I've said this for every semi, but you got to imagine that trend breaks today for both teams. Yep. I mean, this grand finals should be going to 3. With the way both of these teams are playing right now, if we don't finally get a 3rd map, I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, we both took a loss once that wild card game went the way that it did, which that is okay. I'm totally okay with that. We both are okay with that, but you said it. There's only one team that's going to be coming out of here, so I hope this goes to a best of 3, because I want to see absolute chaos in this lobby, in these rounds, and people duking it out and really showing who deserves to be at Atlanta representing NA.
While both of you had your predictions shattered by Mirage making it to a grand final, and while Vert in the interview even said, yeah, there's no pressure on our backs because nobody really picked us to do anything substantial, one of you still picked somebody to win this entire thing in your brackets. Jesse, you had Space Station on lock. You still have a chance to get the finalist correct, even if the bracket wasn't right.
The thing about me, Jacob, is I'm a man of my word.
Flip-flop.
No, you aren't. I've got a lot of integrity.
No, you aren't.
When I say a team's gonna win, I stand by that through thick and thin. So when I said before this whole bracket even started that Space Station Gaming, we're gonna walk away with that major spot, I wasn't kidding. This team looks so damn good, and they played even better through this LCQ than what they played throughout the regular season. We have J9O popping off playing crazy. We got False playing those support roles so well. Ashen has been molding into this team so perfectly. In my mind, they are the favorites coming into this game. They were the favorites at the start of the tournament, and they're still just right there.
Well, I have yet to choose, and I'm gonna go against you. I'm gonna go with Mirage, actually.
Okay.
Because my whole predictions kind of changed. I thought it was gonna be a wild card Space Station, so I am gonna go with Mirage because they are proving to be the better team on that side of the bracket. And when you look at this, look at everyone's numbers. I think this is the first time we've actually seen everyone on Mirage be this close to one another. And Slothy and Spiker specifically have stepped it up monumentally in this LCQ, and then ending it on Rampy. Rampy. I can't stop saying Rampy's name. This is the Rampy that I have been waiting to see. And I'll tell you from personal player experience, sometimes you get into those slumps. I don't necessarily want to say that Rampy was in a slump, but watching his performance throughout that stage, he didn't look very comfortable, may have looked a little bit shaky, but sometimes you got to have all those games and you got to have the pressure really apply now in LCQ and really wanted to dig deep and kind of change your play style, change that mentality. And I am seeing that in Rampy in these plays. He looks way more confident taking these one-on-one engagements, taking these 1v2 engagements. It doesn't matter what he's doing in these clutch situations. Rampy is the name of the team right now.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I do think Mirage look really good right now. They look much better than we've seen before.
But
their attacks are still a problem. We said this in the quarterfinals, right? Against Aerial Arise, they lost their first 5 attacking rounds in a row. They won 2 attacking rounds that whole series. Not ideal. Then they go into their game against Wildcard. What happens? Well, they lose their attacking half, 4-2 split down. They go 1-1 in their attacks.
Those were clutch rounds that easily could have went to them. They just played the post plant not so great.
Sure, the numbers don't lie though, still. Fair points, but the numbers still say they lose their first attacking half, and then on Oregon, they again only go 2 for 2 on their attacking half. They win their games on the defense, and that's not inherently a problem, right? You're still winning the games, credit to you, but there is a weakness there. And I think if Space Station Gaming have been watching those matches and if they've been prepping themselves, that is something they're going to be looking to exploit, and that's what they're going to bring here in these grand finals.
Well, as much as you want to try to talk about them and that negative connotation, the thing is, I guarantee if they start running up on these rounds and even taking the first map convincingly, you are going to switch sides. I can guarantee you're going to be like, oh, well, going to this next map, I think Mirage. I'm flip-flopping again. I'm Jesse J. Chick, the flip-flopper. That's your name, flip-flopper. But no, I have full confidence in Mirage that they're going to fix the mistakes that they know that they can, because again, those post plants was really messing them up in those attacks because they were looking significantly better. They were getting those bomb downs convincingly. They were getting into the building convincingly and taking those gunfights, Rampy specifically, winning a lot of those opening engagements. So I am confident that now with, I mean, it's always been on the line, but now it's really on the line. That line is short now. It's super short. I am confident that they're going to fix those mistakes, those little tiny errors, and that's really what Siege is, and we all know. It's little, small, minute errors that fumble the entire round, fumble the entire game, and again, I am confident they fix it.
Let's stick on that point real quick. Let's stick on the Rampy and the positives. Let's talk about the players that are hot right now based on how those semifinals went. You talk to death about Rampy, and I get it, but we can't not mention J9 and Fultz on Space Station specifically and how good they've been so far.
Yeah, I mean, J9O in particular, look at this stat line, 43 and 27. That is ridiculous. I do believe this is just today as well through their semifinals. J9O went absolutely insane. And if he's putting up these numbers, and we're seeing, of course, on Mirage as well, Rampy putting up the numbers that he's putting up, it's going to be a battle of the Titans. It's going to be going head to head. We're going to see these players pop off. And I do think for J9O as well, a lot of his big kind of flashy moments were also coming on the defense. Yeah. We saw that play in Logi where he's getting the big 4K. You know, we saw a lot of rounds even on border where he's getting great kills on attack as well, for sure. I don't want to downplay that. The Dokkaebi round covering for the Osa plant was good. But I think a lot of his frags are still coming where he can kind of put himself in a box, battle against anybody pushing in towards him. So I'm really looking forward to see this kind of offense-defense split and see kind of who comes up on top with our individual battle here as well.
Yeah, and we're talking about hot and good-looking players, both J9 and Fultz. Yeah. Fabulous-looking guys, fabulous gentlemen in general. But Fultz, I mean, the plays that he's been making on the roles that he's been doing, I mean, you can't knock him. You shouldn't be doing half the stuff that he's doing. Like I said, in that last round, it was Forrest running in with the blitz. Who's trading behind him? It's a thermite. You ain't seeing that. Fultz is just jumping in, grabbing kills, getting the bomb down, doing everything that needs to be done, and he's the IGL on top of it. He's Mr. Do-It-All. And what more could you ask for of having an IGL like that that looks that good, is that confident, plays that confident? That just resonates in everyone on the team.
It does, and I don't disagree. You talked a big game about Rampy.
Yes.
Now it's time for me to hear from you, because he's talking up a game that makes me think that if Rampy somehow does poorly in this game, Mirage have no shot. Talk to me about Rampy for a sec.
Well, I don't think that that is true, because I think Mirage have been so dynamic with different players popping off at different moments. I think Rampy was really good today, right? Yes. When they went against Wildcard, Rampy, particularly on the buck, walking through on those entries, he did do really well to find those opening picks, especially on Chalet. That's really where he started to shine. On defense, super solid as well. I highlighted that 1v3 where he's getting the intel from the bulletproof, where he's getting comms from his team, you know, and I think the nice thing about Mirage is you don't need to rely on one single person to pop off. Correct. Maybe at the start of the stage.
Definitely at the start.
You needed Kansan to pop off or you needed Vert. Now it feels like any single one of these players can have a good game or they can have a bad game. Let's even talk about Slothy. Pretty bad stats in the semifinals. Didn't really put up the numbers, but it didn't matter because he was contributing in other ways, like going for those calls, and the rest of his team was stepping up.
And even if we're talking about Slothy, let's talk about Spiker then, because Spiker also, he wasn't having to have a crazy stage, but you're in the LCQ now. This is where it really matters. Sure, maybe getting, you know, an easier route would have been better, but you're still here and you're doing what needs to be done in order to still make Atlanta, and Spiker has stepped up tremendously. That Oregon game specifically, we were talking about it, and we're talking about it again. We were saying Kansan and Vert really need to be stepping it up, and that was the exact opposite. We saw Kansan and Vert fall in middle of the pack, and you saw Slothy and Spiker specifically truly coming into their form. And even throughout all of that map, like, Spiker just was doing things that I wish I was seeing in the beginning of the stage. But this goes into what I was saying. More time together, this is what you would hope to expect. With the more time together, you'd hope everyone starts playing more fluid together, gets general understanding of what everyone does, and it truly speaks it into existence that this is a Mirage that, if this was first stage Mirage, I guarantee we would have saw a different outcome.
What I'm hearing from Laxing is, dang, Spiker's doing stuff I wish that could have happened on Parabellum.
Why did you do it on Parabellum, Spiker? Why couldn't I have done a lot more on Parabellum? But it doesn't matter because he's doing it now, and he is an entire match away from going to Atlanta where we couldn't do it, and now he's doing it on Mirage, so I am happy in that regard.
Yep, the stakes for this one are very simple. Win and you go to the major, lose and you don't do anything, you sit on the shelf for a couple of months. Let's talk veto. It's time for Meepy and Callout's brains to go head-to-head. Where are we going? It's Border again.
Okay, I mean, it's a comfort pick to start off from Space Station Gaming, right? Undefeated this season. We said it already in the first matchup. I was questioning it because it was against Oxygen, who are very, very good. Here in this match, though, I mean, it's a lot worse for Mirage.
Yes.
0-3 record this season in the NAL. That record gets worse if you include off-season competitions against lower-level teams. They've made some roster moves. They're looking way better now than in the past. But still, from the records that we have, that's a great pick from Mirage. The bank pick, though? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Mirage, in organizational history, have never won bank against a tier 1 team.
Wait. Back up. In the history of the org?
In the history of the org. Obviously, lots of different rosters, but that includes our current roster here. Mirage, technically on a 5-game losing streak in tier 1 competition and a 3-game losing streak in tier 2 competition. They've played it a lot over the offseason, a bit in stage 1 as well. Them bringing it out here is them saying, listen, you weren't expecting this. We're throwing you a curveball. SSG, are you ready?
Well, it goes into just speaking that Meepy is now on the team, and maybe that's what plays into it. Meepy has some strats. Meepy has some ideas to really set them up for success. And with the way that they're playing, you can't write them off. Even if the map does look significantly better for another team, Border, that's an obvious pick for Space Station. They're still looking dominant on it. That game was relatively close with Oxygen, but they did look really good on it, closed it out. Then you're going into Bank. Again, questionable for Mirage, but we've been questioning Mirage quite a bit, and they seem to keep stumping us and showing us that they are here to play and that they are here to show everyone what they got and what they've improved on, and I think Meepy is a big factor for that.
Let's run this on a map-by-map basis, at least for right now. Let's talk Border. We can get to the other maps in the event that we actually need them, but let's just talk about map 1 for the start. Just saw Space Station play it, so there's already a bit of recency bias. For Mirage in particular, let's just dive into the specifics on the last time they played it, how well they do.
Yeah, so there's really one game that you want to focus on for Mirage. Just one game this stage. That was against Wildcard. Now, it was 7-4, which given how Wildcard were playing on Border at the start of the stage, 7-4 is quite good. So I think for Mirage, you know, they do have a loss this stage. Historically, it's been rough, but I think they showed promise in that game against Wildcard where very few teams could, right?
Yes.
That was a map that Wildcard just dominated throughout the start of the stage. And then coming through again with being able to just see that from Space Station Gaming, you see it from Space Station throughout the season, throughout the stage so far, you're going to have a lot to work on. So if you've got a strong coach like Meepy, if you've got a good core of you know, really historic players who have been around for a very long time, who have obviously played this map on other teams, they're all bringing this information, they're all bringing these strats into the lineup. I think this should be the best Border we've ever seen from Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come down to what I've talked about in that DZ game. This is going to be a game of who's giving up those positions a lot faster, and we saw it in the DZ game. The teams that were holding those positions a lot longer were ending up winning the rounds, and that's how I feel that this game is going to go. It's whoever's going to stop that initial aggression from one of these teams or their entry points of stopping even hot and cold from sneaking around the map. That's a huge advantage for Mirage, and then on that back end, if SSG can find Rampy or find Kansan or Vert on the roam and completely shut them down and take that complete man advantage, that's what this map is entirely going to come down to, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the bans as well, right? Because we saw some really good Azami play coming through from Space Station here on Border just a few hours ago. If Mirage want to read into that, go for some Azami bans. I'd be here for that. Saw a really good Dokkaebi play as well, so if we see that banned out, wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of options here for Mirage to shake things up, even in a map that we just saw recently from Space Station.
And I wonder if Meepy, regardless of when that game was going on, if Meepy was taking notes just so he can, you know, get everyone on the same page of just quick rounds of thinking like, okay, if we see this, like, then how can we instantly counter this or move around the map? Because there are options to be able to move around the map on Border. Not a whole lot, but there are things to do, and I would like to believe that Meepy was taking a little bit of notes here and there of what they were doing on Border, and then hoping that he can implement it into now these new strats that they have going into this map.
Server is populated. Everyone is rearing and ready to go. Gentlemen, let's take the wishy-washiness doused in lighter fluid and set it on fire. Lock in a border prediction for me. Who takes map 1? Gabe?
I'm going to say Space Station.
Jesse?
Space Station as well.
All right, it's time for Mirage to get the upset dub because both analysts don't think they got it in them. It's time for our grand final. Border is map 1 on deck. And who better to take us through this son of a gun than our good boys, Flynn and Jays Wills.
Hey, Flynn, we're good boys now. Isn't that fun? He didn't like you yesterday, but now he's a fan.
Our names.
It's good to be here, though, and it is the final of the last chance qualifier. It's quite simple. You win and you're in. You've booked your ticket to the Atlanta Major and you will have another chance to fight in international competition. You lose, you pack your bags, you go home, your season is done. Both of these teams, they fought tooth and nail to get here through 2 rounds of last chance qualifier competition, and here they are to decide it all.
Well, Space Station, who just played Border against Oxygen just 2 hours ago to start things off in our second series, so a return to a familiar playground for Space Station. The Ying gets banned out once again. We are not having any fun time with Ying in the LCQ, that's for sure. Mirage instead will ban out the Blitz. So we saw this in the first matchup of the day against Wildcard, banning the Blitz. We just saw Forest on the Blitz end the entire series against Oxygen on Clubhouse. So they're not going to play with that potential any longer. And I think for right now, Mirage starting on the attacking side, this has been the question mark for them. As Jesse pointed out through the LCQ thus far, their attacks have been weak. Good boy again. Forest has been very chirpy in all chat as well. We're seeing a lot of themes here with Forest. I think for right now, Mirage, this first half is going to tell the tale of whether or not they really are here to play for that major spot, or if SSG is going to go on cruise control to Atlanta.
Well, Mirage made it look, well, I won't say easy, but they got the job done in the semifinal. And I think that alone was enough of an unexpected victory to turn some heads, and all eyes shifted to them. Taking the win over Wildcard was something special, but taking the win over SSG, that's going to be a different beast, especially with the way that SSG have been playing throughout these first 2 rounds of competition. And we all know for a fact that this is a team familiar with the international stage who desperately wants a chance to compete there again. So Mirage, they're going to have their work cut out for them. We know that well, especially as they start off on the attacking side, a team that has had many attacking woes over the course of the last few days.
Space Station as well, not showing the same aversion that Oxygen were displaying on their Border series in terms of playing Bathroom and Tellers. They will bring this out off rip to start things off. So having to deal with a couple of Montaigne plays topside against Oxygen on the Armory and Archive defense. Instead, they're going to turn their focus to start things off, get some momentum going here on Bathroom and Tellers, and you can already see some operator changes coming out. Forrest was not playing the Thorn just a couple hours ago against Oxygen. This time he's got the M870 out on the Thorn. We got a shotgun and ITA long barrel coming out from Fultz, so just 2 hours later, it seems like Space Station have employed an entirely new playbook, at least to start things off on Bathroom and Tellers.
Yeah, Space Station hoping to get out to another good start and maybe make it a little easier than it was for them on the previous iteration of Border against OXG. They did, of course, end up taking that victory 8-6, but it got dicey. And both teams had their moments of glory and some moments that left some things to be desired. But here in round number 1, again, it'll be up to Mirage to set the tone. They're on the attacking side here, round number 1, and they'll have a chance to set the pace, at least, of how they want to begin approaching this map. As always, they're going to make their entry up above in CCTV and look to clear out this top floor of its extended defenders. Down below, Bathroom and Tellers, a strong objective to defend, but is often only as good as your top floor hold can last.
We saw that last time around against Oxygen as well. Oxygen failing to pierce the Veil topside and eventually electing just to send it back downstairs towards the bomb site. It almost worked out for them and did actually work out for them on one of their attacking attempts. The bandit trick coming out from Otten will not be successful in completely destroying the Selma. It will get breached open, but once again, we see the Kiba barriers come and do some patchwork onto the back of the fountain wall. Some shots land on the Slothy, but we still stand at a 5v5. Everyone making some decent progress thus far. Otten now in an engagement and losing out to Rampy, the superstar of that first series earlier today against Wildcard.
Well, Rampy's so good with those opening engagements, and something he's going to continue here on Border. SSG, Forest, will get the trade on to Vertical to keep things even here, but Mirage, they're heating up, and they're looking to take this space, but watch out below. Fultz downstairs, shotgun in hand, will take care of Slothy and keep his teammate in Ashen alive. The Azami still persists thanks to the coverage down below. And now, Mirage, if they want to take this, it is going to take them time. Something that they may not be able to afford here so late in the game. Fortis takes advantage of that, gets a triple, and does a little dance. It'll be J90 to close it out, but talk about a round number 1 victory for SSG.
I couldn't read what Forrest was putting there in Ultra. I imagine, again, it's another reference to Mirage being his progeny. You're all my sons. Production is relaying for me. Again, Forrest, I can't get over the audacity of that he is teabagging a downed attacker, and in the midst of teabagging, still able to flick back up and down the second Mirage attacker, dropping the hatch. It's an amount of bravado and it's an amount of confidence that Forrest always has. Look at this, he's teabagging and able to kill Spiker on the drop. Just remarkable from Forrest, who was definitely feeling himself in that series against Oxygen. Seems to be continuing that mindset coming in against Mirage and Space Station. They win their first defense.
Yeah, they do it in style. I mean, you mentioned the success they had in that top floor hold against Oxygen, and we saw that again here against Mirage. A very successful top floor hold that wasn't just one-dimensional either. It wasn't just about those players playing up above. They kind of turned things on its head for a moment. Normally, those defenders up above will support the defenders down below. But it was a two-way street. We saw with a shotgun, I think it was Fultz down below, who looked up through the ceiling and supported that top floor extension from the site itself. A little Uno reverse card for you that Mirage just weren't expecting. And it was enough to support that top floor hold so it could last the duration of the round. Mirage felt the need they had to send it in, drop down, and look at that. They walked right into Forrest's arms. A perfect example of exactly how you want to do it. And SSG looking to replicate that here on number 2 as they head up above to Armory and Archives.
See the intel being collected there for Mirage on the attacking side. Couple of defenders from Space Station working their way towards some windows and doorways, trying to start things aggressive, but it's Kansan to drop Forrest. We also saw Hot and Cold sitting inside the armory door on the Thorn. He does have the wall partially breached as well to dance around. But the castle and the M870 Thorn from last round, not long for this world with the UMP. He'll be demoted to cams earlier on. But for the rest of Space Station, still holding fairly well topside in towards CCTV. So many Kiba barriers, the castle barricades, and again, it looked like Mirage going for much of what Oxygen was bringing in their series, an aversion strategy, just focusing on Archives, the swing out triple wall. Kansan will delete J90 as well, stopping him from continuing his hot streak. There is one downed attacker in Slothy. The smoke grenade comes out from Rampy, and it just won't finish him off. And now, SSG in a flurry of kills, absolutely massacring Mirage on East Stairs. They all start falling down. It's just Vert and Spiker remaining.
Another round where Mirage start off well, but then things start to fall apart. Hot and Cold, maybe a bit too aggressive for him, but a quick trade from Ashen. The support and the structure from SSG is clearly there. Spiker is now the only one left, and he's got to worry about both Fultz and Ashen, who have clearly been comfortable rotating around this top floor and doing a lot of damage. He'll recover the diffuser and work his way in towards 90. Maybe he'll have a bit of information to work with here. Getting access to these cameras, send it out, maybe a quick logic bomb. But at the end of the day, SSG, all they have to do is sit back and wait.
See Ashen, I think he was debating actually going to shoot the BP that's looking at the armory wall. And at the very least, while it won't be able to see Ashen for the moment, it will be able to give some sound calls. See the blue light on it, and actually the sound calls work out just fine. That MK14 of Spiker dealing heavy damage, so now it's brought down to the 1v1. Faults against Spiker. Mirage level things in a comeback, and a round that's gone back and forth in terms of who has the advantage. Spiker tossing a drone out to try and find the final location and give that drone to his dead teammates. Faults instead will shoot open the hatch, but Spiker with the CZ75 will ice Faults and level things at 1.
Man, Spiker pulling it off in the 1v2. Talk about willing your team back in this fight. Mirage, they may have started off hot, but they fell off quickly in round number 2. Spiker putting the team on his back there for a moment and making it work. Well done from him. And I mean, for the last 2 defenders there for SSG, maybe some poor positioning. Maybe they simply just got outmaneuvered by Spiker there. But at the end of the day, you got to give Spiker credit for making that work.
Absolutely. I think for Space Station there, good comeback. Like for Space Station there, it's a tough one because you have the 2v1 advantage at the end. But you also got to remember about a minute into the round, it was a 5v3 advantage for Mirage on the attack. And that explosion towards the top of East Stairs starts decimating Mirage. And it's, again, the man advantage gets traded out from a 3v2 for Space Station to the 2v1. But incredible isolation there from Spiker, utilizing the hack BP to get some sound calls onto Ashen, isolate each of the 2 remaining SSG defenders into 1v1s, and he wins out both of them. Honestly, flawlessly. He doesn't take a hit point of damage until the very last second of the round. Spiker, look at the reaction. Ice in the veins. That's a young guy who hasn't had a whole lot of time in the league. And winning a 1v1 in a best of 3 that could send you to the major for the first time in your career. Hey, man, this guy's looking poised and composed.
Yeah, good sign for Mirage if they can keep coming up with plays like that. Right, they relied on a good bit of that clutch potential, to be sure, in that semifinal. We saw a lot from Rampy. We saw something from Spiker. We saw something from Vertical. We saw a little bit of everything from them in terms of the individual hero plays. And maybe that's not the most reliable long-term strategy of all time. But if today is the day where that's possible, why not take advantage? If you guys are firing on all cylinders, if you guys are feeling yourselves, I mean, it's all right if you've got to rely on that kind of play. Of course, hoping that they don't get themselves into that situation again, they'll begin round number 3 with a bit more of that utility focus. And first, they'll have to figure out a way to get this wall open with Forest in their way.
And the EMP in 1 frag grenade decimates all the utility laid at the armory wall, and Forrest will fall to the second frag grenade. But good response here from Faults, playing in behind the half while the impact goes out. He'll deal almost half of Slothy's health away. Now Vert making his way up the metal stairs, trying to collapse onto Faults, but Slothy will be the one to respond. Still left on about 20 HP, and Vert losing out a very crucial engagement. But Ashen once again caught sprinting. That MK14 coming out from Spiker, absolutely destroying Space Station as of late. And now a 3v1, Slothy very low on health, and Houghton is going to be forced to rotate away from the bomb site as the 4 boards above him get ripped to pieces by the 6 breaching charges that Rampy and Slothy had brought to the table. The drop in onto the server rack itself and the plant being attempted. Rampy will pull off, hearing Houghton sprinting, and now the collapse from the Archives hatch. Spiker once again on a devastating run right now with that MK14.
5-1. And showing no signs of slowing down. Talk about removing the doubters, removing those attacking woes that they've had. 2 rounds in a row now where Mirage have put it together. And this one, a lot more convincing than the last. They wasted no time at all to get involved on that top floor clear. You might see a lot of teams really take their time to feel it out and see what they're dealing with up above, but look at the time left on the clock where they're actually getting these kills. A minute 30 into the round, they swiftly took top floor control and very quickly transitioned that into a site push. They had done so much damage to the defense that they knew the site was vulnerable, so they pushed it, took control, and took the win.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
You know, in our last series against Oxygen on Border Space Station, the big takeaway that Pengu had was that the team play coming out from Space Station mostly on Clubhouse, but also on Border, seem to be the difference maker. A lot of individual plays setting up rounds for Oxygen, but the team play, the coordination coming up from Space Station, able to elevate them to the victory position. We're seeing a lot of that similarity coming out from Mirage to start things off. You can see the frag grenades and the EMPs working in tandem with the breach cover from Slothy. 3 people all amassed outside the armory wall, and yet they only suffer 1 casualty, and they're able to trade out 3 defenders topside for it. It's a very good position and a very good execution towards that armory wall, especially when that isn't the bomb site, but you still need that control to convert towards the objective.
See Vertical here trying to, at the very least, make his presence known on that CCTV window, opening it up to allow the drone through. As such, Ashen will be spotted, and Fault's apparently spotted as well. Top east, several Kiba barriers bolstering that position, but he will not be able to maintain it for much longer. Already taken off the board in the first 45 seconds. SSG once again will be left to pick up the pieces, and Spiker is just denying them left and right. That's a double kill for Spiker again in this round already. 7-1 so far. Clearly, he's got SSG's number.
And Ashen taking a hailstorm of bullets inside of 90 as well, but Spiker, like you say, on a rampage with the Dokkaebi, a DMR against 2 automatic weapons, and everyone for Space Station falling. Ashen will at least trade out Slothy, but there's still Spiker with that DMR roaming around the map. Ashen trying to get towards the top of East Stairs, but there's Rampy to shut him down. It's just J90, who had a handful of miraculous clutches and clutch attempts in the previous series against Oxygen. We need something very similar to convert into a round victory to keep the scoreline tied. As the drone comes skyward, J90 will slowly back away from it. No one on Mirage assessing the position for the moment. Now the drone jumping into Fountain will spot J90, the last man standing. 4 to find. Rampy carrying the diffuser on less than half HP. He's got to worry about the flank coming in from the top of East Stairs, and that's his primary focus for the moment. But now everyone from Mirage turning their attention back towards Armory, and J90 can't find one. Vert will shut him down inside a Fountain, and it's 3 rounds now for Mirage on the attacking side, seemingly fixed their Achilles heel from the first 2 series.
They've certainly found their groove, making that round look so easy that we really never got a good handle on what SSG were trying to do there. It was an Armory Archives defense, and they put a lot of power, a lot of utility into that east side. They had someone playing on the balcony looking over top square. They had someone on the top of East Stairs itself. And as always, a lot of defensive presence in CCTV. But kill by kill, SSG just got picked apart. It started with Spiker getting a double, and then when SSG felt that their backs were against the wall, they just had to force it. They put themselves in, I wouldn't say awkward spots, but certainly more vulnerable spots, and Mirage took full advantage of that. It's a team that has not shown us in the past that they're capable of capitalizing on every little misstep their opponents have made. But so far today, and so far at least here on Border, they are doing exactly that.
No, we're going to see SSG now return to Armory and Archives, trying to get a response going and trying to get back into this half. A 3-3 half would be pretty respectable for both teams, in all honesty, as Border does trend that way, maybe very slightly attacker-sided. We did see the hiccups for Space Station in their defenses against Oxygen. It didn't really result in the end of the world. As soon as SSG was able to rotate onto the attacking side, they sure picked up the pace and picked up the play as well. Houghton, unfortunately, at 0-4 for the moment, the only one in the server to not acquire a pick. Right now, it's the story of Spiker and his domination on the Dokkaebi. Didn't see a whole lot of this against Wildcard either in the first series or in Mirage's game against Aerial Arise. This seems to be a Border-specific adaptation coming out from Spiker and Mirage, and the amount of success he's having at the moment, you gotta wonder if this becomes a mainstay pushing further into the series.
If it's working, I mean, I expect to continue to see that from Mirage, from Spiker. No reason not to bring it out if you're finding this much success. To start on Border on your opponent's map pick with so much momentum. and crediting a lot of that to Spiker and the work he's been able to do. And this is a great place to be right now. Taking up the same position as last time, Spiker will be keeping a weather eye on that Archives door, that soft destruction that has been employed in part by his DMR and in part by the defense, will allow him to see all the way through into Armory as well, where Kansan is now trying to get a better understanding of what might be lying in wait in that position. You saw the Gemini clone go out as he tries to get a bit of information. And now that's going to allow Vertical to potentially step up. Creeping his way up down below. He knows there is someone downstairs, currently positioned in vents. It's Fultz waiting to pounce.
It's been a cat and mouse endeavor back and forth, and Fultz has narrowly escaped the purview of Vert a couple times now, but the drone has isolated Fultz inside of ventilation. Spiker here as well, waiting outside the vent window, and there's the Gemini clone to confirm. Fultz tries to evacuate to the hallway, but gets picked apart from both sides, and it's Spiker again to continue his run of terror on the Dokkaebi, this time with the CZ-75 secondary weapon, and now Mirage turning their attention back towards the bomb site. It seemed like the Solus down below from Fultz was the main hurdle, the main impediment stopping them from progressing towards the objective. But now the refocus here for Mirage back towards the bomb site. You can see the frag grenades being brought up, but no, Ashen will shut down Spiker. The frag grenade up to the floor will collect 4, so man advantage reestablished here for Mirage. But the time ticking away, it's going to get precarious for Mirage, all having to flood into the bomb site, and Ashen rejecting the entry from Rampy. Kansan with a trade, and now Mag dumping in towards the top of Metal. Kansan hits the deck. It's just Slothy left remaining. He's going to try and go for the sneaky plant as both the remaining SSG defenders are on the opposite side of the bomb site. The plant will be completed here from Slothy, standing and taking the engagement with that AK-12, but he gets shut down. J90 in the clutch once again. Ashen gets 4, and it's Space Station responding in kind.
J90 did what he had to do, did his job in that 1v1, but Ashen, oh my goodness, just laying waste to the remains of Mirage as they pushed up those metal stairs and tried to work their way into the site. Did not stand a chance against the Wamai, sitting in the corner, keeping a watchful eye on that doorway. That round is lost for SSG without Ashen doing what he just did. It started with Fultz going down. It continued with a well-timed nade right onto Forrest's feet, but it was Ashen who shut down the Archives doorway, who then shut down 2 players working their way in. And just like that, it was over for Mirage. So SSG, they managed to work their way back in this one, just down by 1 right now.
See, they're almost mirrored score lines coming out for both of these teams in terms of who's leading the charge and what the supporting cast is able to produce. Sadly, again, it's hot and cold right now, still sitting on 0. The rest of the roster getting involved, though, and picking up the slack. We saw Houghton have a pretty good performance in the previous series against Oxygen, so it's just a matter of finding his footing here. Trying to find the groove like he did against Oxygen. And again, that really didn't come until he swapped to the attacking side for most of Space Station, to be honest. Defensive side dropping the first half 4-2 to Oxygen in terms of their attacks, and the defense for Space Station just not holding up against the push. Once they swapped to the attacking side, it was a very different story. They were able to mirror the scoreline Oxygen set and dominate in overtime. We're just waiting for the side swap here as the final round of the first half gets underway. Everyone for Mirage simulating themselves outside of top east in the teller's window. Could be an immediate aggression towards the bomb site for Mirage to try and secure the 4-2 half win.
Again, they'll make their push initially up above in that CCTV position. We saw Ashen setting up that area with a couple of Mozzie pests a moment ago. Now with Spiker giving them a ring, they'll look to step up. Kansan will be the first one to make the move, but Fultz, for the first time in a couple of rounds now, is not the opening death. Instead, he is the opening kill. And now we'll be able to use that C4, one of 3 C4s that SSG have in pocket in the back half of this round. A valuable commodity that we didn't even see J90 use in that last round like we might have expected. Didn't matter at the end of the day, but expect to see those C4s thrown sky high when this execute comes through.
I really like this tandem play coming out from Forest and Fultz. Forest is constantly Solus scanning the armory floor for drones, while Fultz continues to stand on top of the server rack. Now, as I say that, Forest is going to peel off, and he's going to leave Fultz to his own devices, standing on top of that rack, trying to get another cheeky pick. He's got intel on 2 people droning, but Vert on some hard floor. They're still going to shoot up to the floorboards, as Vert was behind a soft floor and wall combo. So still bangable from down below, as the metal bars did flow the right direction to allow the bullets to flow on in towards him. But now, Space Station having to deal with Mirage with some top floor control. The Nitro Self from Fultz, though. 2 in the round for him, retreating back into the bomb site. There's a lot of soft destruction taken off the board, but you still have Rampy and you still have Vert. Mirage seemingly prepared for losing a couple bodies. And here comes the collapse onto the bomb site. The frag grenade goes in to take away Fultz, and here come Mirage.
Rampy takes a bit of damage, though, making his life a bit more difficult as Mirage look to get this push going. Great nade from Vertical, and 1 kill onto Fultz is something, but it is not enough. They are still down a body, and they are still putting themselves in an oh-so-precarious position. Rampy goes down, Hot and Cold lines them up, and Ashen with the finisher ties us up at 3s.
Just as I start talking about Houghton needing to warm up, he grabs the 2 finishing blows, and Ashen will clean sweep the last 3 attackers. So for Space Station, like I said, they went down 4-2 at the half, starting on the defense against Oxygen. Hey, it's a 3-3 half after being down 3-1. So Space Station with a good return here. Matt is running into the bathroom, so I'm going to assume we have some sort of pause happening. But nonetheless, as we continue on to break down that round, I think for Space Station there, again, like you said, Fultz not being the opening pick, getting the first 2 to start things off. Really big difference maker. You can see it was Fultz over towards CCTV, rejecting that entry from Mirage to start things off. And I guess Matt has returned already because we have no pause. We're getting back underway. The good news is for Hot and Cold that he is on the attacking side, so he can repick. He'll have about 16 more seconds to do so.
And nothing like a good breather, a good bathroom break in the middle of a round.
10 seconds remaining.
Gotta do what you gotta do. But he is back. He is on the Nook, switched off from the Osa. So you can expect to see him ratting around this building. On border, not very easy to get, you know, your traditional sneaky Nook play done. What you can do really well is wreak havoc with those nades. It's something that SSG absolutely adore. Vertical nades from below. And instead of bringing out the sledge when attacking this site, he has opted for the Nook. They have the Buck to provide that soft destruction, choosing not to double up on that soft destruction power, but choosing to double up on the frag grenade power. Between Hot and Cold and Ashen, you've got 4 frag grenades in pocket. You throw J90 in the picture here, and you've got a couple of breaching rounds to send out. So a lot of explosives in the hand of this attack, much more so than the defense, who has completely foregone the use of the nitro cells in this round.
Look at Ashen. Very sneakily positioned himself in the middle of the hallway outside of office, and he's got purview onto the 90 rotate towards the hallway. It's like a razor bloom just got detonated and shot before it could do any explosive damage. Now Ashen constantly bouncing back between 2 angles, but it's Kansan to start things off, immediately traded. And the Russian from Ashen Force will assist. Now the drop down the bathroom hatches, the flood into the bomb site. There's no one here for Mirage. Force will walk things down from the blue hallway. Vert on the trade, though, will swing the hallway and drop Ashen and Forest. J90 in response, and now Houghton pushing in the front door. Meets an aggressor out towards Customs. Rampy now flooding towards the front door to try and reject any further entry into the bomb site. Thinks better of the overswing, and now Houghton repositioning outside of the vent window as J90 still has top control, with a retreat to the bomb site here from Mirage successful in quelling the force from Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station, their initial jump, their initial push, by and large, shut down. And Hot and Cold and J90 have to do the rest themselves here. Hot and Cold, lower HP than he would like, certainly, going into this final minute. Taking some time, though, to regroup with his teammate before they eventually make their move. They've got the diffuser recovered. They've got the vertical control. They do just have to keep an eye on these angles that Mirage are holding. using this breaching round maybe to give them an extra angle to utilize themselves, force those defenders to relocate. But at this point, they're going to have to make a decision on which site they want to push. They've got both the hatches open, and they're going to opt to drop into Workshop. But they had no idea that Vertical was sitting right there. They end up taking the back hatch straight into the bathroom rotate. And that doesn't work out so well.
4 on the round for Vertical, instrumental in regaining the man advantage momentarily for Mirage in that round. That flank down the blue hallway, able to cut apart 2 space station attackers. Hands in with the 5th one to start things off for Mirage in that round. But this is the flank from Vert. 2 of them get picked apart in the main hallway, leading out towards the exit of the bomb site, trying to cut down any defenders coming back towards the objective. But beautiful read there from Vertical, a beautiful response there from Mirage as well, being able to handle being a man down and the site control surrendered. And yet Space Station go hunting even in the depths of having the bomb site under control. And Mirage, like I said, a beautiful response, a great reaction, a great return to the bomb site, and great positioning from Vert to be able to hold down the blue hallway and eventually the bathroom. And we do have a bulletproof camera placed onto the bookshelf facing out towards Armory Wall with a Surya gate in front of it as well. So seemingly Mirage looking to hold at least outside of Armory Wall, but most likely into CCTV for a prolonged period.
5 seconds to insertion.
Got the Aruni coming in. Don't see her too often these days. A map like Border, valuable utility burn for the defensive team. One thing we don't see though is a single frag grenade for SSG, and that is an unusual sight to see. Opting to completely ignore that and instead focus on the Osa shield. Focus on the Buck. And Fultz is going to be bringing out those Selma charges again. So it's an interesting lineup here and a selection that we're going to have to see if it pays off at all, because right now, using these Selma charges on this Kiba barrier here, it's very clear to me that hard destruction is not their priority.
Well, Spiker was dominating with the MK14 on attack, and lucky for him, that's a weapon that's available to him on the defense. The punch from the Aruni, the swing out from Rampy. The Oryx and the Aruni together on the run will drop Fultz. He had already used 2 of his Selmas onto those Kiba barriers like we saw. Very interesting utilization of the utility, but Mirage again causing problems for Space Station. This attack towards Archives, we did see this in the Oxygen game. Bit of a hurdle and a bit of a mess, but it was a Space Station victory when they went for this Osa plant. Rampy will get dropped by Forrest, and now Houghton pushing his way into the bomb site with the diffuser. Forrest has found control as well, so it's really going to come down to Vert down below, who is not in a position to stop this. The Nitro Cell falls short, but deletes Houghton Colt's shield, and now on 1 HP has to evacuate to the depths of Archives and cannot go for a plant at the moment. Spiker on the return will at least get Ash and Jane Hino in response. DMR is going back and forth, and a beautiful shot there from Forrest. Leaves Vertical last alone in a 1v3 and now in the post plant as Houghton was able to complete that process, wandering his way into Fountain, not spotting a single SSG attacker for the moment. Twisting and turning, trying to approach an angle, and we'll see the Osa shield set up from Hot and Cold outside. He is on absolutely 5 HP. The drone gets dispatched. So an opportunity here to grab Houghton, but the AC balcony cover, Vertical is not aware. He does have the red pings towards the Armory player, just trying to bait out anyone he can, but Vert losing time, losing control, will take the aggression towards the Armory wall, but he's gonna run out of time on the clock, and the collapse comes from Forrest, and Space Station level things up once again.
Yeah, Vertical, for all the effort he put in there, he really didn't have much of a chance in that 1v3, with all 3 remaining attackers playing as defensively and as passive as humanly possible. So for SSG, at least you could see it there for Fultz. It's all smiles right now, as they believe to have found their stride just a bit here on the border attack, but that will only serve to tie us up. We are essentially back to square one, as this is a battle to who can reach 7 first, who can get the next 3 rounds first, just in this configuration, with SSG on the attacking side and Mirage to defend.
Very back and forth sequence, as we've seen from both the map 1s in both of our series in the semifinals today. Both the map 1s in both of our series needing overtime, and yet the map 2 in each series a little more one-sided. So for Space Station, who have yet to drop a map in this LCQ, they went 2-0 against Luminosity and 2-0 against Oxygen. They're in a good position in terms of run of form, be able to continue that momentum here, but Mirage themselves equidistant away from winning the first map, which is SSG's pick, which would lead us to Bank that Jesse talked about not being the strongest historically for Mirage. It's a very precarious situation. We stand on the knife's edge with so much on the line, especially for Space Station. Like the Desk talked about, SI, even with a major appearance from Mirage, not as likely as compared to Space Station's opportunity to go on a deep run in Atlanta and secure enough points to attend the 6th Invitational for North America as well. But nonetheless, Mirage looking to re-attend a major in the fall for consecutive years, as they did make it to Yangtze last year at the end of 2022.
This round will start off with SSG finding some early footing. It'll be Ashen to claim the opener onto Rampy, who, I mean, compared to Spike or compared to Vertical, not having the best of maps, especially compared to what we know he can do. But Mirage, as far as this round is concerned, not much of a chance at all, with Kansan and Slothy both being quickly dropped behind. It's just Spike or it's just Vertical. I mean, the two top fraggers right now on this team, yes, but now they have to fight this one in a 2v5. And the fact that SSG have done all of this work and 90 seconds haven't even transpired yet, yeah, I don't think this round is much of a doubt at all. Vertical, last one standing. Ashen takes his head clean off, and it's a flawless round for SSG.
4 on the round for Ashen once again. Very impressive performance from the kid, especially here in the finals and in the semifinals against Oxygen. And it's going to force attack timeout to come out for Mirage. And again, there may be some question marks being thrown across chat right now about what Mirage were thinking, but we saw the success that the aggression was able to have early on with Rampy running out of top east in tandem with the Aruni. So there were early successes for Mirage in terms of their aggression on the defense. That time around, Space Station reading them like a book, though, and dispatching of every single defender who wanted to take aim and reject the entry into the building. And instead, they convert on a flawless round. They've won 2 in a row now. And now, like I said, just like in that game against Oxygen just a couple hours ago on Border, they had a rough side on the defense against Oxygen, and then they really turned it on to replicate what Oxygen was capable of doing and go on a deep run on Border on the attacking side and close out in overtime in a dominating fashion. We're seeing more of the same here as Space Station. They didn't even have that bad of a half in the first half here on Border on the defense, ending the first half 3-3. They dropped the first round in their attack, but now things are starting to heat up, and Space Station look to be taking their map pick of Border in consecutive series.
By attackers.
Only up by 1 right now, and considering that this has largely been a back and forth battle the entire time, the only team to have really gotten out to more than a 1-round lead was Mirage, who did so in round number 4, where they were up 3-1 at one time. But since then, it's been neck and neck, and neither team has really found the wiggle room, found that little extra bit of control they've been hoping for, but just maybe SSG will get a chance to extend their lead by 1 and be the first team to look at map point here. This is their map pick after all, so they at least expect it to be a bit more comfortable here than Mirage. We already talked about it though. Bank is one that really feels unexpected to see at all in this series, especially one that Mirage are opting to go to. So a lot of question marks about what we may see when we get there as well. But for now, our focus remains on round number 10, where SSG will be looking to make their entry down below as well as up top, as we're already seeing a good bit of pressure applied towards the site itself and towards Slothy on the top floor and his Kiba barrier setup.
Speaking of Slothy, if I'm going to give Hot and Cold so much grief for not being as in the action as the rest of his team, even being on the Yana in this round, it's not the scoreline you'd associate with a fragger operator usually. Should also give the same grief to Slothy, who was a strong performer who will now drop once again as the opening death. But he performed very well against Wildcard. The entirety of the roster for Mirage performed very well against Wildcard earlier today. And yet Slothy has yet to find the groove, and for right now, this would be the perfect time, maybe in the next round, should SSG win this and put it onto match point. You have to come alive if you're Slothy to help out the rest of the roster. For Hot and Cold, he's still doing fine as he is. The rest of the team is picking up the slack, like I said. Ashen with 15, Forrest with 8. The rest of Space Station, especially Ashen, just today, whatever he put in his cornflakes this morning, it's helping because he had a very mediocre performance in the quarterfinals against Luminosity, and now in the semifinals and the finals, he's been electric. But Spiker, who's been electric for Mirage, will jump out. Vertical will as well, running out the front door. So there goes the top frag and the bottom frag for Space Station. Rampy lining up 2 on the armory door. So I talked about match point being a possibility, but suddenly we stand at J90 in a 1v4 to prevent that from happening.
I guess a bit of a miss drone there on the armory half wall. No idea that Rampy was still in position, so SSG just get mowed down without landing a single bullet on their opposition. They took out Slothy, and now they'll take out Vertical. But that is all they will find as Rampy will deal the fatal blow, and Mirage will once again tie us up. It is 5-5 at the very least. We have to see all 12 rounds of regulation to know who can take this first map.
Yeah, and you can see Mirage there as well, not opting to go as aggressive early round to start things out, even surrendering the opening pick. Slothy playing inside a CCTV. That's a lot of map control integral to the rest of the round. Being surrendered very early on for not as much utility as you'd like for the attackers to have to sacrifice to accomplish that, and yet able to stand firm, the runouts, the aggression later on in the round, proving invaluable, and then also the the fast hold upstairs from Rampy on the Frost inside of Armory, like you said. Maybe a missed drone, maybe SSG just trying to collapse onto someone they thought was in a 1v2. And yet Rampy, he prevails. He's victorious. So now Mirage level things up once again. As is tradition today, all 3 series, at the very least, the first map is going to require all 12 rounds. And I imagine the way things are going, we might actually need overtime for the 3rd straight first map in these series.
Now only 2 rounds away from reaching that point, and if this pattern continues, that is where we are headed. For now, though, we are headed back to Armory Archives for Mirage and their round 11 defense. We saw them preferring Events and Workshop as their primary site, but we are going to rotate back around to Armory and Archives after an unsuccessful attempt just a few rounds ago. See what they can muster here, as always. SSG bringing a lot of the soft destruction utility, right? You've got the Flores, the Ash, the Sledge, the Yana with those nades. But J90 is also throwing in the Brava, that Kludge drone, to get involved here. And to potentially take over, disable, possess some of that defensive utility for their own.
And there goes a Rotero drone dropping 2 Kiba barricades. I don't think it deleted the Frost mat that's underneath the CCTV window, though. So one more piece of utility to contend with, as no, the Frost mat remains. Rampy's going to duck in and out of the break room door towards 90, try and hold his position for as long as possible, and again, repel any entries for Space Station in towards CCTV. Vertical, though, getting active towards bathroom, seemingly knowing there's a player here as 2 more defenders for Mirage will drop in. All 3 of them will bring an onslaught to Ash and decapitate him, but at least Forrest is able to trade out Slothy once again. Unfortunately, Forrest just not noticing the head of Vertical, peeking around the corner from the bathroom hallway. Look at it, it's a train of Mirage defenders all running in unison up east stairs to get back towards the bomb site. I think it's just Spiker alone on the site who's getting massacred right now, but he's actually able to down off faults. And now everyone from Mirage makes it back to the bomb site. 2 swift kills for the 2 returning members. Make it all 3, every single one of them. Get back to the bomb site and acquire a pick and leave Forrest alone in a 1v3 in one of the wackiest rounds we've seen in a long time. Rampy will shut down Forrest and put Mirage on map point.
What in the world did we just witness? I mean, good grief. That was, yeah, the train of defenders just plowing through this entire map. I mean, there came a point in the round where I was seeing all of those outlines emerging in the bathroom here. This was the moment, and I was like, wait a minute, who's attacking? Who's defending? I'm so confused. What's going on, right? There was that moment where you saw Mirage converge And I think SSG were almost just as perplexed as we were. Of course, they made a quick adaptation. Once they noticed that was going on, they decided to just send it into the site. But Spiker held his own. He's delayed a good bit of time. He got one of the downs. I think it was a Frostmat that maybe got the other down. And at that point, those 3 defenders who were just roaming all over the map could get the kills they needed, slide into position so naturally on the site. And SSG didn't really stand a chance. Mirage, they've got map point.
Well, Mirage taking the adage strength in numbers to heart in that round. Everyone staying right next to each other, operating as one train, maneuvering around the map to collapse upon their victims. And like you said, credit to Spiker. Alone on site, does have an Alda, so you have a deep magazine well in there, but at the same time, that rate of fire, that ammunition goes quick and that reload takes forever. So Spiker able to hold out onto the bomb site for as long as necessary to provide enough stall and deal enough damage so that every single member who was in that train on East Stairs returned to the bomb site and got a pick of their own. So now Mirage on map point. This is SSG's map pick, which they won 8-6 in overtime against Oxygen just a couple hours ago. Mirage now stand on map point to take it away from them and head into their own map pick up a map, and this best of 3 will send whoever wins to Atlanta.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are heading out.
What a crazy place to be.
Position secure.
On map points. On SSG's map pick. What a way to start this series, this final of the last chance qualifier. SSG, they've had a chance to take their tack timeout and think things over. And maybe that'll be enough to get them back on their feet here to keep this back and forth going and to send us to overtime. But seeing the confidence that Mirage just employed on that last round, the strategy that they so boldly utilized, I don't know, this one may not be as easy as SSG might think. They are, of course, making steady early progress, opening up these walls outside of detention, and that's where Forrest will allow his team to make the entry. But their position is known. Vertical on the Solus. Pretty clear idea of what's happening outside those walls.
Oh, that drone might have been turned around. It might not have seen Vertical. This could be the play of a lifetime. He's been flanking on the Solus entirely, and Houghton has no idea. The turn from Vert, he will get one. There are more to follow. Is Vert aware? Looking through the rotation hole, wildly spraying with the P90, and he'll take what he got and run as breach charges are opening up above him, and he can see it with the Solus HUD. Evacuates Customs with 60 health and manages to scurry all the way back over to Workshop. Now Ashen being dropped inside a break room down to about 20 HP. The descent back into bathroom, we can see the tandem of Kansan and Vert playing together once again. Slothy has joined as well. We're seeing the Mirage trio train downstairs once again.
Mirage, I mean, what kind of strategy is this? All you know is that it's working, and that SSG probably not loving what they're seeing right now. Spiker, again, he is one responsible for maintaining a position on the site. He's doing it well so far and giving someone like Rampy the chance to step up. SSG, they'll claim the kill onto Slothy and work this disadvantage back. But again, with Rampy able to find that kill, this is still an advantage for Mirage. And 45 seconds are all that remains on the clock for SSG to get something going. They've got vertical control. They've got a good bit of this map under wraps, but they need to actually transition this to an execute.
Ashen holding out an EMP, trying to facilitate the breach into Tellers. Fuser in hand, Ashen on about 21 HP, trying to provide the cover as the Selma will detonate against the wall. Rampy now looking in towards the bottom of these stairs, and he will drop faults. 2 attackers remaining for Space Station. Stand between Mirage and winning the map. Ashen hits the deck. It's just J90, and he will fall. Mirage steals Space Station's map of border, and they will take a 1-0 lead heading into their map pick.
What a way to start this final. A series that could send them to the major, and Mirage have kicked things off with a bang. It is map 2, Mirage's pick of Bank. That's coming up next.
winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
This is a good challenge for me, I think. Not too bad. All right, first of all, you're going to want to look at the bans. If Thatcher's banned, then Cade becomes insanely strong on that map. That's first of all. If Thatcher is not banned, you're going to want to use Thatch and also probably look to nade below vertically because most teams are going to be banded. You're going to keep those walls closed. And then the next kind of style, those are if you're trying to open walls, you're going to be doing more of those sweep clears, probably going to be bringing Flores, clear those shield setups. A lot of people play Jaeger 1 Mage, find shields or Zami. On the flip side, a lot of teams will go for like more isolated takes where it's more of like the directly adjacent to site. They'll open up a wall or two maybe, and then you'll usually see a Monty or a Ying or a lot of these power ups come into play, and then you kind of just try to push it and force your way into the site. Another style of vertical nades are a really big factor on this map. A lot of teams will open up walls, force you to play a few positions, and then you're going to see those vertical nades go below and nade those people out, and then it usually comes with a flood up the staircases with, you know, a lot of the black belt plays. That's pretty much it. I'm like our defensive IGL, so these things are somewhat easy to think about for me because I'm thinking about them almost every day. So.
We stand at a cliff's edge for Space Station Gaming because all they've got left to their name is 0 second chances. Mirage take Border, their own map pick, and now they find themselves in a very, very precarious position where Mirage are only 1 map away from qualifying for their first major in a year.
Crazy.
It's if they make it, they got to feel good. They've really busted themselves to really get to this point, and they can close it out right here. And we were wrong. We picked Space Station.
We did. We both did. Even though you were Mirage on the series overall, you thought it was going 3.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt that this was going to be a game 3 overall, and how Space Station played it previously. I wanted to, you know, just say, hey, Space Station, you got it. But again, I was about to say Wildcard. Mirage are really bringing the heat and the pressure.
Yeah, and for Space Station, you know, it didn't start too bad, right? They got a 3-3 defensive split, which is better than what they got against Oxygen. So they were feeling pretty good about their defenses, and then they switch around to their attack. And unlike in that OXG game, this is really what failed them. They weren't able to string together those last couple of rounds. We had this round where everyone was coming back. The Faults jumped into a frost mat in small office, which was just a disaster. So often on these last 3 rounds, 10, 11, and 12, it felt like Mirage were just all over Space Station. They were falling apart, crumbling when the pressure was at its highest. And maybe this even goes back to the interview. We were talking to Vertical, and he said, the pressure's not on us. We're chilling. Nobody thought we'd even be here, and look at us go.
No, I mean, I think it speaks into that. I mean, Vert is playing insane. Spiker's playing insane. Again, Rampy is playing insane. These 3 players alone have really been stepping it up. I love to see the performance they put on Vert specifically. I mean, some of those rounds, he was just setting himself up for success. And SSG not droning him, that's uncandid in my opinion. I think SSG's always been very good on roam. Even with this new team, I always thought SSG could easily clear out a roam, figure out where one person is, single them out, and leaving Vert in multiple scenarios where he was just by himself and he ends up getting the first pick, or he clutches that round. It's shocking.
It's undeniable how close that one map was, and we were talking right before we went live. It's very hard to pick, just looking at how close those rounds were, who was actually the better team. But because things were so close, Jesse, what's your highlight package?
Well, Jacob, I've found so many rounds where Space Station Gaming were down and out, and then they pulled things back. And from their attacking half in particular, we didn't see a ton, but on defense, they did really good job at making these late round moves. Forrest did a really good job at this through round number 1. The rest of them, they did good too. But I think it kind of also illustrates the fact that, well, they're being able to clutch so many of these rounds, pull back round disadvantage, because they're going down so often. Most teams don't have this problem. They don't need to be good at this skill of retaking back mana disadvantages because they're not in this situation as much as Space Station Gaming. The early round would always go bad, and then there would be a flurry of kills on defense where Space Station Gaming would clutch up. Maybe it's Forrest, maybe it's Ashen. This is another big round from him. And I do think part of it as well is the way Mirage like to push. Look at this. 3 people all in through 1 door. That just sets up your opponent to make those big clutches to enable this play. It's still really good from Space Station, but all in all, it's almost a cacophony of errors. Space Station struggling in the early round, better in the mid round because the pushes weren't really there for Mirage, and then the late round, it really just depended. So I'm hoping we see this clean up a little bit. I'd like to see Space Station battling back in the early rounds so that they're not in these types of circumstances as often when we get to bank. And for Mirage, I just want to see them get us some closer rounds, some rounds that don't give us heart attacks.
Well, which I will say, to touch upon your point with SSG, I think a lot of that comes down when you're on defense, and even if you fall down on a map, you still have a general idea or the consensus of how that map is going to play out. You know the general idea of where the enemy team is, so it gives you a lot more movement, a lot more freedom, whereas you're on the attack, you have to go through all the different steps of who's watching what did we take, where's this. We're on the defense, again, you kind of know how the round is going to shape up throughout and where the entries are coming from, where your men are dying, and where you can get those retrades. So I feel like that's heavily playing in SSG's favor and why they're able to do that, which, again, it is good to be able to win those situations when when essentially the round flips on you. You were on defense, now you're on attack once they get that bomb down. And yeah, but being able to win those retakes are important. But again, it goes into then Mirage of not letting that happen to come back. You get that because they were getting those man advantages, and that was what was happening in the Oxygen game. Oxygen was getting those man advantages, but SSG was coming back. So going into this, I want to see Mirage really just buckle down. All right, we got the first pick. Let's wait for SSG to make the first move. Let's force them into our crosshairs and take that.
So if Mirage winning SSG's own map pick was them putting the tombstone into the ground, winning on bank would be writing the epitaph on it, because how many times have they won this map in org history?
They've won it twice in org history. They've never beaten a tier 1 team. So they've never beaten a team that is in our professional circuit that plays at the highest level. They've beaten some lower level teams. Most recently, they took down RTV in the SI qualifiers this year, but man, it's going to be history if they can not only qualify for a major, upset everyone's bracket predictions, but also win a map that they have never won at this level of competition. It'd be big.
Well, what I'm worried about for Space Station here, if you weren't drone and vert on a map like Border where it's very small and condensed, now you have a map like Bank where there's a lot more areas that you have to drone. You got to be on top of it.
All right, last words before we go in. Bank, do we need a map 3? Lax?
I'm still saying Mirage, so yes. Well, no, that'd be too low.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Hold on.
I'm saying Mirage is taking this.
Jesse?
Numbers don't lie. This is a Space Station game pushing us to 3.
All right, let's do this thing. Are Mirage about to qualify for Atlanta right now, or do Space Station still have a little OXG left in the tank? It'll be Jays, Wills, and Flynn.
Let's find out. Can Mirage close it out here, or will SSG keep their hopes alive? An answer that maybe we thought we had even before this series started, but an answer that is clearly totally up in the air now that Border is done and dusted. SSG could not close it out on their own map pick, Flynn, so now we go to bank Mirage's pick to see if SSG can send us to map 3.
And Mirage starting on the defense on bank, so on their favored side at the very least when it comes to how they've played. Their attacks on Border and their attacks earlier today against Wildcard looking improved, but still seemingly the problem on the side of Mirage that needs to be corrected. And like Jesse said, they have not played a whole lot of bank either, organizationally or just in the calendar year. The last win coming against RTV in the qualifiers for the 6 Invitational 23. So we're talking January since the last time Mirage has won on this map. That was also with a different roster. I think we've gone through 2 iterations of the Mirage roster since the last time that they were actually able to win on this map. Space Station starting on the attacking side with their backs against the wall. They had quite a performance against Luminosity, quite a performance against Oxygen, and they fall just short on their map pick of Border, and now got to run the gauntlet, win Mirage's map pick of Bank, and win Skyscraper. That Mirage was able to defeat OXG on in group stage 7-5. So Skyscraper also looking like a safety net for Mirage as the decider. Space Station with it all to do here, and it all starts on round number 1.
In a best of 3, you've got a little bit of cushion. You've got a little bit of leeway. You don't have to do it in one map like you did in the closed league portion of the NA League. But what you need to figure out now is how SSG are going to do this with their backs against the wall, because they've run out of road. They do not have any more space, any more cushion to play with. It's become do or die. They win this map, or they go home and Mirage go to the major. Lockers and CCTV will be our first site of choice for this Mirage defense as they look to come out of the gate swinging. We know they can. We saw them do it on border. We saw them take the fight to SSG and keep it going back and forth. They jumped out to that 3-1 lead relatively early on, and they'll be looking to do that again here. SSG, they need to get off to the right foot early here, and that is why we are going to see a bit of aggression, I'd imagine, from this roster. 15 seconds in, the first Lion scan, that EE1D goes out, and Ashen on the Amaru going to get in the building quick.
So is Forrest here at the top of the blue stairs, hunting down Spiker, playing inside of Archives. You got Lion EOD scans towards the top of Marble Stairs, as well as Slothy in danger. Spiker, though, will trade with Forrest, able to find the headshot onto the Lion before being downed. So now Slothy might actually be able to revive Spiker. He will do so. Now Ashen collapsing at the side of the teller's doorway. He gets one onto Slothy. So now the 20 HP Spiker cap can have to try and fill the hole that Slothy is now left. The drone hits the floor and the shotgun comes out from Ashen. A double kill on the Amaru to set the tone early here for Space Station. Hot and Cold trying to push his way in through kitchen in an open area. Try and remove the last remaining Mirage defender playing not on the floor of the bomb site.
Yeah, talk about moving in quick. SSG. Maybe not the ideal start, losing their Lion, but 2 quick kills to retaliate thanks to Ashen with the Supernova. You're sitting pretty. Minute 30 to play with as well, thanks to their efficient start. And maybe they don't have any cushion in the overall series, but they do have a bit of leeway here in this round. As I say that, though, a well-placed Nitro Cell from Vertical will certainly change the game. Up through the hatch, and that'll send Ashen sky high.
Nice one there from Vert on the Warden. Now that does remove the opportunity for the Nitro Cell to be used for plant denial, but at the very least, you still have the 3 Toxic Babes on the side of Kansan. So for Mirage, well, worth the sacrifice in terms of the utility to be able to level the man count. Also, the Diffuser is going to have to slowly start pushing his way into the bomb site. Houghton will drop Vert as well. So now the smokes will have to come out in response. The plant is going down from Fultz, and the smoke is missing. Wow. Fultz is not taking any damage. Kansan's getting ripped apart by Houghton, who now has doubled up on the round. And it's just Rampy alone with a UMP against 3 to find for Space Station. Elevating to the main floor now, up Marble Stairs, looking in towards open area. There is a member for Space Station holding behind the cubicles, and it's J9O to close things out onto the UMP holder, and Mirage will drop their first defense on bank.
Yeah, that smoke was close, but not close enough. Had that landed, not saying it would be a completely different outcome, but it certainly would have been a very different story. And Hot and Cold should not have been to run a rampage there against Mirage as he was able to do. Impressive stuff for SSG, especially from Hot and Cold on the Buck, who really was just tearing that defense apart. Had that smoke connected, maybe there would have been a bit more delay on getting that bomb down. But at the end of the day, Mirage are not able to close it out. They may have started off strong, but then they lost 2 bodies on the roam. And even though they wasted some time while doing that, because SSG got in the building so fast, they weren't able to waste as much time as they would like. They gave up 2 of their lives, and SSG had a bit more time, a bit more utility, and manpower to play with.
10 seconds remaining.
See Mirage swapping up the operators and the roles. Vert now moving off the Warden onto the Capcan that Slothy was bringing previously, and Spiker will now take away Kansan's smoke, so just a reshuffling here. But the Goyo coming out from Slothy as well, with Solus and Rampy. The first Lion EOD from Forest as well, trying to at least establish pings, identify who is roaming around the map and who's staying down towards the bomb site for Mirage. You can see everyone in Mirage just sprinting through that Lion scan, as while it does identify who you are when you get pinged, there's no one in range in the first 5 seconds of the round to be able to act upon that intel. So for Mirage, not as much of a roaming presence either. It seems to be Rampy on his lonesome. There is presence at the top of the blue stairs from Spiker on the smoke. But now Rampy all alone, and now here comes Ashen with the Supernova up the Marble Stairs. Not sure if he vaulted from the skylight or if he really did just run in from downstairs and come up the Marble Stairs, but there goes the Solus early, and a good start here for Space Station on these attacks.
Yeah, no kidding. And again, that first kill found in 45 seconds. Here on Bank, you don't see that all that often. It's a huge map. There's so much droning to do, so much sheer square footage of this map to get under wraps. And SSG have been able to get in and do some damage very quickly just in these first 2 rounds. They didn't feel the need to change up that strategy. The Lion Amaru combo is working well. And it got them the opening kill in round number 2. Rampy being taken care of. The Solus, a fantastic pick to get so early in the round, limiting the information and any sort of plant denial that Mirage might have been hoping to utilize in the late round. Good drone here onto Spiker will also tell them the smoke's position on these blue stairs, and Ashen through the fire tries to pull off something miraculous. He gets shut down, of course. Unable to do that, and SSG have also lost Forest in the process as well. 4v3, Mirage on top.
Yeah, and Fultz is isolated inside a server here, being collapsed upon from the bottom of blue stairs from Spiker and in towards the bomb site as well. Just nowhere to go for Fultz. He's the man carrying the diffuser, but as I say that, Fultz will drop Kansan. Still being collapsed upon on blue stairs now is Spiker, so SSG flipped the script. A 4v3 turns into a 2v3 to work out of now for Slothy, doing some damage towards J90 at the bottom of the main stairs. Now the rest of the SSG contingent focusing on the plant as Vertical will try and take aim towards the Dokkaebi at the bottom of the main stairs. It will get 1, Vert can't turn for 2 though, and the flood into the bomb site for Space Station. Hotton and Fultz still with bomb site control, but needing to try and get a plant down to extend the timer. Fultz will do exactly that, leaving Hotton on the cover. A Vector against an L85, and Slothy wins it out. Fultz pulls off the plant. Slothy! A hipfire headshot in the midst of ADSing, and Mirage will tie things up.
Yeah, what a way to do it. It was Slothy and the 1v2. A messy engagement around that CCTV doorway, between that garage door, the soft destruction on both walls. Gosh, that was chaos. He manages to come out on top in the first engagement, and rather than sticking that diffuser or trying to take that fight into 2v1, it ended up being 2 separate 1v1s that Mirage were able to take advantage of, and they claim the round.
Unbelievable composure there for Mirage and Slothy specifically, who, like I said, map number 1 on Border wasn't his hottest map. He was performing much better earlier on today against Wildcard, and that seemed like an off performance for Slothy on Border, but now transitioning into Bank, even though the rest of the team picked up the slack for him and he got the win, just throw it behind you. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You can't change what's in the past, and looking forward to the future here for Slothy, things are going very well to start out Bank in terms of his individual performance. Right now for Mirage, it was a narrow one there. They had the man advantage of 4v3, and he got flipped on its head to a 2v3 to work out of. But good response there from Vert and Slothy to be able to hold out downstairs and quell the oppression from Space Station, as they were still segmented. J90 at the bottom of the main stairs on the Dokkaebi was solo pushing, and then Fultz and Hotton is still trying to complete the objective of getting the plant down inside of CC. As they were separated, Mirage just took it 1 step at a time, and it worked out pretty well. But here we go with the aggression once again. The Selma's detonating onto the kitchen wall early, and now Kansan on spring into action to try and stop Space Station rushing into the bomb site.
Yeah, maybe they don't have the Amaru this time, but they still are making the same good time. Forest on the Lion will give them the information they need. J90 switch to the Habana, but Ashen is on the Dokkaebi, so still bringing out that Lion Dokkaebi combo. And within 30 seconds, they got in the building, got some Selmas down, and made a significant bit of progress. Kansan, he wants to change the course of the round. He'll jump out the window, do a good bit of damage, I suppose, to Hot and Cold, but not enough. His life forfeit. And Mirage are going to be down a body for the remainder of round number 3.
Yeah, I think Rampy was calling for the support there from Kansan, and he saw an opening to be able to elevate himself up square stairs and try and support Rampy in his position, make sure he doesn't have to do exactly this, which is fall off of the top floor. But Forest ready and waiting for the jump, more likely anticipating Rampy himself to fly out of the banana windows, but good preparation leads to a good result there for Space Station and Forest specifically. There goes the last Lion EOD to hold the defenders in place one more time in the round. And it hasn't really been doing a whole lot in terms of stalling Mirage's rotations. Vert still holding upstairs inside of the janitor closet against the Selma. The rappel comes in, and there goes Vert. Just not enough intel here for Space Station. Mirage able to level the man count once again.
Yeah, they're keeping this one even. SSG, they're going to have to work for it. They've got this control on the top floor that they've been hunting for the last few minutes here, but despite such early progress, things have, I won't say screeched to a halt, but just pretty close. They've really started to slow down here, and yes, there's some benefit to that. You can get some more information and take your time, but you can also get yourself in loads of trouble if you take the last few seconds to go for that execute. And in this 4v4, without a dramatic advantage, they are really going to have to fight tooth and nail for it, and Mirage are not having it. Spiker for one, Spiker for two. Can he find the third? Yes, he can. That's 3 on the round for him. Forrest is the last one standing, but Rampy will take his life. Clearly feeling good after that one.
Man, this is an all-new Mirage. We saw the beginning of the series against Aerial Arise on Monday, and they were down 5-0 against a T2 team attacking onto Oregon. And here we are, Mirage, up a map in the grand finals, the last chance qualifier. We talked on Monday about potentially wanting a Cinderella story run, and we didn't even consider Mirage as one of the teams to do it. We considered Karn & Co. as more of a Cinderella miraculous team opportunity. And Vert even calling us out in the interview saying no one thought that we were going to do this. No one gave us a chance. There's no expectations on us. And Mirage now sit 5-round victories away from a place in the Atlanta Major.
Okay, but 5 rounds is a lot of rounds. This thing has just started. It's 2-1. But I get what you're saying, and I'm here for it. But still a long way to go. Spiker here in the clutch. Put himself in a great spot for this. I mean, you see the Deagle kill in the end. 3 on the round if he was able to get aggressive on that printer window. But it really was a hard-fought round win for Mirage, and I think what's going to be very clear here, regardless of where you think this one is going, Flynn, I think it is very clear that this is going to be a very tough map for both teams, and that no round is going to be taken easily, because just when you think one team has the advantage, the other one comes punching right back, and this back and forth battle that we saw on Border continues.
We've seen the operator selection coming out from Space Station. A lot of early round aggression with the Lion, the Amaru, the Dokkaebi, but not a whole lot of aggression later on in the round. Like you said, in that round specifically, things seem to stall out for Space Station, and then it becomes a 4-man flood into the bomb site that Spiker absolutely decimates playing at the printer window. Really does all come down to him winning that one against the printer window player, the Dokkaebi. Because if Spiker falls there, then J90 is able to drop into the hatch, and it's a very different story on the round. But for Space Station, getting some good entries into the map in terms of grabbing some real estate, but the mid-round and their conversion towards the bomb site, which is how much square footage is available on bank, providing a problem. We do see a ban coming out from Mirage. That was the Montaigne being banned away. The Blitz is still available. And I think in the back of my mind, I'm just curious how long it takes for SSG to have to pull something out of the back pocket. Fultz, though, will start things off onto Rampy, and another one now. Fultz outside of the square balcony. He's about to be swung upon again. Slothy gets cut to pieces, and Mirage over-aggressing for the ace, and everyone else will perish. It's a 2v5 now for Mirage to work out of.
Yeah, what were Mirage thinking there in those last few fights? Really just trying to force it. And look where that got him. Well, just about nowhere. It lost 4 bodies on their side. It's given Fultz a triple kill on the round. And it's left Spiker in an unenviable 1v5 position. SSG deliver the flawless, and we're tied at 2.
I think for Mirage there, like we said, just swinging for the fences on that round. You had a 1-round advantage. I guess you have it in the pocket. You won map 1, so you have a bit of a buffer room. But man, just constantly sending bodies towards the top square door, and Fultz able to take care of business, and then even have some cover from a teammate up above as well from the roof. So Space Station responding well to Mirage's instance of aggression, just like we saw on Border as well. There was that round where everyone on Mirage tried to swing outside a break room in top east door and the office double door, and it was a 1v5 within the first 60 seconds. So very similar fortunes on that round for Mirage on the defense. They took a shot, it didn't work, it's still a tie game. It's just one of those you throw away as It was worth swinging for it, but it didn't work out.
Camera in position.
Well, round number 5, 2 rounds left
10 seconds to insertion.
on this first half, where Mirage have a chance to head back downstairs to lockers and CCTV, the site of the first 2 defensive rounds that they showed us, a site that they have gone 50-50 on so far. The first one, SSG showed us that speed with which they were comfortable entering the building, and Mirage failed to adapt right away. In that second round, Mirage were able to fight back, and a nice little 1v2 from Slothy put them on top. They're looking to make this one a bit more convincing, though, and I'm confident of that. One saving grace is that they're not going to have to deal with the Lion or the Dokkaebi again on SSG. You will still have to fight with Ashen on the Amaru, likely with that Supernova again. But Hot and Cold is on the Nook. You've got Forest bringing out the Thatcher and Fultz on the Capital. So for the most part, a completely different attacking setup than we've seen so far.
And you can see Ashen again trying to get active with that Supernova, and it doesn't seem like anyone from Mirage is going to entertain the concept of trying to push into Ashen's Supernova. See the Valkyrie cameras coming out from Mirage as well, acquiring a lot of intelligence to the fact that, for the most part, Space Station haven't acquired a whole lot of real estate, although some counterintelligence being done here from Hot and Cold, especially being on that Nook to be able to evade those Valkyrie cameras, has spotted the defender holding inside of Garage. The vault hatches will now be opened up from J9O. Like you said, different attacking philosophy in terms of operators might lead to a different attacking philosophy in terms of potential target for access into the bomb site. Vault focus here for Space Station, but honestly, everything focus. Every possibility being opened up, without the Hibana being taken off the board, you have the ability to open up every single avenue and make the call later.
Ashen is still sitting still on the marble stairs. Has not moved an inch in about 45 seconds.
Bomb located.
Really trying to find an opportunity to get a kill now, looking for some information that can maybe help Hot and Cold make his entry. He'll push his way up, seeing if he can stay silent, catch this defense off guard. He might just have an opportunity here because Cans and his back is turned. That could start things as SSG, they get the opener, and now they look to unleash. The grenades come in. The drop comes into Vault. The flashes, though, ends up flashing themselves, and Rampy goes for 2. C4 comes in, looks for the third. He won't find it. But Spiker onto Hot and Cold shuts down the Nook that initiated this one, and it leaves Fultz in a bit of a pickle.
Once again, everyone for Space Station flooding into the bomb site, and they all meet their demise. The hands of Mirage, especially Rampy, holding out strong against the Vault Hatch, and like you said, a poorly timed flashbang there, blinding J9O, certainly did not contribute to the possibility of success in the round for Space Station. A nice shot to be had there for Fultz, deleting a Mirage member off the angle, but still too many bodies to find, not enough time on the clock. Mirage reestablished the lead.
Weird pattern emerging here on Bank that's probably more coincidence than anything, but in almost every single round, the team to get the opening kill has not won the round. Only once did we see SSG get the opening kill and turn that into a round win. This example, Hot and Cold, he may have started it off strong, but as SSG tried to make that transition, they just got mowed down. Rampy shut down the double vault drop, and then Spiker shut down the other 2. It was so simple, it seemed, there for Mirage, despite being down a man that entire time. Loved the patience from SSG, just waiting for the moment to pounce, waiting to get Hot and Cold up into position. But it's those little things they just didn't account for, maybe unaware of Rampy's position. The very thing that shut that attack down in its tracks. So 3-2, Mirage once again take this lead back, and SSG have one more chance to equalize before we go into the swap.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And if you're Mirage here, who have had some struggles on attack in previous series, but honestly on border in this series against Space Station, looked plenty fine on the attacking side. You certainly would like the cushion once again of swapping out the half at a 4-2 scoreline as opposed to it being tied like it was on border. But as I just said, it was tied on border heading into the half. And Mirage still came away in regulation with a 7-5 victory. Mirage Mirage again looking in good position. Space Station needing to respond, and it'll be an open area defense once again, where Spiker went massive at the printer window to salvage the round for Mirage, and the collapse onto the bond site for Space Station, ineffective to say the least. Kansan now spotting a member of Space Station, potentially walking in through ATMs. So much intel being gathered here once again for the Mirage defense topside. And once again, Rampy playing here up against the CEO windows with a dispatch of a drone, and could debate going for the jump, but there's Slothy to start things off onto Ashen. There goes the Dokkaebi. Now the Selmas will reign, but now there goes Rampy, a jump out for 2. An enormous round for the Solas, who elects to jump this time around, and Vert can't retreat fast enough, but it's still a 4v2 in favor of Mirage.
The jump out works this time. It's a Rampy who does it. Kansan, no success with it earlier, but Rampy lines up a double and put Mirage into winning position to secure that 4-2 half. Now on the rotate back, naturally, he's gonna be cut down as expected. So this one shifts into a 3v2 scenario. Not impossible whatsoever for Fultz and J9O to win this one. They just need to play as coordinated as possible, considering they are 2 men against 3, and they still have a lot of utility to push their way through. Now, you've got 12x Kairos pellets, you've got a good bit of that hard breaching as well as soft breaching utility. You see these breaching charges from Fultz now being placed down above, using this time that they have remaining to open up a few angles, and if they can, spot out a stray Mirage defender and maybe equalize this into a 2v2 before they eventually make their push. But as we near that 30-second mark, their move's gonna have to happen soon.
And what a peek there from Spiker, and now the push into the small office from Fultz equalizes the man count. He's got the positioning. Slothy drops. It's just the Valkyrie of Kansan left, and SSG, the collapse into the bomb site. Look at the celebration on their faces, and they will tie things up at 3.
Yeah, at least Ashen getting very excited about that one, but they know the situation that they are in right now, that they cannot afford to get complacent. Some of the teabaggery and maybe shenanigans they were bringing out very early on border quickly got shut down once Mirage got their footing. So SSG settling in, taking this one a bit seriously, and moving on to that second half with as much composure as possible. What a comeback, though, in that 2v3 situation in the end. Really staying patient and waiting for their opportunity. It obviously got thrown into chaos early on with Rampy outside, but J9O, he was able to clean up, take care of Rampy here, and then when he pushed into the site with Fultz, they just took one by one by one, and J9O made it work with that bearing 9.
And I think for Mirage, unfortunately, as we do swap sides now, heading into round number 7, unfortunately, that is one of the rounds that may haunt them, should bank their map pick, not go their way. A 5v2 advantage. You could really call it a 4v2 because Rampy outside tried to retreat through Dirt Tunnel. Call him a 1 for 2 in that position. It's still a 4v2 advantage. You're looking strong to win the round, and just great perseverance coming out from Space Station into the collapse onto the bomb site, winning out gunfights they had no business in winning. And they caught a couple of the Mirage defenders off guard. And with that, that ends our first half. It's a 3-3 tie game, just like we had on border at the halfway point. And now we're going to see the philosophy coming out from Mirage on the attack. Can they hold up to what SSG has put down already? These mirror windows are going to get opened up early by Rampy, so some good progress being made. Attacking towards the bottom floor bomb site is going to require investment and utility all throughout the map here for Mirage. It's quite the open area hold for Space Station.
Yeah, really trying to maintain this extension on the ground floor, even though this is that basement defense, trying to maintain that presence to slow down this Mirage attack as best they can. Kansan, of course, with that skeleton key, you know that vertical play is going to be his focus and his strong suit, but something that SSG are not going to let him do easily. The C4 goes up, trying to take Kansan's feet out from under him. He will not quite be in that position upon that C4's detonation. So still alive and in this fight. As Mirage still figure out what they're dealing with here, though, they will have to make a decision rather soon. Do they want to commit to clearing out those first 4 players, or are they going to try to avoid it and maybe go directly down below?
Faults will be the first casualty on this hold inside of open area, but they have absorbed a good amount of utility in a good amount of time. The problem being is the hatch is soft, so it'll be an easy open up for the skeleton key of Kansan, and now holding back towards the bottom of main stairs for any potential flanks. Mirage starting things well on the attack. We got 3 defenders. We got all 4 defenders downstairs for Space Station. Everyone has healed back, so Fault's the only casualty. Forest was holding server and blue stairs. Looks like that will be the Goyo canister on blue stairs getting detonated, and Forrest still here, shoddy out. He's gonna play his life as he has so many times against Oxygen and in this series against Mirage. Smoke alone, the shotgun at close quarters. Stairwell, there goes Hot and dropping Spiker up through the hatch to the ejected mirror as well. So Forrest could be the thorn in the side that prevents Mirage from being able to execute on the bomb site. They appear to be going to ignore him. Instead, collapsing towards the bomb site, Houghton will now rotate inside of CCTV. There goes Rampy. Kansan on a trade onto Houghton. The push into the bomb site here from Slothy down below gets ripped apart by J90. It's just Kansan alone. He gets 1. He's got 2 more to find. One of them being Forrest, who should still be over by blue stairs. Even collecting this kill onto the castle won't mean much, as the time will also expire, and Space Station will win their first defense.
A really slow attack there for Mirage, but not necessarily all their fault. SSG put together a fantastic extension all over that map. And it wasn't just about the presence they had on that first floor. I mean, it was in part a lot based on that. But then you mentioned Forrest on the blue stairs. It made that all the hard work that Mirage had spent so much time doing almost useless, because yes, they had finally taken square control and they finally found a way to push into the site below, but they hadn't gotten rid of Forrest yet. That meant that nowhere they could push from that server side was safe. You can't work your way towards that CCTV door. Your only way into CC is to drop a hatch and look both directions at once. And we know how hard that can be. The entire wall between Gold Hall and that CCTV room itself is going to be destroyed.
10 seconds remaining.
There's going to be 2 doorways to look at. And with the lack of bodies they simply had on hand, you can't do all of that at once. Well done for SSG to put Mirage in a bind, and they take the lead as a result.
Yeah, just an inability to overcome the amount of utility that was left with the Goyo canisters and the smoke canisters from Forrest playing on blue stairs as well. Just not enough time left in the round after the roam clears. The opening pick, a good start there for Mirage. But much like we saw with Space Station in terms of being able to convert towards a bomb site execute, there are hurdles in the way, and the floods into the bomb site are not working out. So now we turn our attention towards open area, and Kitchen is the second defensive site in the rotation for Space Station. Rampy with the diffuser. Here comes Slothy on the Amaru as well. We might be going for a much faster execute towards Kitchen this time around from Mirage in tandem with the boogie drones, but Slothy will hit the deck. Force will drop Rampy. Fultz cleans up the downed Slothy, the Amaru on the floor. So quickly, 2 casualties on the side of Mirage might put SSG in a position to enter cruise control and take Mirage's map pick of bank.
Again, a long way off, but 5-3 is what it looks like we might end up getting to, unless Mirage can make a bit of a comeback here. We saw them try to make it work with Slothy in combination with Kansan on the ram, using those boogie drones. Less as active vertical destruction, more as a distraction. A sound cue that could hopefully tell SSG or distract SSG into thinking the pressure was coming from somewhere it was not. Slothy used that opportunity to spring into action, but we saw exactly where that got them. SSG clearly ready for that. And 3 Mirage attackers are going to have to pick up the pieces where Slothy and Rampy left off.
You gotta think here, still with the amount of soft destruction at the disposal for the attack, you should be able to displace some of these defenders and potentially catch 1, if not 2, on a rotation. But Space Station, again, they know the clock is on their side. Force is still gonna play out by tellers and archives. No pings onto it yet, but actually, yes, yellow pings down below. And Forrest will be spotted, taking some damage from that goo mine. Kansan will be forced into the animation, pulling out the pin. Now Forrest, a shotgun up against the wall, drops Kansan to 50 HP, but can't win the engagement. So Mirage slowly climbing their way back into the round, but Fultz has sneakily made his way to the blue stairs as well. This could be devastating for Mirage, not having the intel and the positioning of the Solus. Vertical misses him on the drone as well. So now Vert may be calling this as safe sailing, but the push into the bomb site could get cut down by this P90.
Nade from Vertical could open things up, but they have to time this well. Ashen is looking right at the hatch, and Mirage dropped right into his open arms. Vertical is now alone with very few options, a goo mine in his foot, and simply out of time. Ashen looking right at the hatch was enough to deny that from Mirage, who simply did not know exactly what was waiting for them downstairs.
Beautiful work there for Space Station. Again, repelling those quick entries from Mirage. Two attackers trying to get some early access towards tellers and archives. You see the Amaru with the shotgun as well, and yet none of it pans out for Mirage, getting cut down before they really assert any kind of control into the rooms adjacent to the objective. Now for Mirage, down 5-3 on the attacking side. Lost their first two attacks. It's bank after all, but reigning hesitation and the reigning concern still looms over Mirage in terms of whether or not they have truly improved their attacks from what we've seen in the quarterfinals in towards today. This could be the deciding factor for Mirage. They got off to a good start on the defense, but now SSG starting to get on a roll. And they will go a little contrary to convention these days, as they will utilize the CEO bomb site to try and put themselves on that point on Mirage's map pick.
Yeah, well, CEO and executive office generally become that tertiary objective. We see this pretty frequently in comparison, I think, to that Teller's archive site. It does go back and forth. We did see this on the first half from Mirage as well, when they had to bring out their third site. But we'll see exactly what kind of success SSG can find here. A core component of this setup, it's always going to be what they can get done in that long hallway. You see that shield where J90 is playing. Right outside that stock door, the crux of this defense. With those Wamai magnets, J90 is going to look to hold that position as long as he can. But as I say that, a quick Rotero drone from Kansan is going to make this a lot easier. Such good early progress from Mirage. You can see it all right there in this stock position.
Yeah, J90 opting to take the proximity sensors on the Wamai, and Fultz having the impact was playing in Janitor. Nobody able to get into a position swift enough to impact the floor and remove the detonating Rotero drone from the deployable shield. Good swift start here for Mirage in the attack. Good utilization of the utility there from Kansan, and everyone from Mirage starting to collapse towards top square, towards the CEO repels. And Rampy will start things off onto Fultz. Vision now onto the Wamai, playing in the hallway outside of Janitor as well of J90. Have to duck off as Vert has made his way into top square. The soft wall onto the objective will be opened up now by the Flores. Spiker joining into the fun, dropping J9. It's all falling apart on the bomb site now as Rampy continues his rampage. Otten will try to fight back from inside a Janitor, but hitting the deck, he will meet his maker, and now it's just Forrest alone in a 1v4 as the plant is completed. Mirage responding to the successful defenses of Space Station with what looks like will be a successful attack of their own. Forrest turns the corner of Banana, and Rampy has an enormous round, much like he did against Wildcard. I think he's even signing there that he's hurting himself with how much he's yelling.
Well, SSG with the first team to jump out to a 2-round lead here on Bank, and Mirage have quickly reduced that lead to 1. Good adjustments there, and a very strong attack on that top floor that started strong and finished strong. It really was all about that pacing. Just when I was highlighting the importance of J90 playing on that shield, about 30 seconds into the round, Mirage were able to deal with it. That's the beauty of the floor, as J90 wasn't quite ready. He was keeping an eye out for it. We saw him looking through those footholes, knowing those drones were coming, but it wasn't enough. Mirage were able to take care of that position, get those X-Kairos pellets down on the wall, move in quickly through top square, and make a lot of progress early. And that really allowed them to open up the round and take it at the end of the day, forcing SSG out of position and getting ever closer to an even scoreline.
Well, we've had a lot of back and forth momentum, and unfortunately, we are going to require a rehost here as we have a tech pause coming out. So we will take a slight breather here and reflect on what has taken place through a little over a map and a half. And this might actually take a little bit longer. As you can see, J9 standing up from his setup and walking away. So we're going to have a minute here, Jonah, to recap what has taken place. I think right now for Mirage, they've maintained some aggression and maintained some excellent form that Pengu was even talking about in the SSG OXG game, where you don't want to see a team who has thrived in that position of being the aggressor start to retreat into a bit of a shell once the stakes are even higher. That's when you want to continue to push on and continue to persevere and continue that play style that has worked for you so well. And I think the aggression, well timed and picking their moments well for Mirage, it has worked out. There have been examples of the aggression not really panning out, as there's been a couple flawless rounds against them when swinging on the defense. But I think for the most part, keeping the tempo up for Mirage has been good, and they've demonstrated that even in this position. Like we said, they haven't been to a major since Yangtze last year, and that was an entirely different roster that did so. Still maintaining the composure, the ice in the veins, for booting up the game here, who's probably had to boot up Rainbow Six Siege more times than we've ever said the name Rainbow Six Siege. I think for this Mirage team, they're showing a wonderful ability to maintain composure in a high-stakes situation. And honestly, I'm very impressed with how well they've been able to hang with Space Station, even after their victory today against Wildcard.
Hanging with Space Station pretty well here on Bank, which, of course, is expected if you just look at who picked this map. But if you look at the history that both teams, both organizations, both rosters have had on territory like this, maybe not exactly what you would have expected. I mean, Jesse spelled it out pretty clearly. Mirage, as a team, have not had a lot of success. In fact, almost never had success on this map. So to go here in a situation like this with a chance to go to the major on the line, well, I think it shows their comfort with this map, the fact that they've been putting in the work on it recently, and they're just almost there. One round shy, one step short of pushing it over the edge. Of course, SSG, they are the ones with their backs in a corner. They are the ones who need to win this map. It's not optional for them like it is Mirage. But you know that both teams desperately want this one. And as we come out of this rehost here in just a moment, jumping back into this lobby, you know that they're both going to be firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. And like I talked about before, as Ramp comes flying back to the setup, as it looked like on Vert's screen, we did have almost a full lobby. We should be getting underway any moment now. I think for this Mirage team, like I said, the composure, but I think as well for Skyscraper as being the decider for Mirage. I said it earlier, they were able to beat OXG in group stage on Sky 7-5. Which was also seen as a bit of an upset. And I think right now for Mirage, you got to be feeling good regardless of what happens here on Bank. Should you lose your map pick? Well, you kept it in the closet for a while and you took it out when you needed it most. And it's been a close map and it didn't go your way, but they've demonstrated that they can play well on Skyscraper as well. The odds really do seem stacked against Space Station here, even with a 5-4 lead as we wrap up this rehost shortly. Jumping back into the action here, Space Station need to keep the momentum, get back in control of the series because they got a whole other map to play, like you said. They don't have the choice of losing this map of Bank. It's not an option should they want to go to Atlanta and possibly the 6th Invitational. This really does come down to the ability for Space Station to overcome Mirage's aggression and overcome their surprising run of form as of late. And I think for Skyscraper as well, in the backs of the minds for Mirage, you got to be feeling confident that you've demonstrated an ability to play well against top tier teams on that map. So the decider, I'd be leaning towards Mirage ever so slightly. So Space Station, they've got it all to do. And it looks like we are, as Ashen puts his headphones back on, getting underway momentarily.
Thinking about that third map, though, because if we do end up going there, Skyscraper, as you said, both of these teams have a decent history on it, but just in this last chance qualifier alone, between these two teams, we only saw it played once, and it was SSG over Luminosity Gaming 7-5 in that quarterfinals engagement. Now, the most important thing about that is not necessarily the score line, because 7-5 is nothing to scoff at from either side. But the fact that Mirage had a chance to watch SSG play that map is interesting, because SSG and Oxygen, they got into the semifinals, but they did that yesterday. Mirage and Wildcard, they did that the day before. They had a full rest day to talk things over, to do some VOD review, and to prep whatever they thought was necessary for today. And if they studied up on Skyscraper, if they got a good look at what SSG were bringing to the table and felt confident enough to pick that as the decider against them here, well, I think that's a very good sign for Mirage's hopes. Of course, SSG, I'm sure they have a lot of variations on Skyscraper, like all of these teams who basically play this game full time have. But still, there's got to be something to be said for not only having a rest day, but having a chance to see the other team play a map that you're headed to next.
Definitely. I think rest plays a big factor in this series and big factor in this tournament as a whole, because not only did Mirage have their quarterfinals on Monday versus SSG having their quarterfinals yesterday, Mirage also played first to start the day in the semifinal against Wildcard. So they had about 2.5, 3 hours off while SSG and OXG played. SSG have been playing nonstop. The only break they had was about 30 minutes in between the series. After beating Oxygen, there's about 30 minutes of downtime between the break and the analyst desk to get back underway against Mirage. So Mirage, well rested not only on the week perspective, but also on the day perspective, just having a bit of time off between the two series. And I think for Space Station here, the only concern that you have if you're a Space Station fan is just them running out of gas, having to play possibly 5 maps consecutively with only about a 30-minute break between those two series.
I didn't even think about that from like a just today perspective. Like Mirage, they had the advantage because they had the extra day, and they also had the advantage because they had the extra few hours.
Yeah.
A lot of things are stacked in their favor here. I mean, if there was any time for an upset run, if there was any time to do the unexpected, and like they said themselves, kind of put themselves in a position that not a lot of people expected them to be in, I mean, now is the time. Today's a great environment to do it, and a lot of things, at least so far, are going their way. If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of a rehost here, and it is Mirage down by 1 here on their own map pick of bank, 4-5 right now, with SSG having taken a few successful defensive rounds to start the half, and Mirage just starting to bounce back. The big question is, can that momentum continue? Because out of this tech pause, it's been quite a few minutes now where both of these teams have had just time to sit there. As you can see by their cams, no one's really talking anything over. They haven't had a chance to actually go over any strategy. So when they actually get into the game and get going, maybe somebody's cooled off. Maybe the vibes are a little bit different. A few minutes can do a lot in this game.
Well, it sounds like we are going to take another second to step away and throw to a content piece while we wait for the lobby to get reassembled. So stay with us and we'll be right back. Never mind. The lobby's ready. Perfect timing there. Perfect timing. The lobby's underway. We are getting back underway. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to stay with us. We're getting ready with the lobby to jump back in. It'll be round number 10 on bank. It'll be Mirage, who have most recently successfully attacked onto the top floor. So the top floor bomb site of CEO will still be at the availability for Space Station. And for Mirage, having had that success, especially with Rampy on the Zofia in that most recent round, this tech pause, not exactly helpful in terms of him continuing that momentum, but he's had an auspicious day so far, and he would certainly like to continue that form to secure Mirage's spot at the Atlanta Major.
And now you can see both teams getting active back in the comms, figuring out exactly how they want to play this next round. Diving in, of course, to round number 10, where SSG will head back to defend lockers and CCTV. A site that they, of course, had some success on early on. And they'll be looking to continue that here as this site has opened up once again.
So for Space Station here, going back downstairs, like you said, Jonah, this is an opportunity to put themselves onto map point and be a 6-4 lead, heading into the prospect of closing things out in regulation, just as Mirage did on SSG's map pick of border. So you'd be leveling the scales in that department. Once again, it was Forrest playing on those blue stairs with the smoke, who just could not be removed from play. The only alteration coming out from Space Station, though, no Goyo canisters being brought for Space Station on their defense. We have an ADS coming out from Ashen's Jaeger at the top of blue stairs to help prolong Forrest's survival. And he's even going for a run out towards some drones in the dirt tunnel. J9 holding inside of open area. So similar setup in terms of the placement of the operators. Just very different operator selection being brought by Space Station.
Yeah, keeping Mirage on their toes, that's for sure. A lot of information from Hot and Cold on the pulse. He'll be playing in Garage, which is a bit risky if you're holding that heartbeat sensor out, because you could, in theory, be exposed to anybody working their way down in Garage. That's why he's going to stay mobile, and J90 will really be the one to maintain that position in Garage, while Mirage on the attack begin to work their way up. He's going to keep a weather eye on that garage door, but for the most part, Mirage have approached from the top and are working their way in from above. The big difference here, last time SSG, huge extension all over this map, and the time delay was something to behold. Mirage couldn't deal with it, and they got stuck. This time, SSG are playing a lot more site-focused, and Mirage, they've got the control they were looking for in the last round, and with 90 seconds to go, that's a good place to be.
Some unfortunate timing there for the Hibana pellets as the Kaid, which was not banned, but really just has not seen much play at all so far on Bank. I think this might actually be the first round it's been brought. Perfect timing there from Fultz again with the Kaid trick. So 2 EMPs come out from the Thatcher of Slothy to disable that Kaid Electro Claw, and at the sacrifice of some X-Kairos pellets, they do open up the red hallway hatch. They've opened up the CCTV hatch. They've opened up the server hatch. This collapse in towards server again is going to be monumental, as the last EMP will be reserved to disable the ADS. This could be Ashen, but no, the swing from Ashen, the peak up above, will drop Spiker. The EMP might have been used though, and the frag grenades could still absolutely dislodge Ashen from his position behind the server rack, but no, the ADSs stay up. Everything for Mirage on this assault in towards server is falling apart, and we're seeing it once again. They have to change the objective of their push. Everyone looking for a hatch to drop. It'll be the meat grinder once again as they drop in. Rampy gets downed, and now the drop into the site cans, and the last man standing, Space Station, able to weather the storm. Beautiful plays from Ashen and server. Space Station bring themselves to map point.
Again, Mirage are struggling to deal with pretty typical power positions on Bank. I mean, this is pretty normal stuff. Trying to deal with blue stairs, trying to deal with someone behind the server rack. That is textbook Bank through and through. SSG, all they're doing is forcing Mirage to play that really disciplined, coordinated, utility-focused style, and Mirage cannot seem to handle it. They've had their moments, sure. That top floor attack on CEO and executive office is one of them. But the several times we've seen them try to attack basement, they haven't even come close. Those are the problems that Mirage have been struggling with on the attacking side. We saw those come up 2 days ago. We've saw them come up more infrequently, but occasionally today. And it's caused them to take this tactical timeout now because they are once again facing a 2-round deficit and are on map point.
On the flip side, Space Station able to come out of that tech timeout and able to win flawlessly on the defensive round. Like you say, putting themselves on map point here on Mirage's map pick of Bank. Jesse was pretty critical on the desk of the selection of Bank for Mirage, just given the historical record for the team and organization as a whole on the map. Nonetheless, they were able to win SSG's map pick of Border, so we're going back and forth on who's winning whose map pick. Skyscraper just a round away for Space Station to level things up once again. Mirage needing to win 2 consecutive attacking rounds here. The first one will be onto open area and kitchen. If they could do that, we would need all 12 once again, just like we did on Border. And a lengthy day in terms of the maps, very close series back and forth, especially on the first maps of every series. This will be the second map in a series that's actually been much closer. Space Station trying to close out here at a 7-4. Mirage trying to prolong. Ashen will try and start things off with a bang, as it looks like he's going to go for a run out the garage.
Defender is exposed.
Here's Rampy shoot the camera. That's his timing cue. But Rampy had since backed off and moved towards the main lobby. That's where he will make his entry instead of worrying about garage too much. At least you would think. He might just be hopping on the rappel and trying to get something done from up top. He may have to worry about hot and cold, though, on the run out as well, as clearly SSG, they've tried a bunch of different defensive strategies so far. They're staying creative. They're staying variable here with what they're bringing out, and it's been enough to give Mirage some trouble. Hot and cold on the vigil may just be able to go unnoticed if he sits back for long enough.
Vert has slowly made his way pretty quietly to the top of the blue stairs from the basement as well. He won't be spotted by that Valkyrie camera inside of Square either, but two flankers coming from Space Station now. And I think Vert has the read on this. The first peek coming out, but no, Ashen will win the fight against Vertical. So an opening pick here for Space Station, trying to end Bank right here and right now. And I don't think Mirage have any idea of hot and cold positioning inside of Lone Office either. At the midway point in the round, SSG looked very well positioned to take this to Sky.
A really good spot. And that C4, oh, it's even better for them now. No more Rampy in this round. Spiker having a tough time with that drone working its way into the site. And SSG, they've really got every element going their way right now. Spiker, he should be able to get this hatch open. The triple wall should be able to get opened up as well. Forrest may be exposed here, but J90 and his mute jammers are doing God's work. Hot and cold, he's still gone unnoticed. And so there goes Kansan walking right into his open arms. SSG, 2 kills away from guaranteeing our third map.
Well, this is Mirage trying to keep map number 2, their map pick going. And Slothy will start it off. Forrest taking some damage as Slothy makes his way into the bomb site, but he doesn't have Spiker for support. Still trying to meet together, but there goes the drop from Hot, and Spiker was hot on his tail, but it'll be just a moment too late, as there goes the pick from Spiker in response, but now in a 1v3. The Bees come out, isolating the location of one defender for Space Station, taking a myriad of damage on the drop, and Forrest will shut it down. Space Station replicating Mirage's success and taking the map away from Mirage. Each team winning their own, or the opponent's map pick, and we are gonna need map number 3.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bank. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost, you know, 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on this hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time, right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Mirage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have time.
I thought it was going to be way longer, to be honest. Nice. Okay, sweet. Okay, so starting off, I think the most popular bomb site has to be maps and aviators. I think that Master is probably a close second, but in ranked, AV is played first no matter what. So to hold a good AV attack, you're going to have top main control and Master side control and top red control. You need a shield for top main or middle main, but you need that staircase no matter what. And you want to have players starting Master side to basically have the first layer of denial for the entry players from attack. So if you can deny the entry and shoot drones Master side, waste time, that's perfect. If they push from main, you have to make sure that you have a smoke or a Goyo holding the main stairs so they can't rush and take that plat, because once they take that plat, they have the bar hall, and if they have the bar hall, then they can get 90 control, so you don't want that at all. And I think a big part is playing in bar if they're pushing from Master, and then potentially going below for a C4 in AV, or you can just deny both the entrances from bar itself. That felt like a very fast 60 seconds.
The good news is we are giving this series the finish that it deserves. The bad news is that Mirage have now finally lost a map in this LCQ run. Space Station take Mirage's map pick Bank, which again, they had a deficit coming in. They had not won this map in a really, really long time, regardless of the roster composition. Space Station took them to town, and that was a really, really good performance.
Yeah, the trend continues. It seems that statistics are not dead. We still have Mirage struggling on Bank. They picked it here. You know, it was a good attempt. Didn't manage to hold that out. I think in particular, that first half, while it was solid for Mirage, they got that 3-3 split. A big problem with what we saw was just so much chaos, so much back and forth. It felt like nobody could keep a lead.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of these rounds, you weren't going to be able to tell who was going to win it in these last deciding seconds, and then maybe the other rounds and maybe look like that, but nothing was consistent across the board outside of a lot of hecticness from both teams and not really being able to flawlessly close out some rounds.
And then the second half, when we saw Space Station go to defense instead, we saw the complete opposite. We saw Space Station Gaming holding down the basement bomb site, not over-aggressing, not throwing their lives away. Really good server CCTV holds. And then we also saw the open area. Great roams. They're coordinated. They're trading on the roams. They're really making it look so easy.
Yeah, and when you looked at SSG going back on that defense, it looked like Mirage just did not have any adaptations to try to counter what SSG was doing and stopping them, whereas when you saw it on the other end, it looked like SSG was always trying to do something different in order to counter what Mirage was doing, which maybe that's why we saw a lot more hecticness on that side. But overall, again, it looked like Mirage was just very lost at how to adapt to SSG's defense.
Yeah, and this is the final round on the board. You know, it really just felt like the intel was out the window. At this point, after the rehost, they had almost 0 kills. I think it was 2 frags into 2 rounds after the rehost, both coming in that last round, both being impactless. The lack of intel throughout the entirety of that final round really was the killer, and it felt like at the end, Mirage just kind of ran out of gas.
I mean, look at the stats for SSG. Everyone just neck and neck with each other. Forrest, again, maybe being at the bottom, but again, I've talked about it. Forrest does play a big part in this team and playing the roles that he is. But I mean, you couldn't ask for any better result for going into this map too after losing the first map with everyone being that close neck and neck.
Lex, when you're in high stakes matchups like this, when you know it's a map 3 and suddenly there's a really big a prize or reward on the line in some way. What do you do to make sure that you don't just completely lose full and let the pressure really start to sink in?
You don't care about what's at stake. You just focus on the next map. You focus on the next round. You don't care what that next match looks like overall. It's just, all right, even slate, we're back 0-0. It's a brand new map. Don't care what's at the end. Just focus on how we get to the end and then celebrate. That's what I did on my teams, and I think it's an important mental game to have, is just not putting that pressure on yourself. Sure, the pressure is there. Sure, it still is an intense game, intense rounds, but overall, you just got to look at it as just another game you're playing. Don't focus at the stakes that are behind it. Just do what you can, get to the end, and then do what you got to do from there.
And I think that's a lot easier for Mirage than it is for Space Station. Because for Mirage, we heard Vertical say it in the interview, they're not even supposed to be here, right? A lot of people counted them out already, and for them to come through, they've been overperforming everyone's expectations, yours and mine in particular.
Yes,
we didn't think they'd get this far, but they have, and they're looking really good. So for them, even if they go out here, I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. Whereas you got a legacy org like Space Station, if they lose this, if they don't go to Atlanta, they don't go to the 6th Invitational, that feels horrible.
So hopefully the veterans on the team are able to get that mentality that you were talking about before the rookies. Now is the time where we see who really cracks under pressure. Last map on deck, it's Skyscraper. Mirage chose to go here instead of Club. Jesse, break it down.
It's not too bad for either teams. For Space Station, undefeated in official competition this year, beating Oxygen in the Stage 2 seeding match and beating Luminosity in the LCQ. Mirage won Skyscraper against Oxygen NAL Week 2 Stage 2 after losing it both in the offseason and Stage 1. Both of these teams looking very good in recent results. I think they're both happy to be here.
Yeah, it's a compliment map for both. Space Station specifically, I loved the information game that they were playing here with that Echo drone and what Fultz was doing. He was setting his team up for tons of success. He might not have been the flashiest on the board, but in terms of that information that he was providing for his team was monumental for their success in winning that game.
So given everything that we've seen from these first two maps, given what we've seen today, because all of these guys have been playing for quite some time now at this point, who wins map 3? Lax?
I got to stick with Mirage. I said they were going to win it. I'm sticking with Mirage.
Jesse, are you flip-flopping? What you doing?
That ain't me, Jacob. Space Station game and holding it down. I think they take this.
All right. One analyst says one thing, another says another. There's really nothing else that we have to say at this point. If Space Station win, they go to the major and their chances to make the Invitational stay alive. If Mirage win, then suddenly everything gets flipped upside down and we have another team in North America to pay serious attention to when we go to Georgia. Last map, it's Jays, Wills, and Flynn.
Flynn, I guess it's all up to us, my friend. The final map to decide it all. Had a feeling we were getting to this point. Skyscraper, map number 3 in this grand final of the last chance qualifier to send one of these teams to the major.
Well, I guess it'd be only fitting that we finally get to a map number 3 for the second time in the LCQ. The only other time we've needed a map number 3 was between Oxygen and Karn & Co. in the quarterfinals yesterday. So I was expecting to have deeper series, but the maps themselves have been very intense and very close. I wasn't entirely sure what Fultz was doing in his face cam there. He had his microphone very close to his mouth. Maybe just trying to get the hype going, get the feels going in the voice comms to start things off. And look, we lose a Ying again. Magical.
And no surprise there. The Ying off the board, no Candelas, no smokes, no secondary hard breach charges that she brings into the lobby. But this is the surprise. It's the Thermite ban as number 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think taking off the Thermite here is an interesting decision to ban it. So Mirage going into left field for these bans. See what SSG counter with. They are starting on the defense, which is the statistically favored side on this map, and it'll be SSG removing Fenrir from play. We have our final 4 operator bans for our final map of the last chance qualifier. This is do or die. Each team has a map to their side. It all comes down to Skyscraper. You win this one map, you go to Atlanta, you lose this map, you get nothing. You get some SI points as a consolation, but you do not go to Atlanta, and the SI points you get probably won't be enough to get you to the 6th Invitational.
Well, as they mentioned on the desk, something Fultz was doing so well yesterday in SSG's game here against Luminosity. It was the information game on the Echo. that we were paying attention to. He was sneaking that yokai drone into lots of cheeky positions and getting his defensive team so much information to utilize.
10 seconds to go.
One bonus, of course, is that we can expect to see that again. But on the other side of the coin, let's not forget that Mirage had a chance, a full day to sit back and watch SSG play and watch their prospective opponents go to battle. They definitely saw faults on the Echo. They definitely saw the Echo drone in a couple of really nice spots, and they should be able to see that coming. Of course, Faults can put those Echo drones in completely different spots, but Mirage, they're probably going to keep an eye out for it. They don't have an IQ, so they're not doing a direct counter to that kind of play. But as they work their way in, you better know they're going to be hyper aware of what SSG might know about their push.
Yeah, not directly bringing out the IQ to spot the drones, but nowadays the Dokkaebi logic bomb will disrupt the visibility on the yokai cameras. That didn't always used to be the case, but now that is. So that will, I imagine, be a very strong component of the push, and Kansan trying to assess the situation, but an observation blocker in the way. You see here, the shield gets dispatched very early on for Faults playing inside of Shrine. Was not the case against Luminosity. That shield persevered and stood the test of time. This time around, Mirage getting a good start to the round and some progression in through Dragon, in through Terrace, starting to make their assault towards T and Karaoke now.
Some good early progress here for Mirage. You can see a Gemini clone in the site itself, so they know what they're dealing with. But they now have to get in a position to actually do it. Slothy will make the first move through Terrace and look to make a push into Mezzanine now. They will have some players to worry about, though, behind these Kiba barriers, these power positions that SSG have spent so much time setting up. Now, the first pick goes the way of Slothy. Mirage, they claim the opener as J90 is taken care of. And better than that, they'll take care of two. Ashen is also gone.
There goes the Azami, and there goes the Jaeger, so some two hard-hitting weapons, as well as the Kiba barriers being removed from play. It's a 3v5 to work out of. You see Forrest, he's going to hear the plant going down inside of the gold bars. He's going to force Slothy to pull off, and Forrest even hits the shot for good measure, as the diffuser now surrendered inside of gold. Still plenty of time on the clock to work with here as Forrest gets picked apart from Kansan. Faults taking damage, but a good reactionary shot onto Slothy as he hits the deck. He's going to hear the Legion Mine downstairs. That's Rampy on the Dokkaebi. Taking damage at the bottom of the main stairs now. Was aiming towards black stairs, but instead will ascend the main stairs to try and join his teammates. The swing from Hot, and he gets one, he gets two. Hot and Cold going huge. Now Faults gets down to the top of black stairs. It's a 1v1. Kansan cannot find Houghton. And a miraculous round there for Hot and Cold and all of Space Station to set the tone.
Yeah, round number one, and it already starts off hot and cold. Makes it work up above, challenging those players, pushing that staircase, pushing into Geisha, and they didn't stand a chance. Mirage had made so much good progress. They started off the round with not one, but two back-to-back kills. And SSG just didn't seem to care. They did not give up their positions. When they heard the diffuser go down, someone was in position to stop it. Forrest smoked it out and dealt with it. And then Hot and Cold did the rest of the work. 1, 2, and Kansan, number 3. Round number 1 cleanly for Space Station Gaming. Maybe after a rough start, but a powerful finish.
Monumental progress there in that round for Space Station. The comeback really off the back of Forrest, Faults, and Hot and Cold in that 3v5. Just remarkable performance and remarkable composure. Withstand the flood into the bomb site. Forrest doing his job, making sure the plant can't go down, even picking off Spikers. He tried to rotate out. Just beautiful work there for Space Station on the recovery after losing your first two members on the objective. Now for Mirage, a good start to the attacking round, not a strong finish. Trying to replicate at least the strong start once again here, attacking over towards Office and Exhibition. Quite a few Mirage members starting out for a far side push across. They did see this from Space Station Luminosity in their game yesterday. Now Ashen will be spotted. Does have a shotgun point-blank range on the geisha double window. So he's probably still going to persevere a little bit longer. Slothy trying to get the pixel angle, but those shots will ring out onto the window frame, and they will not connect onto Ashen. He will peel further back towards the shrine rotate.
Vertical trying to make something work from the other side. You see Mirage clearly trying to make this top clear work across that top floor, clearing from T and Karaoke, but look who's standing in their way. It's Fultz, who goes for a mad run out, takes care of Cans and takes care of Slothy as well. He is currently outside, sitting in a corner, just making sure that Mirage are seeing the enemy detected outside warning for the remainder of the round. Not sure if Mirage are even going to bother to deal with this. It's going to take them a lot more time than it's probably worth. Instead, they're going to turn their attention towards the site because they know they basically have a 3v3.
Yeah, I don't think Fultz is going to make it back into the building, and for the rest of Mirage, the focus remains pushing headstrong in towards the bomb site. Rampy making his approach and just narrowly missing the rotation of two defenders. Spiker gets down in the background, but there goes Rampy, one looking for two. The vault over the desk and landing on top of the defender, but no! Ashen with the saving grace, and is that Fultz? He made it back into the building, and he makes it back to the bomb site. Space Station up 2-0.
That is simply ridiculous. Fultz goes all the way outside, sits by the helipad spawn, comes all the way back in, and ends the round with a kill. Ridiculous from Fultz. We highlighted his information play and his ability to provide his team with so much support coming into this map. Well, right there, that is how you get the job done yourself. 3 kills on the round. And an absolutely devastating blow to Mirage, who should have seen that coming and still couldn't do anything to prevent it.
Man, really good start to the round in round number 1 for Mirage. Not the same case in round number 2, but again, a good recovery. Rampy pushing into the bomb site. And unfortunately, it just wasn't anyone else on Mirage able to come in. Spiker got this opener to essentially level the man count at 3v3 onto the bomb site. You can see Rampy doing some work here, but everyone else around him fall. Spiker and Vert unable to get the job done in tandem with Rampy. So the collapse into the bomb site. Like I said, it's kind of really dumb that Fultz was able to go for the jump out. Essentially played it as a 1-for-1. He's just going to stay outside and be a nuisance. And yet, as Mirage make the call to ignore him, take the even man count on the objective, somehow makes it back into the building, and gets the finishing blow. Barbecue Kitchen now. Defense Forest taking a lot of damage early on here on the Valkyrie. I imagine peeking outside of that delivery double door. So, man, Space Station. Man, Forest and Ashen both piping up in all chat now. Really trying to put the pressure on Mirage, getting their mental, throw them out of form, and close this thing out and take the train ticket to Atlanta.
Well, they haven't even need the mental game to throw them out of form just yet. I mean, they've thrown them out of form just by the way they're playing this game, just by the way they've been able to defend over these first 2 rounds. Of course, there is a lot of Skyscraper left to play, and Mirage will be looking to bounce back in round number 3 and get something going here if they can. But they know that they have to pin down this aggressive SSG defense that is not afraid to take risks if they see something promising on the other side. Fultz in the last round is a perfect example of that. You see Ashen down below hunting for a drone, another example of that. Maybe he shouldn't be so exposed, but if he trusts the information his team is giving him, if he knows that they've got good map control, he can shut that down before Mirage can make it work for them. And you can see that Mirage, now that they know they have to start shifting towards this top floor clear and really starting to make progress, SSG are going to come under fire soon enough.
Worrying thing here for Mirage is, yeah, they look like they're trying to avoid the top 4 hold, but Fultz will weather the storm of the flashbangs come flying in. Spiker will at least trade him out, but now the diffuser is surrendered on the kitchen window. Kansan making his way in through delivery, staring at the bar, and Kansan will collect onto Ashen, spraying wildly through the smoke. Rampy as well will find purchase. Still a 3v2 now, technically, as Slothy is bleeding out in the bomb site. The diffuser recovered from Kansan, but no revive potential onto Slothy. He's just in the middle of a war zone downstairs inside the bomb site. Kansan relocating inside a barbecue to go for the plants, and from up above the impact's rain, trying to open up the floorboards and dissuade anyone from planting. They'll do just that. A third planting attempt coming out from Kansan. Jada, I know, we'll see him through the floorboards, but a nice coverage shot there. Finally, one will bleed out, but down to the 1v2 is Hot and Cold. Could do it again. 2 to find. Kansan and Vertical, the shotgun out, going long range. He seems to have an idea of the positioning of Kansan over towards the tables, and the yellow ping coming out. Gonna have to destroy the drone first and foremost. Time ticks away against Hot and Cold. Wildly springing, will have the pre-fire up against Kansan, and now just needs to find Vert with a little bit of time left in the clock. Vertical just need to wasting about 12 seconds. And now pre-fires from Hot and trying to bait him out, and Vertical will take the bait and win the fight. Mirage able to get back on track with a win on the attack.
Tertiary site, but a win nonetheless. A successful attack. Down below, Kitchen and Barbecue, they make it work and they get on the board. Did not give us a ton of confidence in their attacking success, especially through the mid-round and the lack of progress they made on the top floor. But they made an important decision in the mid-round there to simply commit to it. They knew they wouldn't have top floor control, and they decided it was a necessary risk to push in and go for the defuse regardless. We saw how much free reign those SSG defenders had up top, but Mirage, they had enough bodies, they had enough manpower to keep an eye on those vertical angles, to keep repositioning thanks to the extra time that they had at their disposal, and they did not allow SSG's vertical control to get the better of them.
Mirage there, a much needed round victory, especially even though it is onto the tertiary bomb site. You just do not want to give SSG the opportunity for a clean sweep of objectives on the defense, able to run it back onto T and Karaoke and potentially extend the lead even further. So much needed win there. Kansan taking damage inside of the spawn as well. Not quite sure that there was a nitro cell from Ashen though. Looks like he launched it out from the office window, and he's still standing in the office window, waiting for anyone from Mirage to get on the rappels. So again, SSG pressing the tempo early. Didn't work out as well for them last round, but it has found some success in this series overall. For Mirage, they're going to have to be weary. They're going to have to be ready and waiting for Ashen to go for the jump. The M590 will dispatch a vertical, and once again, the opening pick acquired for Space Station.
Another good place to start. Vertical not having the skyscraper of the ages so far. And he'll have to support his team simply through the comms, simply through the cameras for the remainder of this one. Rampy's got a good bit of information. Slothy does too, and they'll manage to get that kill onto Forrest. Forrest landed a bullet or two onto Slothy, but no harm, no foul. They ended up taking care of the Valkyrie and equalizing the man count in a 4v4. Still a lot of progress left to make, of course. They've really decided to go from the opposite side of the building here, including not only above, but below. So much action on this east side, but keep in mind, they have to go all the way to the west. That's where the objective actually is.
Activating drone.
You see Hot and Ashen still holding out here on the office side hold. Typically, we'd see someone go for a fallback, especially after losing Forrest as the cover down below. The hacked Valkyrie cameras. Vertical's been cycling through them, and now Hot and Cold with an impact onto the soft wall behind the minibar, taking aim towards the office breach, gets one onto Slothy, looking for even more. Hot and Cold going absolutely electric in map number 3. The bearing 9 in hand, but now here comes the fallback. Ashen will get caught in the retreat. Hot and Cold on 1 HP. There is still a chance here for Mirage to pull this one back, but Spiker and Rampy are going to have to get a move on with only 45 seconds ticking away against them.
Hot and Cold having a map 8-1. Rampy and Spiker, we know they can do it. We've seen it from both of them before, not only individually, but moving in as a unit. Rampy will spot Hot and Cold there, just behind the hard panel in Geisha. He also has a ping to work off of. Spiker could also play this crossfire with him, a very promising situation. Rampy will choose to take the fight and eventually winning it. Taking a little bit of damage, but not all that much in the process. Here's the problem. There are 10 seconds left, and they need to push in and find a way to get this diffuser down. Fultz and J90, yeah, they're not going to let that one happen. Rampy, he'll spray away and get his triple, but he is out of time, and SSG managed to take another.
4 rounds on the defense for Space Station, that extended hold towards Office and Exhibition, and the aggression being displayed from Ashen and Hot and Cold. 3 picks on the far side away from the bomb site, repelling and absolutely denying any entries into the building will force Mirage to take their tactical timeout for the final time today. They will not have the opportunity to take another timeout for the rest of this series. This is the last map. Space Station up 4-1. You can see in that engagement there, Slothy, they had the pings onto Forest. They're just mag dumping towards the head of Forest, praying you get it there. It's a very awkward angle to take a fight against. For Space Station, honestly, just keeping up the tempo is working. It's getting in the heads of Mirage and it's slowing them down so that they really only have a handful of seconds left. When the collapse onto the bomb site comes, this amount of delay that's being brought from Space Station, the amount of aggression early in the rounds is working out well. Space Station, the opportunity to leave the first half up 5-1. You only need 2 attacking rounds to secure your place in Atlanta.
They are very, very close. I'm trying to look back on exactly which half they started on against OXG. Looks like it was on defense. They ended up going a 5-1 split. We only ended up seeing 4 rounds of SSG on the attack, and they ended up going 2-2. So thinking about going into that swap, how do SSG's and Mirage chances kind of switch? Honestly, I don't think it's going to change all that much. Clearly, SSG had a bit of a stronger time in that game against Luminosity, but there's really no way to know. Different opponent, different day. Different vibes. Looking to get as many as they can here, though, before the swap. They were able to get those 5 rounds against LG, so they'll be looking to do the same here. 2 more to give themselves a substantial advantage and maybe seek that same eventual conclusion that they reached in their previous attempt on this map. But Mirage, they've taken their time out. Like you said, Flynn, they've had some time to regroup. They've had some time to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they need to change. And they'll be seeing how quickly they can make it happen here. As Spiker is already going to be looking to get this wall open.
Yeah, the X-Kairos there will be successful. So Ashen, instead of throwing a second claw on, having those EMPs come out, just going to conserve it and put it in the back pocket and move it over to the mirror window behind the minibar. Good rotation of utility there for Ashen. Didn't get the job done at the top of main stairs, but it will at least live on later out. Those Kiba barriers seem to be still standing, as it sounded like those X-Kairos were getting shot off the Kibas. So less damage being done with that hard destruction utility than initially planned for Spiker and Mirage. And less of a far side focus, at least as in terms of isolation here for Mirage. Seems to be a split focus for Mirage Spiker, causing some distraction, but the real bulk of the attack will be trying to clear for T and Karaoke across the map. They had one hell of a time trying to track down Fultz on the roam over here last time. Doesn't look like anyone for Space Station this time is going to be in a potential flanking position. It'll just be a head-on engagement in Fort Shrine. And I believe that Jonah, unfortunately, is not present at the moment. So we will pick back up with Houghton playing in behind the dragon statue. Still in a good position. And again, low on time. Houghton taking some damage now as the flood comes in from Mirage. Everyone swarming into behind the dragon statue. There goes Houghton. There goes any more Kiva barriers. The swing, though, from J90 at the top of the main stairs to the breach. And he will continue to stop the progression from Mirage's attack in towards the bomb site. They're going to need to clear out the Wamai from the top of main stairs as J90 still being a superstar performer in this series. Vert looking for the head and finally finds it. And there goes the Nitrocell 2 there for Faults. Big moments for the superstar on Space Station. Now Rampy again trying to push into the bomb site. A 2v3. He has the diffuser, but he cannot find any of the targets. Turning the corner in towards Office, but springing up from behind the minibar. Forrest takes aim, and it's just Slothy down below.
10 seconds left.
This is honestly a very, very good position to be in for Space Station, as Faults will take the swing. And this is a very good position to be in. Even more talking coming out in the all chat, and Space Station up 4-1. So we continue on here with Space Station, looking to wrap things up in the first half. I did get ahead of myself a round ago, saying that it was already 4-1 for Space Station. So now we will enter the final round of the first half. Space Station does have that 4-1 lead. They're just seeing 3 minutes into the future. Unfortunately for Mirage, the opportunity to walk away from the first half with a 5-1 lead. And they will have to go to the tertiary bomb site, though, having been consecutively successful on Tea and Karaoke and Office and Exhibition. Hi, Jonah.
Hey, buddy. 4-1 right
Hey,
now. I know you're Canadian, you know, trying to relate.
Yep.
Using words like bud, you know, tomorrow, saying it like that. But 4-1 right now. This is a good spot for SSG to be. We said it. They've done the 5-1 split before on this map, and well, they are moments away from potentially doing it. As you said, wisely so. This is the site that Mirage were able to secure last time they were here. They did it with confidence. They did not allow the top floor hold from SSG to get them into trouble. That is what they're going to have to do again. Maybe they can make that same decision, and maybe SSG won't be ready for it. They could go direct. They could ignore that top floor, but at the very least, they have to consider it. It is going to be a much more reliable approach if they can force these few players out of Geisha and out of this power position. At least they've done that with Ashen. Spiker, a well-timed swing, will catch the Kaid as he attempted to drop away. And so they can claim the opening kill and move through this top floor even faster.
Beautiful start to the round for Mirage, being able to evade Ashen's Electroclaw trick onto the Geisha wall and remove him from play inside of Geisha. That's the real difference between the last time Mirage attacked this bomb site, even though they were successful in doing so. It's rather chaotic as they really could not displace anyone from playing inside of Geisha and opted to just flood in towards the bomb site on a horizontal take downstairs. This time around, Mirage making a lot more progress in terms of removing players from the topside hold. That amount of view from up above through the floorboards is going to be devastating. We saw how much bouncing around Kansan had to do with the diffuser when Mirage were trying to plan even in a man advantage downstairs inside of Barbecue. They don't want to have to contend with that once again, although Forrest peeking out of the breach will spot Spiker, but cannot find the headshot. The aggression once again for Space Station nearly collecting, but it's Mirage retaining their advantage.
Yeah, you can see that Space Station feel that they are slightly on the back foot here, so they're trying to force the issue, trying to get a little bit more aggressive and get something going. They haven't quite found their moment to strike just yet, but it is moments away. Mirage, same thing goes for them. They feel like they have just enough security up above that they can start to move on in. As long as they have the bodies for it, as long as they have someone on the coverage, Forrest should be shut down, but it's easier said than done because Spiker, as he works his way in alone, he forgot about Hot and Cold, who's on a 9-3 tear right now and has a beautiful long angle to watch that very doorway. Slothy looking to do the same thing. He's going to push on in and need to recover the diffuser. But while he tries to do that, you gotta watch out for Forrest. He's up top. He's wreaking havoc on this attack. Same for J90. Same for Faults. Rampy is the last alive, but not for much longer. SSG take it 5-1. They are set up beautifully to end this soon.
Man, for Mirage there again, the hurdle of being able to displace, in this case it was Forest, and the last time they attacked this site it was Faults. Whoever is ending up playing inside of Geisha, Mirage cannot remove them from the equation. And for the second time consecutively attacking this bomb site, Mirage, with an advantage, walk into the bomb site, lose the advantage, and surrender the diffuser on the floor of the bomb site, just having not done enough topside to allow the sneak into kitchen. Hot and Cold with very good coverage. And like you said, Hot and Cold and Faults on this map right now for Space Station, doing their very best to send Space Station to the major after missing out in the playoffs. Last chance qualifier was the last opportunity for either of these teams to make it. Mirage didn't even qualify for the playoffs, having finished 7th in group stage. And now at a 5-1 scoreline, Space Station on the attack need 2 attacking rounds on Skyscraper, which, like you said, they were able to pick up against Oxygen on this very map in group stage. Space Station, well positioned after dropping their map pick of Border to start this series, have responded well, and as I said, 2 rounds away from making it to Atlanta.
So close. From the end, they can see the finish line. And their opposition, while not right up against them, just kind of falling back into the distance, is still hanging around. That little pest you just try to get rid of. That's the situation right now for SSG and Mirage.
See you on the other side.
A comeback is very possible. SSG had it done against them when playing Luminosity on this map. They had a tougher time attacking this by quite a long shot. But they're just playing so well right now. You look at Faults, you look at Hot and Cold, who are putting up insane numbers. Faults even playing on both the supportive and those more aggressive roles, dancing between them and still finding so much success. A team that prides themselves on their versatility is showing that once again. And round number 7, as they shift over to their first attack, we'll see if they can keep that up. Forest on the Jackal will look to assist, making this clear a little bit easier. Unfortunately for Hot and Cold, as he tries to get it done, both he and Forest will run into Rampy.
Tough one there, as Rampy was just hiding underneath one of the bars at the bottom of the main stairs, the barbecue and kitchen side, and he springs into action and catches both Houghton and Forest off guard. So Space Station starting their attacking rounds, not on the best of footing. And a 3v5 in Mirage, similar to what Space Station was able to do, able to prolong the clear from the opposite side of the building, take some victims with them, and make sure that it is as difficult as possible with the time ticking away against them on that final execute into the bomb site. Space Station down 2 guns at the moment. Here comes Fault, comes screaming in towards the bomb site, but he gets dropped by Spiker behind the mini bar. J991 spotting the dock at the top of the main stairs. The tandem swing there from Kansan as well leaves Ashen alone outside the Shrine balcony window, just looking for one to take aim against. Nothing's gonna happen here for Ashen, unfortunately, barring the most miraculous round we've seen so far. That's quite the statement, given what we've seen from Hot and Cold and the rest of Space Station. Ashen pushing his way in through T, up against a deployable shield, just trying to bait out the shots, bait out the maneuverability, because he cannot deal with that deployable shield himself. As he exposes himself behind the deployable shield, nobody's able to finish him off just yet. We go back and forth, and this is affording SSG a few more seconds to at least talk amongst themselves as Ashen tries to clutch up. But it's Mirage bouncing back with an early defense to start out the second half.
Seems that attacking woes are not just isolated to that Mirage team. SSG, they did not stand a chance there in round number 7. Just a beautiful defensive effort for Mirage, playing pretty loose compared to what we've seen them do in the past. They were not afraid to take the fight to SSG. We saw that happen downstairs. We saw that happen with the several gunfights they willingly walked into on that top floor. They really did just show us that they want to get this momentum back as soon as possible and build that confidence by taking those gunfights and winning them. No real worry for SSG right now. They have a lot of cushion to play with, a 4-round cushion going into this second half. But 1, maybe 2 rounds later, when things start to slip away, that is where the worry may just emerge. But again, 5-2. All SSG need to do is win those tertiary objectives that Mirage end up going to, and they're going to find their 7th round and their ticket to Atlanta just the same. Still a long way to go for that, if Mirage can put up the fight that they're hoping to do, however.
Yeah, that is the big thing, is SSG was able to go 2-0 on the top 4 bomb sites and 1-1 on Barbecue and Kitchen, nearly 2-0 on Barbecue and Kitchen as well. Mirage, just to force overtime at the very least, have to replicate that performance. Now, Skyscraper, like I said off the top, defender-sided map very well, but all it takes is one mistake to put this thing on match point and series point. Mirage, like we've been saying all week, need to play flawlessly to bring this one back into their favor. Geisha wall getting opened up early on will immediately be patched up by the Kiba barricades, just like we saw from Space Station. So philosophies and strategies mirroring each other between these two teams to begin the attack towards King Karaoke. But at the same time, not as much focus on a far side entrance and clear from Space Station, much more so focus placed towards Geisha and the top of Black Stairs.
Vertical can't quite make up his mind exactly what he wants to do with that barricade. Doesn't quite matter for now, though, because the conflict, it's happening elsewhere. The other side of the map, where SSG chose to make their entry. They'll be successful getting that kill onto Kansan initially, but quickly losing hot and cold and having Fultz go down right after. Spiker lit up but not finished off. Instead, Forrest is the next to fall. Fultz will join him rather fast. And once again, SSG on the struggle bus here on their second attacking round.
Yeah, the same issue that we saw coming out for Mirage and their attacks towards Kitchen and Barbecue. Just going site direct, not opting to go for a far side clear, not clearing out enough of these defenders in power positions. You can see the collapse onto Forrest, especially in Shrine. He tried to go prone to save himself. Ashen with a nice shot. He recollects the diffuser, looking in towards T, finds another target. Sprinting in towards the top of Karaoke wall. J90 joining at the top of main stairs. This isn't unsalvageable here for Space Station. Still at a disadvantage. The drone will go flying for the dead members of Space Station to provide callouts. Now Ashen exposing himself to the top of Black Stairs. Spiker not taking the opportunity. The smoke will land. Now hitting a goo mine. Ashen able to push in, doing some damage. Gets 1, gets 2. Ashen on a rampage, but has to pull the goo mine, lest he be dealt down to about 20 HP. The shots from Spiker, himself on about 40. The last smoke grenade will go out and it will miss. Ashen going for the plant as J90 goes for the cover. J90 and Space Station put themselves on match point and series point.
How do you make something like that happen and do it so consistently? 2v4, SSG just shrug it off and they get the job done. I'm sure that's one that Jesse's going to want to look back on. We're going to see him using that telestrator, telling us every little thing that may have gone wrong there with Mirage and every little thing that SSG did so well that, well, really Ashen and J90 did so well. They had no teammates to support them. They had to do it all themselves. And Ashen with a nice 2-piece there, a triple kill overall, just to put an exclamation point at the end of what was otherwise a pretty good performance from him and J90 there. A shame that the other 3 players on the roster got cut down so quickly. Mirage did such a good job at applying that early pressure. But once we got into the late round, and once SSG began to make their execute, I mean, they just brute forced their way out of trouble. They just took gunfights and they won them. I mean, if you're Mirage, there's only so much you can do about that.
Yeah, you really got to feel for Mirage, who responded well to the initial setup from Space Station, just trying to go site direct, and the Frost Mats catching Fultz off guard, and the collapse on the flank onto Forest into Terrace. Like, everything was set up perfectly for Mirage in terms of the response to the early strategy from Space Station, but Ashen and J90 elevate themselves above the rest in the clutchest of moments, in the biggest of crunch times when it's all on the line. Now we stand with Mirage, no more mistakes left to make. We'll try and run it back onto T and Karaoke and Space Station, trying to close things out now to 7-2, but like we said, even in the previous round, they have plenty of opportunities to make a slip up and still have the chance to convert an attacking round to end the series in the next 4 rounds at minimum. barring we go to overtime. And Mirage on Skyscraper on the defense, this has been the stronger side for not only all teams so far statistically in the NAL on this map, but Mirage especially, playing much better on the defense than they have on the attack throughout this LCQ. There's still a hope here for Mirage. They just have to run it back all the way to overtime.
Let's see what they can make happen here. I mean, starting this one off like they have plenty of the previous rounds with a couple X-Kairos pellets down and good use of these Rotero drones. You see that Rampy is going to be the first one to deal with this pressure. He's got an eye on that office breach where Forrest is looking to make a move. But neither player willing to take the fight just yet. Rampy's got to deal with the logic bomb. He'll answer the phone and step away for a moment. His position, though, might just be revealed, and this is where Ashen comes in. On the other side, at least. He knows there is someone up in Geisha. Throws the nade up, but he finds nothing just yet.
Forrest taking a handful of damage, and Vert's going to be holding towards the main stairs. There goes Houghton, so a lot of these nades will not be successful, but as I say that, Ashen's will be. Dropping Spiker, the push onto the bomb site, as J90 has made his way to the top of the black stairs, and there's nobody on the objective, at least for Karaoke, for Mirage. Kansan standing on top of the table in T, trying to repel the ingress from Space Station from the top of the black stairs. Slothy and Kansan to hold out onto the bomb site. Ashen below holding for any flanks. Vert will drop Ashen instead. So the flank hold will be gone at the bottom of the black stairs. And that will force Space Station to start pushing into the bomb site. J90 turns the corner, drops Slothy, looking for more, but Kansan through the wall and Rampy in tandem leaves Forrest alone in a 1v3. No diffuser control and barely any health left to work with. Time will tick away against Forrest here, but it looks like it will be Mirage pushing us deeper. And they will have the opportunity to go to Office and Exhibition in the next round, and narrowly avoiding a goo mine at the base of the black stairs is Forrest. Just going to be looking for picks up to the floorboards. Again, this will offer the opportunity for Space Station to gather their thoughts, talk amongst themselves. The timer will tick away from Forrest, but still 3 chances left for Space Station before overtime.
Operators are out of time.
All they have to do is put one more round in the victory column, and then a win is guaranteed. Mirage, they've found 2 rounds, but they are going to need 3 more, and they have to do it all in a row. SSG, in order to avoid any additional delays, any problems getting a good cohesive attacking strategy going, this is where they're going to take their tactical timeout. A good 60 seconds to talk things over and figure out what they want to do in this next one.
I think for Space Station here, you have the opportunity. Mirage does not have attack timeout remaining, so why not? You got 3 rounds here to try and push forward. Try and secure the last attacking round that you need in regulation. You certainly do not want to experience this going into overtime, having lost a 6-2 lead. That would be quite the run for Mirage, but it is doable. The only worry for Mirage is that even if they are successful here, onto Office and Exhibition, where I imagine they're going, they would then have to be successful in the defense in Kitchen and Barbecue, which even Space Station were only 1-1 on. So for Mirage, the task is tall, but you take it 1 round at a time, and they will go to Office and Exhibition to at least try and bring this thing to a 6-4.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, Mirage, in order to get there, in order to start to bridge this gap, they'll go back over to the east to Exhibition and Office, where they will look to make their stand. Now, SSG, they've liked this spot as an entry point, regardless of the objective that's being played. We see them go towards that Office wall almost every time, open it up, try to get some pressure going from that side, as well as maybe pressuring Mezzanine and trying to take control and slice that top floor in half as soon as they can. Of course, Mirage aren't going to let them do that as easily this time, considering that is where the objective lies. But with SSG bringing out the Monty this time, that is where things are going to get a whole lot more interesting.
We saw this in the game against Oxygen as well on Clubhouse, bringing out the Blitz from Forrest the only time he played it. Bringing out the Blitz to put an exclamation point on the round to end the series right then and there, end Oxygen's run for the 2023 season. and propel themselves into this grand finals matchup. So for Space Station, looking to replicate that with a Montane instead of the Blitz this time around. The Stum will get impact trick to the top of main stairs, and Spiker with 3 Keepers in the pocket should be able to patch that back up, no problem. And for Mirage, he's still weather the storm for now. But I'm looking at the utility on the side of Mirage, and I'm not seeing a whole lot aside from a handful of impacts to be able to deal with a Montane specifically. Force point blank with those shields has been devastating, not only today, but in this entire stage for Space Station. Very worrying prospect for Mirage, just not having the tools at the disposal to be able to deal with it. Houghton, though, will get dropped. Spiker, though, in turn from the upside down rappel from Ashen, will get downed and get docked as he falls through the hatch. What a save there from Vertical on the dock. Kansan gets another one on defaults. Suddenly, Mirage, looking at an equal man count, have brought this thing back.
Yeah, they are really putting up a fight here. SSG, this is looking eerily similar to the comeback that LG made against them, and they need to find a way to stop it. Forest hoping to shortcut this, getting this diffuser down right away, and Rampy was too late to stop it. Wasn't using that Soulless scanner, and now just like that, we're in a post plant. Mirage are going to collapse on this site. It's just about which 2 guns SSG are going to be able to use to slow this down. Ashen's got the skeleton key, and he'll finish off Kansan. He'll round the corner and look to get some pressure from behind, while Forrest does the same thing. His gun is up, and he's going crazy. It's just Rampy, the last one, that can keep Mirage's major hopes alive, and he has run out of time. SSG are headed to the Atlanta Major, and they will join Sonics, M80, and Dark Zero as the North American representation on the international stage.
Hats off to Space Station being able to run it all the way through the gauntlet of the last chance qualifier. And you can see the heartbreak on the side of Rampy and Mirage, a valiant attempt, but to break down everything that has transpired in the last 3 days, for the final time, we throw it to the desk.
Thanks, Flynn. Thanks, Jonah. Appreciate both of you. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, baby. Space Station Gaming finally closed things out against Mirage in what was a nail-biter to start. At the very, very end, it looked like it was all said and done, but now, finally, officially, Space Station Gaming is going to Georgia.
It was a 7-2 game to gatekeep Mirage out of the North American League playoffs. It was a 7-3 game to gatekeep them out of the major, and they played so well. I mean, it's that early lead. It's those problems on attack that we were talking about over and over again. Mirage struggling to get that man advantage, struggling to convert these rounds. It just feels like on attack, they need something to click, and they're just not there yet.
Yeah, and then even in that last game, SSG had 9 opening kills out of those 11 rounds, and going into this game, they were just capitalizing on those opening kills. And overall, SSG was just looking like they had a plan. They were the most dominant team going into this map specifically. They looked a little shaky once they switched sides on attack, but ultimately, they closed it out.
Yeah, and I mean, you go back to that Oxygen best of 3 they played, right? Yeah. Looking a little bit shaky on the Clubhouse attacks. They went up on defense. They go to attack. They only need 1 round. They run the blitz. They attack onto Gym Bedroom. They get it done. This time around, it's not the blitz, but it's pretty close.
Monty. That was funny.
On the Monty.
It was funny because me and Jesse were talking about it. He's like, because I was like, oh, they're looking shaky. He's like, yeah, it looks similar to the OXG. They brought a blitz, and now they bring a Monty to close it out. And that it was a Monty closing out the first game, and then now it's a blitz closing out the first one, and then a Monty closing out the next one.
And then, unfortunate that final round, you saw the look in his eyes. Rampy kind of knew, I think, at the end of that, he kind of screwed up. He should have been denying that plan from down below. He should have had the intel, but he just wasn't watching for it at that time. And, you know, that's Siege sometimes.
It's the small things. Everyone's off site. If Rampy just stays on that information that Solus provides, they instantly know bombs going down. That probably then looks like another Mirage round, and we then go to see if that continues going forward.
He had a great game, but sometimes it's those little mistakes. Exactly. It's that one thing that's going to keep you up at night, and for Rampy, especially against Space Station, you know that's going to sting.
Yeah, and that's being his old team on top of it, and now letting them be the one to proceed through and go to Atlanta. But regardless, Rampy showed up. All of these guys came into the LCQ and performed extremely well, a lot better, surprised all of us, even I'd say the community as a whole. Like, this team, I wish they would have been this team from stage 1, because I would have loved to see where they ended at the end of it all.
Yeah, they didn't have Meepy LCQ with them back in stage 1, so a lot of people are going to be looking for the positive and the negative to take away from a stage like this, but you certainly hope that a team like this stays together for whatever the next season provides, because so much of what they were able to do looked like short turnaround time, because Meepy wasn't with this team for very long before the stage began. Now they've had some time to brew. There is a clear formula for this Mirage squad, even if it can't continue for the rest of 2023.
Yeah, I mean, even 3 new players coming in, right? They had Slothy on the bench, right? But for him coming onto a main position, then they pick up 2 new guys. I really do think this new formula, it looks a lot better for Mirage. We'll see what they look like next year. Super excited to see them bounce back and what they bring to the league. But all in all, Space Station today, I mean, you can't take anything away from their games that they played.
No, Space Station deserved it. They came here. They put up a fight. Even through their first stage, they were struggling very heavy. Yeah. They came all the way back, came into LCQ, and dominated.
Speaking of said LCQ, they did not have an easy path either. It might have looked like it, at least at the very start, facing a Luminosity squad. If we look at the bracket, they had LG at the very beginning, and a lot of people thought, okay, maybe that's a bit of a gimme. They had OXG that they had to play earlier today. That's the crazy part. They managed to keep their wits about them until the grand final, in spite of playing an OXG team that, again, on that first map, this whole thing could have switched on its head based on how map 1 of that OXG series went.
Yeah, this is a team that started at the very bottom of the league, too. You go back, they lose their first 4 games of the group stage, dead last place. Then what do? They turn things around. They manage to just squeak into playoffs. They do lose playoffs. They fall in a very close series to the Sonics. They battle back. LG, Oxygen, Mirage, so deserved.
And I think it went into what Ashton was saying in that beginning half. They were more focused on how to win, what they were going to do to win, and not just playing the game. And this is the result of SSG just playing the game and not focusing on winning.
And for the 6 invitational points as well, we can't say anything yet, but they're looking very good.
It helps.
They're in a great position. We'll see what the international teams do. We'll see how far Space Station go in Atlanta, but it's looking very likely that they will be joining us at the 6 invitational at the end of the year.
Yeah, we won't get super far ahead of ourselves, and I know for the guys on SSG, one step at a time, focus on what you got in front of you. Don't worry about February, because again, it's in February. Let's get some final words from somebody on the opposite side who is in the lobby. Let's talk to Forrest real fast. Dude, congratulations, you made it to the major, but do me a massive favor. Please do it much quicker next time so that we don't keep on wondering when Space Station's finally going to make it.
Heard. I'll try my hardest next time.
All right, well, Forrest, it felt like these last 2 games you played, the best of 3 against Oxygen, now the best of 3 against Mirage. At the very last map, you're struggling to get an attack. You did so well on defense. You just need to get that one last attacking round. On Clubhouse, you said, screw it, let's rock the Blitz. Now on Skyscraper, screw it, let's rock the Monty. What's it about these shield plays that really just enable Space Station to win these rounds in the final moments?
I think people think we're like gonna stick to like a game plan and like not change the tempo, but that's just not the case. Like we'll let it hang when it needs to hang. You know, the last round, like I'm pretty sure I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna plant. Like that's all I said. I'm just gonna plant. So like kind of just go with the flow. That's all.
Okay, well, you guys got it done, but I got to ask this question. So it going into the 3rd map, it being as close as these round series have been, is there someone on the team that has taken charge and just resetting everyone's mental and just saying, focus up, don't care about what the end result is, don't care about the Atlanta, don't care about the outside, let's just focus on this game? Is there anyone on the roster that is doing that, or is that just a community poll of just everyone coming together and just resetting everyone's mental?
Yeah, it's definitely a community poll. I'd say Fultz is probably one of the biggest wardens. Like he's like the warden of the team, making sure we're playing around the team. Yeah, he's carrying the keys, but you know, sometimes I slip out the cell. I can't lie.
Makes sense, dude. There's somebody I don't know if you know this, but we've tried to get Hot and Cold to come on the interview a couple of times, and for whatever reason, his PC always bugs out. I'm not really sure what's happening there, but it feels like he had a really good stage for the first time in a while. He was doing fantastically, and we weren't talking about him nearly as much as we should. And plenty of those rounds over the course of this weekend feel like it happened because of him. Just talk to me about what it's like to play with Matthew Hot and Cold Stevens.
He's a fucking beast. I mean, he commits. He fucking he cranks hard. Like nothing more you can ask. Like he's bought into the system. Like you can't really ask more from a player like that. Like I love the guy. Today he was on fire. So
it worked out, dude. I think moments like today just really show you how good it is to have a guy like this on your team, for sure, dude. Before we let you go, anything else you want to say? Twitter you want to plug? Skin you want to shill? Anything else to say to the fans that just saw you guys qualify for a major?
I don't know.
I feel
I don't know what to really say, but I guess thanks to all the people who thought we were gonna make it. I guess it's good. Like, put that shit in your face, and all of our fans, like, hey, like at least they had faith. That's, the real ones know what's up.
All right. Well, hey, give everybody at SSG our love again. Congratulations, and hopefully the next time we talk to you is going to be in Georgia in a couple weeks, dude. Take care.
Thank you.
Man, Forrest has a way with words, doesn't he?
If it wasn't as late as it was, I'd be jumping on Forrest right now and making sure we were going to be getting a better interview. So come Atlanta or anything like that, you guys need to be jumping on him.
Hey, it was a good interview for what it was.
It was too subtle. So Forrest, if you're watching this, I expect better from you for the future. But congratulations nonetheless.
Look, he got the ability to say, let him hang, or whatever it was he said. He earned the right. He's going to be all good. But he is not the only North American who's going to the major who is defending this country, or this region, basically, in Atlanta. Let's talk about the 4 teams that have made it. They are 1 of 4. Sonics won the league. MAD came up right after them. Dark Zero still made the podium, but Space Station is right there in the middle. Gentlemen, how confident are we in this Final 4 going to the major?
Well, pretty confident to go to the major.
Well, I mean, how well they do. How well they do.
Certainly. No, I mean, they're practiced, right? We've seen them all there before. We got 4 repeats from stage 1, all heading back to the major to represent North America. I think they're the 4 best teams in North America throughout the year, right? I can't argue at this point.
Without a doubt, and I think you can't even put them one on a higher pedestal. I think towards the end of this, everyone is really showing their true potential. And for me, Sonics were the ones who stuck out the most, as we did put them on a pedestal, and they just weren't meeting that. And we talked about their mid to late rounds were struggling, but Sonics in the end, they were looking like they were in Copenhagen, and that is a scary team. And again, these teams fixing these issues now going into a major, that is looking like a scary 4-man team going into that major.
All right, well, that's it. We're now in closing moments. The league is over. The qualifier is over. Before we go anywhere, Laxing, how was your first stage as a desk analyst?
I'm going to be honest. I had a blast. Working with you guys has been nothing but pure joy. Working with the Blast studio and production, everything is just, it's been surreal for me, honestly, to play as long as I have for the 8.5 years of nonstop Siege, and then to honestly retire and be like, oh, well, now what do I want to do? I've been so clockwork of Siege. What's next? And then to reach out to Blast and say, hey, you know, like, is this an opportunity? I don't know what this is going to look like. And then for it to come to fruition, and like, here I am now. I mean, I love it. It's tons of fun. The feedback from the community, the feedback from you guys, I just want to get better. I want to improve everywhere I can and make a name for myself on the desk, not just inside the game, but now as talent.
Hey, we're happy to have you, man. You've been fantastic.
This is my duo now.
Even if you're predicting some of these games wrong, you know, that comes with time.
You want to go back to the stage, you were predicting some of those games wrong, and you're a vet here, so I'll take my win where I can.
Is what it is. And I need production to do me a massive favor as I commit an absolutely unforgivable sin and pull my phone out because it's end credit time. Jays, Wills, Lynx and Tara, Pengu, Flynn, Demo, and Stokes on the cast. Easy, Medics, and Kaiser in the observation booth. Mads, Ask, Oscar, and Ola, and plenty of others in the production booth. Marietta, Jonas, Kim, Katrina, everybody on support staff, and you, most importantly, for watching. Thank you very much for joining us on the North American League for this stage. We are done for the year, and the next time you'll see us is in Georgia. Have a good night.